Sunday, I'm going to have system issues. This certainly not the day. So on Sunday or Wednesday, so real opportunity to have a conversation with one of the leading voices in Nigerian politics. Invite a guest to come and real opportunity, a real time. So we'll want to make the most of it. So in a moment, we're going to be joined by Alhaji Musa, Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam. So Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, a lot of you, of course, you know who that is. That name has been echoing throughout Nigerian politics for several decades now. So he was born and brought up in Bauchi State. He studied BSc Political Science at the University of Abuja. He went on for further studies at the Defense Academy in Kaduna, NDA, on defense and strategic studies. And he undertook different courses as well, both home and abroad. He got his first appointment at an early age to former, now late Governor Abubakar Rimi of Kano State. He was then a director all contacts and mobilization for his presidential campaign, that is Abubakar Rimi's presidential campaign in 1999. Alhaji Gabam was the former chief of staff to Bauchi state government during Governor Issa Ugada's administration, and he served as director of campaign organization to the governor during that period in time. So Alhaji Gabam has also said that he has also oversighted several presidential campaigns for some of the most notable names within the Nigerian space. So his association with the SDP is long and deep. The SDP, of course, the Social Democratic Party, one of the longest, most respected political parties within the Nigerian space. You recall that that was the party that Abiola straddled into victory, we would say. But then that victory, of course, was cut short. So that was the party that Abiola straddled into victory, but that victory was cut short. So that's the party, of course, that Olufalaye, Professor Tunde Adeniran, notable names are Prince Adewale Adebayo, the countless notable senior names within the Nigerian space. That is their party of choice. That is their political leaning. And Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, he as chairman oversights that party. So is the chairman of probably one of the most senior-most parties within the Nigerian space. Alhaji Gabam's political history has traversed all of the importance in Nigeria. There was a time that he was even being touted as a possible replacement for Abba Kyari as the chief of staff for the Buhari administration. So it's a man whose history cuts very deep within the Nigerian space. So he needs no introduction to you, but let's just get a little snippet of him speaking to matters politics at some events.
As an institution, our election have declared the winner. We in SDP, despite the shortfall, as I've mentioned, diverse problem, transition problem, we stand by the declaration pending the outcome of the court's judgment. We need to keep Nigeria one. Created perfection anywhere. On this ground, we're standing by what INEC has done, and we are recommending to all those that disagrees to change it into law. Africa. Appreciate the fact that this is the only country that we have. We have one precious country called Nigeria. On this note, I want to start with the Nigerian media by moderating the feelings of Nigerians, assuaging them, appealing to them to believe in their country. I want to thank the media for this commitment. To also the Nigerian security agencies, despite very tight situation.
All right. As we await our guests to join us and other panelists, we have Bishop with us for the moment. So Bishop, this is a real coup for the platform. This gentleman, of course, a name that needs no introduction to you, Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam. So what's your expectation from him when he does join us? Bishop? All right. There is. Yeah, carry on.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, carry on.
I was saying good evening to Nigeria. I was saying good evening to Nigerians, good evening to compatriots, wherever they've been listening. It's a pleasure to have somebody the caliber of Alhaji Gabam joining us this evening.
Somewhat.
we look forward to an engaging moment with him, an engaging and just like that with President Buhari a couple of days ago. And we look forward to having many more of his lives to come and answer to the people of Nigeria, wherever they may be. So, am I breaking up? Am I dipping?
Yeah, you're breaking.
Wow, sorry about that. You are breaking too.
Yes, you are breaking up. I'm not sure if you're breaking up or I am breaking up, or but certainly somebody's breaking up.
You are breaking off, Tusha. You are breaking off when you speak. You dip somewhere. Let somebody else come there, maybe. Yeah.
Am I enough? All right. Let's hear from Alexander. Alexander, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. You dip in and out sometimes, but I can hear you right now. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So we're about to be joined by Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, who is the chairman of the Social Democratic Party, one of the foremost political parties within the Nigerian space.
Yeah, like you said, that's a really big cool for you guys on the people. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Carry on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a big.
Yes, we can carry on. Yeah.
Okay, that's a big cool for the platform. So I'll be watching from the background and just to find out what he has to say and the way his party is going to move forward as against the 2027 elections. So, but I'm going to be at the background watching. I'm not going to come on asking questions. Essentially, came on to be a placeholder so that before other people come on board. That's what I did essentially. Are you there?
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So yeah, I am here. Are you struggling to hear me?
There's a slight delay of there's about 5-10 second delay.
All right. Hold the fort. Let me reboot. Whilst we wait for our guests to join us, hold the fort. Let me reboot.
Okay. Madam Zita, how are you? Okay, Bishop, how are you?
I'm good, sir. Thank you. And you, please?
I am okay. I always listen to your submissions. You have a lot to offer. So, well done. You know, sometimes you get bombastic, but in the main, everything you say is always accurate. So I appreciate you. Okay.
Thank you very much. And even your pillar of support has always emphasized by one man. And I think that your voice matters a lot, even though it rarely comes. But every time that it comes, it's always there, like a rallying point and a solidified point. So I would say thank you to you too. Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I know it takes a lot of passion and commitment. My belief is a little bit different from many people because I believe with all our feelings and challenges, we are moving ahead. I mean, that's what I want to see. I know we are really, really challenged. We are challenged. But hey, we are humans. And there are some people
let me ask you a question, because this is one thing that bothers me quite a bit. Doesn't the president's health condition bother you somewhat?
I have had so many things. I have tried to scrutinize and to be objective. Let me put it very straightforward. He was not my candidate for different reasons, but very cogent reasons. Because of the unity of Nigeria. And I did put up a write-up there as to why he was not. Because I saw that we're going to continue with this acrimonious relationship, especially with the Southeast, who saw him as being responsible for bringing Buhari. So that hatred is going to continue. So I would rather have a Tinubu out of the way. But when he insisted as his right, and he came and fought. So most of the things about his health we're talking about is just mere contentious and rumors and rhetoric here.
Well, but as a medical professional, I take my time to watch sometimes I'm asleep when the stream is in full flow, but trust me, when I wake up in the morning and I'm working, I watch everything, and I watch and analyze everyone's assertion, submission, and the videos. And from my standpoint, there's something major going there neurologically. When you have someone who is constantly dizzy and getting this sensation where he thinks he's going to fall down, that's a neurological problem. And I noticed that I noticed it affects him quite a bit. He's in good hands. He's in good, capable hands. It doesn't necessarily affect his capacity.
Cognitive ability.
Yeah, cognitive skills and all that. Yeah, but my concern is when you have a problem like that, in my opinion, with the stress of being the president of Nigeria can only aggravate it, and that's my concern. But whether he does have the capacity to take us out of the doldrums we found ourselves in, and I think he can do it. Go ahead.
Even if it is 2 years, that he can effectively put in place some reforms that we need urgently. We need somebody with the boldness and the character that can implement the Oronsaye report. We need to get away with this fuel subsidy. We need quite a number of reform in our judiciary, in our civil service, in our education sector, and the structure of the country. So it might not take him forever to do it. Maybe, like, I was going to chip in when you were talking about health. I went to do my annual physicals yesterday, and there are quite a few things that are quite alarming about me. Myself, I mean, I'm much younger than the new president. I mean, so he definitely is not old enough to be my father, but at least I'm much younger than him, much more. But there are some few things that came out in my annual physicals yesterday that I need to work on. I mean, it's not life-threatening yet, but it's there. And they just told me, they have not even shared with the press. So what I'm saying is that at some point in time, we all have one form of debilitating something. If we see him failing it, it's just that we tend to want to magnify things that are going wrong rather than appreciate the little things that are going right. Because we are humans and because we belong to different sides. You said his ability to deliver is not in that. What came from him that can affect our present status, let's get it. If it's going to take him 2 years, I mean, I'd be merciful to make him complete his term. But it's not to sake. Want to sake. There are people in civil service, in government services in this country that have worse health situations than him, and they're running their shows. So if his mental, what do you call it, is still intact, things they can bring on the table, then let's take the best of those things.
Yeah, and to support your position, I think because of his capacity, I think Fashola would have been a better person to be his chief of staff as against Gbajabiamila. Because Gbajabiamila has no balls. Whatever his stories was going to do, unfortunately.
That's exactly my position. I've said this one several times on this platform. At Gbajabiamila, he does not have what it takes to be a chief of staff.
Yes.
Okay.
No. I think one man is back now. Talking. We're just waiting for your presence. You can see your face on the screen. So
he's
if
on
you
the
click
phone.
on the link, they will welcome you and then kick off the conversation.
If I click where?
The link that I sent you. Then you come on the screen.
I used the link to key in, and I was on, but I'm not hearing or I'm not seeing anybody.
Oh no, we're all here. So maybe try again.
Okay, let me try and link up again. But I was on.
Oh, all right. I'll look out for you.
Well, man, let me let you take your over your show. Okay.
All right. Hang back a little bit. It's gone, Alexander. I wanted you to hang back a bit. We're just waiting for Alhaji Musa Gabam to join us. He said it clicked on the link earlier. and that might well be when I was rebooting the system. So I'm waiting for him to do that again, and so that we can kick it off properly. So the room continues to populate. Yes, the room continues to populate as we await our guest. So let's see if all right, brilliant. I think we have our guest now. So brilliant. So we do have our guest now. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to set you to the back room so that we can welcome our guest properly. So you hold steady, and then so let me make sure I'm on. So you hold steady as we welcome our guest. So can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, but a little bit faint. Yeah.
All right. Is that better now? Is that better now?
It's not linking up actually, but I'll manage it.
Right, I can hear you okay, so I'm being as loud as I can. So good to have you. I did the introduction earlier. I'm not quite sure if you heard the introduction that I did, but I spoke then about your history all the way from Bauchi, your studies at Abuja University, and then you went on to NDA, and then from there to international courses. And then your service to the country. So just really to build the background. But before we start off anything, is really first condolences to you, the sad loss of your great friend Raymond Dokwesi. So maybe you want to speak a little bit about that and have us understand what Nigeria has lost with the passing of Raymond Dokwesi, who I know you have a close personal relationship with.
Thank you very much. It's my honor and privilege to be with you. And let me start by condoling the entire Nigerians for the loss of a great man, a very patriotic Nigerian, committed, that have impacted positively on millions of Nigerians that I know from the very first day, he opened his radio stations, TV stations. I've been all along with him. We travel around the state of the Federation to open his TV and radio stations. We've been together for a very, very long time. This is a personal loss to me. I feel very pain about it. When I lost my dad, he was among the first people to visit me at home. So our relationship is beyond politics. It has outgrown politics. It's become a family, very close relationship with him. So it's quite sad that the nation have lost one of its patriots who believe in Nigeria.
Yes, he was a pioneer in so many fields. In politics, a leading politician, but in telecommunications, is one of the foremost pioneers opening up the telecommunications industry within the Nigerian space. So it was a real leader on so many fronts.
Yeah, he is actually, and Raymond is like an elephant, He has done so much. I was DG of his chairmanship of PDP when he was aspiring to be the chairman of the PDP. I was the DG of his campaign. That's how close we are. So it's difficult for you to really get a boundary of who Raymond Dokwesi is. They have impacted positively for the country, and I hope that Nigeria will produce a lot of his breed so that the country can move on in a better and more sophisticated way. But certainly we have lost a big giant.
All right, brilliant. Condolences to you and to Nigeria. So, and you were talking about him wanting to be the chairman of your party, which you are now the chairman of that party. The Social Democratic Party is one of the leading, most established parties in Nigeria. So, for the benefit of people who are new into politics, I was explaining then that SDP was the party that Abiola straddled in that June 12, now infamous. Olufalaye very much associated with the party. Professor Adediran, or is it Adeniran? Also and then Prince Adewale Adebayo. So we're talking about one of the leading, if not the leading political parties in Nigeria.
Yeah, I've been part of SDP right from Abiola's time. We were the young activists that supported that struggle. I was in Lagos when the June 12 crisis was on. It's something that I've witnessed live. It's kind of a carnage that nobody should wish to see. We fought for the restoration of democracy as well. After the cancellation of the election, I was among the pioneers, among the members of the G7 that started PDP, led by my late boss, Alhaji Rimi, that led to the formation of the PDP. So SDP have come a long way. Most of the prominent people, prominent politicians in the country were members of SDP before, including the current president-elect. He was elected as a senator under SDP. Virtually all the big figures that you can think of, they were all members of SDP before. So what we did was to come into the party after a lot of opinion poll was conducted when we felt that PDP is no longer living up to the expectations, up to the principles or policies or the foundation policy of the founding fathers of the party were neglected, were abandoned, and of course, careless and reckless people took over the party. I was part of the committee that was formed to advise on the way forward. We did a lot to make sure that PDP live up to the expectation of Nigeria, but unfortunately, we couldn't handle it and we left it, and we shopped for an alternative party that we can make a national platform. So we came into SDP, we repositioned the party. The party became one of the strongest party now. There's no party in Nigeria that have the structure of SDP right now in terms of organizations, which I wish one day you'll be in Nigeria, you come and inspect the party. By yourself, you see what we have done. We have a digital studio that we can transmit from the party. There's no party in Nigeria have ever had that kind of digital studio. So we have done very well, and based on this, our last election, we went on merit. We did not go for revenue generation. Most of the people that contested the election, we brought them in because of their credibility. And, the election was a very hostile election that we went through. By elected people in the Senate, in the House of Reps, and a lot in the State Assembly as well. And we are also in the tribunal as well, trying to, get those that were wrongly taken away by either error or whatever of INEC result sheets were being manipulated as well. So some of the Senate positions, House of Reps, State Assembly, were still challenging in the tribunal, and most of our candidates were leading before the disruption of the process.
All right. So now we've entered the election that's just gone past. So there's divided opinions as to what happened in February. There's, on the one hand, there is the opinion that is one of the most, if not the most improved elections that we've ever had. But then on the other side, people, there's the opposite opinion that is one of the most rigged elections that we've ever had. So where are you placed, especially your party, in that divide? What do you think happened in February? How did it happen, especially from your party's point of view?
I can tell you that we are all victims. All parties cooperated with INEC. We campaigned, to convince Nigerians on how credible the beaver systems are. I was one of the most visible people that supported the beaver machine to be used because it eliminates a lot of wrong processes based on the technology and the features, that are available in the technology. So we felt that if we can go on the beaver system, strengthen it, ensure compliance, we'll come up with one of the most beautiful elections. Coupled with the fact that the former president have assured Nigerians, have pleaded, and he said that he wants to leave a legacy of free and fair election. So to my surprise, at the eve of the elections, the same government came up with policies that lack human face, hijack public funds, created confusions, redesign of the currency, shortage of cash all over the place that have eventually affected the election. Scarcity of fuel, inconvenience. People cannot move from one end to the other. Even those who have moved were unable to cast their vote. Some anarchy, virtually in most of the locations of the Federation of Nigeria. In most places, the beaver system have not functioned. Yes, where the beavers function, people were credibly elected. And where the beavers did not function, result sheets were written. And that's why you can see that most of the results were mutilated. So personally, I feel disappointed because I was really hoping that this election will come out as one of the best. We invested a lot in ensuring that we convince citizens to come out and cast their vote. It's surprising that in a nation that you have over 90 million registered voters, you end up with less than 10 million votes to produce leadership of the country. Something is fundamentally wrong. But, as a country, we have to move on. We cannot allow anarchy to ensue. The institution that was established by law to conduct election and declare the result have declared the result. We appeal to everybody to go through the justice system and see how we can address the system. A nation is something that you keep on correcting the errors, deliberately or otherwise. It cannot remain the way it is. And once citizens agree to put their head together, all this art of rigging or barbarism related to election would be a history. It's just that Nigerians are one of the most difficult people to deal with in terms of compliance. The people that you are sympathizing with, the masses, are the ones that are being used to rig election, are the ones that are being used to create violence. So we have a long way to go. It's a collective responsibility.
All right, still staying with that election, there was a lot of talk about the third force because, of course, there is no distinction, there is no distinguishing marks lines between the APC and the PDP, really. They're just crossover parties, essentially, same people, really. So the Nigerian space is looking for an alternative to the old guard. So where do you think your party fits into that narrative of a third force and alternative force, people-centric politics, where people can gravitate behind?
Well, if you look at the leadership that we have right now, we had convention, we follow due process, by getting quality people into the party. There's no party, I can tell you, that have array of credible politicians, highly respected like SDP. Like I said, we structure the party to fit into the narrative. And we have structures nationwide. In virtually every state of the Federation, we have SDP offices, unlike before, where we have almost zero offices. We have it all over the country. And then the party that we inherited that have not been edited before have been edited to the current situation, because all parties are expected to edit their account on or before the 31st of March. We have done the auditing of the party by INEC auditors. We have met up with all the requirements as well. Two, we have elected people in the Senate, in the House of Reps, and in the State Assembly. So third force simply is an expression. Given the complicated nature of our politics as a nation and the greed associated to politicians, they hardly see reasons why they should concede on issues, particularly issues that will help to strengthen the institutions. Politicians that I know, they find it extremely difficult to concede and see the reason why they should deal with pre-election matters before election, because that one will give you the advantage. If you do not deal with the pre-election matters before election, you cannot handle it. At the point that you want to deal with it, you find out that it's extremely very complicated. People are fighting over issues, and parties that have money and have dominance will saturate the entire political parties, give them some money, divide them, and then they'll be fighting within themselves, and then you can't be able to concentrate. We tried to do it. We tried to organize it. SDP tried to lead a coalition of political parties so that we can come together as a force, but it didn't work out because the parties will give you a bill that you need to give them a lot of money to deal with a lot of things. And then if you don't have the resources to give them, they will move to somewhere else. That is the tragedy of the whole thing. You either have the money to bring them on board, finance some of the things that they want to do, or nothing, because they believe that whatever you are telling them will not make any sense, except if you have some level of logistic that they need to also deal with other things. So it's quite complicated, being part of the formation of parties over a long period of time. I know it's complicated to have a thought force because conflicting interests related to individuals that want to have it all, makes it very difficult to have a thought force. Just that the parties have to fight on their own, have to go through the jungle and win their elections.
Do you think it's possible to play a winning politics in Nigeria without playing money and ethnic politics? Can you play politics and win in Nigeria without playing the politics of ethnicity, religion, and money? Is it possible to play clean politics in Nigeria?
It is very, very possible. And I can give you examples. If you look at Shagari regime, it wasn't about money. It was about career politicians that have shaped the political activities of the MPN as of then. Now, of recent, in 1999, when we were forming PDP, it wasn't about money. There was no money then. People who quitted military regime and then came together with the idea of, diplomatically sending the military people back to barrack, restoration of democracy, were struggling, to get money even to finance basic logistic movement. And those that are contributing, as of them, contribute around 20, 50,000 because there was no money. So ideology and belief and that deep conviction that we need to restore democracy, we need to restructure the country, we need to bring a balance of behavior into the system. We need to see how we can make the federation operational as well. You cannot do it unless you have a career politician. Unfortunately, in the struggle to restore democracy, we lost the career politicians. People that have been in the military boys and what have you that have resources hijack the political structure, of the country. And then the career politicians were at the back seat. And they can do nothing because those who came with money monetize the process. And also, let me remind you, this vote buying started with the PDP and the APC when the APC came on board. It started in Ekiti State precisely. That was the first state where money were being used physically to buy votes. So those who buy votes and those who use money are people who have access to public funds because there's no money appropriated for political parties. There's no subvention. We survive on our own based on our individual contribution to run the party. There's no subvention anywhere. So those who have access to public funds are the ones that are creating the entire confusion. Politicians are responsible for most of the things that we are going through in the country today because there's absence of commitment, there's absence of nationalism, there's absence of building a viral nation where everybody can have a sense of belonging. Nigeria is one of the richest countries on earth. I've been to a lot of countries in the world. This is one of the best countries that is so endowed that can accommodate everybody. But the tragedy of Nigeria is lack of leadership and lack of will to create deterrence.
All right. I think we're all agreed. Nigeria is a conundrum, isn't it? It has an abundance of resources, especially the people, some of the cleverest people on the planet, Nigerians, and yet we find ourselves where we find ourselves. It's a real mystery. But Alhaji, let me take you to this space. How do you think the Obi phenomenon impacted on your voter base? Because that Obi space, it took a lot from our traditional voting patterns, but how do you think it impacted on your voting patterns, on your base?
Yeah, certainly it had impacted on all the political parties, not just the SDP. The thinking of the Obi movement and then some of the backers of the Obi movement, like the former President Obasanjo and so on and so forth, and then an attempt to mobilize the youth, to come on board, have done a lot of distortions on the political equation of the country. But we know that it's a long way to go, knowing the history of the country, peculiarities, and so on and so forth. is one of a party that we had an interface thinking of possibly of working together before, but it couldn't work out, because of the factors I've narrated before. But I think clearly revolution is ensuing. People are coming out of their sickness. People are understanding that a religious factor will not all go well for this country. Regional factor will not all go well for this country. Ethnic factor will not all go well for this country, because Nigeria have what it takes to make the country great. Those who campaign along the lines of ethnic and religious issues, will soon understand that it's not the best that can happen to the country. This is a country that is so vast and have surplus of some of the best you can think of in every state of the federation. Nigerians are some of the best in the world. They excel anywhere they are. So the critical marks is for us to talk to ourselves and tell ourselves the bitter truth with the factor of Peter Obi and then the emerging SDP that is coming on board with the elected members. What can we do to synergize? What can we do to change the narrative and come together as a major force, that can change this primitive way of doing things? Again, it depends on the mindset of both the key players on both sides, to believe that we need to fashion in a new system that will give Nigerians hope, because so many things have went wrong and so many things are going wrong. So the thinking behavior needs to shift from individualism to collectivism. I think this is the only way we can solve it. But certainly, in terms of affecting the vote of all the parties, it has affected the entire parties. Every party struggled to survive during the election. All the parties, especially the party that have some substance, the leading party, the APC, the PDP, the Labour Party itself, the SGP, the YPP that have one senator, the NMPP that have 2 senators and members and some House of Reps as well. So you can see that it's about 6-7 parties that have made some major impact. Now, if we are to shift our thinking towards a prosperous way of uniting the political space, it is possible you can displace those big parties that are creating problems for the country.
So yes, I think you're essentially talking about a coalition of other parties outside of the main two, and that is a narrative that a lot of people have been talking about. That for us to have an opportunity to shift these people, we have to have a convergence of a coalition of the willing, as you are just describing now. Do you think the Obi phenomenon has to be removed from that narrative? Because nested within that phenomenon, you have the NSAS group, you have the disgruntled youth, you have the disenfranchised who coalesced under that narrative. So do you think those sort of pockets of disquiet, do you think they have to be through narrative wind away from that Obi phenomenon, which has run its course now because the election has come and gone? Do you think you have to find a language to bring them under another umbrella where you can then overarch a more palatable narrative? Do you get what I mean?
Yes, I do. It's possible because I've led a revolution before. In my state where we uprooted PDP completely. We brought in Governor Issa Yuguda as the governor of Bauchi State. I was one of those who led that revolution. It is very possible. If you look at the NSAS factor, and we look at the poverty index right now that is creating crisis and violence and insecurity all over the country, they are all interrelated. If you look at the level of unemployment, is extremely very high. The poverty level is so visible, is so touchable, and with this current situation that happened in the last 2 days, removal of fuel subsidy, virtually everything have jumped to almost 300%. Now, if you are not careful, and if you don't have the language that it takes to bring these young people together, you are likely to face an anarchy. Because people that have no food to eat, have no job, have nothing, you must develop a content that will bring them or will accommodate that large chunk of the society. We have SEM in our party. We have part of NSAS with us that have worked with us, that are members of our party. All different youth groups are working with us. The students' unions are working with us. We have all the videos, evidence. They visited us. We have a lot of discussions with them. And right now, we are engaging a lot of them, including the NGOs. We have a department of NGOs headed by one of the very strong NGO personality. So we have diversified the process. We have opened the process more. We are now trying to strengthen our diaspora, relationship and interface. We understand where the problems are, but again, all these things require a lot of logistics to deal with. In virtually everything that you are going to do, you need to mobilize people that will do it. But we will continue to do our very best. Given our generation, me and you, we have no reason to fail. We have seen developed society, we have seen infrastructure, and it's the reason why you are contributing from where you are right now, to give your own very strong support base, to see that our society is well behaved, well organized, rule of law prevail, and so on and so forth. So I believe we have no reason to fail. If we can work together, we can reason together, we can fashion out a process that will give all Nigerians a sense of belonging. I have no doubt in my mind, after the whatever the outcome of the cases in the court, I believe the next election will be a different election entirely. There's a shift between the last election and this election, and there will be a major shift in the next coming election, because what we are likely to face will be a more difficult process to handle than the last election.
Right. You were talking about recalibrating the party, which you necessarily must. But are you, in all of this strategizing that you're doing, are you strategizing social media into your strategies for the future? Because, of course, we saw how that impacted on this now cycle. So do you have a social media strategy by way of expanding your philosophy, your ideology, and your plans for the Nigerian state and the Nigerian people? So do you have a social media strategy, and do you think it is necessary as part of your armament in politics?
Absolutely. It's absolutely very necessary. It's very key. Our social media department is very strong. We have very agile, very active social media department. And then it might interest you to know, like I've mentioned before, that we have a studio, that sent out all our messages. We transmit from our studio. SDP is the first party to have a digital studio, so we are expanding the network. We are doing as much as possible. We are recruiting a lot of social media young people that have the capacity to reach out. We are doing a lot of sensitization program, and we have a package of training a lot of youths into different skills under SDP. Right now, we are developing that processes. We are looking for people who are going to sponsor different segments, from training people into plumbing, electricals, carpentry, IT sections. We have itemized them. We are going to train a lot of youth free of charge, without asking them to pay for anything, just to create some skill and to take them out of the street. It's part of the package that we are developing, and we are putting them into. We have done some training before, free of charge. So we'll continue with that. We'll expand that, because it's in our own strategic interest, if not for any other thing, to get our youth off the street. They have to be engaged. For instance, there is nothing wrong in training 1 million plumbers. Nigeria have a population of over 200 million, and plumbers are daily needed in the country. Electricians are daily needed in the country. Furniture people are daily needed in the country. Carpenters are needed daily in the country. So, and then fashion designers, you can train over 2 million fashion designers. Every day people sew clothes. It's just that some of the leaders lost the vision of taking some of these people off the street, create job, creativity, and so on and so forth. There's nothing wrong for parties or government to train fashion designers, buy machine, tailoring machine, or whatever type of designing machine, and give them, there's nothing to lose than taking the public funds, through security votes. So these are very important aspects of reducing the level of unemployment in the country and keep the country busy so that you can reduce the level of insecurity that is ravaging the country right now.
All right, brilliant. Alhaji, in your earlier submissions, you touched on the fuel subsidy thing. So that then leads us neatly to the inauguration of Bola Tinubu now as the president of Nigeria. So now President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So there was a lot of anticipation and apprehension in the build-up to that inauguration. The space was so heightened up that we all had the expectation that there would be some sort of skirmish or incident on that occasion. But thankfully, it went well. So two things happened on that day. Tinubu signed the documents to become Nigeria's president, and then he gave his inaugural speech, which has now spiraled the country into some sort of a chaos. So can you talk us through your experience of that inauguration, what your anticipation was, and what happened on that day, and then go to then Tinubu's inaugural speech, especially now telling us that our fuel subsidy is gone, and with that, those 3-5 words, the fuel at the pumps went up by 300%. So your experience of that day and Tinubu's speech.
Well, I was invited. I'm not a member of APC, but they extended invitation letters to all the political parties. And as a Democrat, there's nothing wrong for me to attend an inauguration. That doesn't justify the, whatever decisions at the end of the day that will come out of our courts. But I'm happy that the event went on smoothly, free of any hitches. As a nation, we must move on. We must allow our democracy to grow. We must support the system to grow, and we'll keep on, dealing with areas that are creating problems for the country. The speech of the president really was quite encapsulating. They are quite strong. I do hope and I pray that they will implement it. If they are committed to implementing that speech based on the way they segment it, it will go a long way, and that will create hope for the country. It will create stability, and Nigeria will say, okay, let's give him the opportunity and see how far he can go. But like I've said, the former government handed over a very precarious, government to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He need more than a miracle to keep the government going. First, the fuel subsidy thing, it wasn't the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that removed it. It was the President Buhari who removed it at the point of exiting. And for me, I felt that that is not a good way, to hand over a chaotic government. It's a trap for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because President Buhari, during his campaign, presidential campaign, he promised that he will end fuel subsidy. He called fuel subsidy a fraud, but throughout the 8 years, he couldn't remove the fuel subsidy. He promised to deal with the issue of insecurity, Boko Haram, within 6 months, he will take it out. He couldn't do it. Yes, the level of bombs have reduced, but the number of people that were killed in Nigeria are unprecedented in the history of Nigeria. We have produced orphans that we don't even know their number. People were killed, villages were wiped out. So Bola Ahmed Tinubu inherited a very precarious security architecture that he's dealing with. Now, I was there when he mentioned the issue of subsidy, and he said it as follows. I'm quoting him verbatim. He said, unfortunately, this government in their budget have removed fuel subsidy which will come into effect by this June. I think either middle or end of June. Now, that simple, phrase or statement that he made, it wasn't part of his speech. It was a comment he was making. And when we were going to the Eagle Square, there was no fuel queue anywhere. And immediately after that comment, virtually all the filling stations shut down. So you can see how Nigerians are so wicked to themselves, how we are so greedy, and how we bring our country down. Because This is a statement he was making. The outgoing government in their budget have completely removed subsidy. And he said, okay, since they have removed subsidy in the budget, he will not bring the subsidy back. What I thought is that he is bringing Nigerians on board on the expectations and then leaving it blank. And then suddenly he will come up with a statement that I have removed subsidy. So there's nothing wrong with the statement. It's just that our naivety, our way of greed and having it at all cost. Otherwise, there was no justification for the oil marketers to go on rampage. It is a sabotage. It is an economic sabotage, and all of a sudden, with less than 24 hours, everything skyrocketed in the country. This is the act of lawlessness, there's lack of deterrence, and that is what he have inherited. He needs to be tough, he needs to be decisive, and all those that are responsible for creating this thing must be arrested, must account for what they have done. Otherwise, it is difficult for him to drive the country because the level of lawlessness is unprecedented. Anybody who will preside over Nigeria must be tough, must be decisive, must create deterrence. Otherwise, you cannot drive the country right now. So many things are disconnected, and you need to be more than tough to keep things together and create some level of sanity and law and order to be respected in the country. Everybody is taking law into his hands. Otherwise, there's no reason why filling stations in less than 5 hours can shut down the entire filling stations in the country and create anarchy. It's needless. There was no justification for it. It wasn't the position of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It was the position of the outgoing government. But people doesn't want to listen. But in my own thinking, in my own analysis, it is too hushed. They can do it in phases. Removing the subsidy must be in phases. For you to say you have removed subsidy 100%, and now NNPC, government agency, adjust their pump price to 500 naira from 100 and something. It's unprecedented. Nobody can survive it. Abuja that I am right now is coming like a ghost town. People cannot move. There's no vehicles on the road. Passengers are stranded. Somebody who came in probably from Suleja into Abuja with 200 naira need about 1,000 naira to go back home. If he doesn't have the 1,000 naira, can he trek back to Suleja? These are indices that are extremely very complicated, that lack human face. So for me, Nigerians must understand that we need to cherish and accept who we are as a people and be patriotic, in dealing with issues. Now the labor union are saying they are going on strike. Everybody is saying they are going on strike. Then who would be a victim? We'll all be a victim. All of us will be a victim, including the civilians and the security agency will go to the same market, and everybody will be affected. So I'm trying to see a situation, if care is not taken, will fall into a very terrible ditch of anarchy.
All right, you talked about naivety, but a lot of people actually accuse the president himself of naivety to have announced that the fuel subsidy will come to an end at his inaugural speech. A lot of people said he is either naive or not competent, because he should have had the anticipation that the market would have reacted. People actually went as far as to say that he did not really understand the potency of his words as a president. And that potency, we're seeing it playing out now. So that fuel subsidy, which everybody agrees should be removed, but the way it should be managed out was not this now, just cold turkey pulling it out sort of thing that Tinubu did. So that announcement in that space and in that time, a lot of people felt it was a mistake. Do you agree with that? And then following on from that, fuel at 500 naira per liter in Nigeria, do you think actually that fuel is too cheap in Nigeria anyway? Because if you look at the international pump prices, that's barely 80 pence that you're paying for a liter of petrol in Nigeria.
Well, the peculiarities are not the same. But let me go straight to what you have said, whether it's a naivety from the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu by making that statement or insensitive. It wasn't insensitive. Any serious leader must start from reality. The reality that is facing Nigeria more than ever before is the removal of the subsidy. Everybody has spoken about the subsidy. Successive governments have spoken about it, but they lack the courage to remove it. And then for me, I cannot really define what the subsidy is all about. You know, right now, the oil tankers or oil importers say that the government is owing them trillions. Trillions. Now, even if you remove the fuel subsidy, the government have to struggle to pay almost trillion naira that they are owing the oil marketers. So either way, you have to confront the situation. And the man was innocent in what he have said. There's no way somebody who just took an out of office would love to create problem for himself. It is practically impossible. Two, I don't want to believe he's incompetent. He have demonstrated capacity when he was the governor. I was in Lagos when he was the governor of Lagos State. I know what he have done. I know the transformation he has brought on board. And anybody who knows him knows that he's not a daft. He knows what he wants. He knows how to go about it. He's a very strategic person. But then if you are trapped in a situation, you have to find a way out of it. So those who think the timing was bad, they shouldn't blame him. They should blame the outgoing government who put it in the budget and took it out. And then if he leaves it covered the way the government left it covered, who will bear the brunt? At the end of the day, he will be the same person to bear the brunt. And then if he announces it at the time that he is settling in the villa, that the first decision he is taking is to remove subsidy. And in any case, he wasn't the one who removed the subsidy. He only announced part of the budget that had been passed and subsidy had been removed. That was the only crime he committed. If actually, it is not a crime. For me, it's a demonstration of transparency from his own angle, more so that he just took an out of office and he needed to let Nigerians that this is what we should expect, that a tough time is ahead of us. Thirdly, whether the fuel now at the pump price of 500 is high or not, you have to look at the peculiarities of the country. You know, our economic level, you know, the economy is on its knees. The purchasing power of Nigerians is extremely very low. If you go around this country, I have visited every state of the federation. You can see poverty raging virtually everywhere. There's no state that you can exclude. You said they are not having massive scale of poverty. It has affected virtually everywhere because the economy was down on its knees. The racketeering and profiteering of the central bank, the interest rate, you know, it is difficult for anybody to comprehend that we'll come to this level. What is the exchange rate today? Almost 760. So it's something that any serious government or incoming government must face this reality and must deal with it. So since our purchasing power is extremely very low, you know, what do? You have to have a human face. The policy must have a human face. You must find a way to deal with it gradually than just bombing virtually everybody. And then you create an anarchy or a situation that you cannot control.
All right. Finally, one final question from me. Then I start to let people in to interact with you. How do you see the future, especially under this administration? And of course, there are still matters in court. So how do you see that going? And if that doesn't lead anywhere, then how do you see the future under this administration? What period of time are you going to allow them before you start to form judgment?
Well, my thinking is that the judicial system needs to be reformed. And the judges must know also that they are Nigerians, they are human beings. And they must know that whatever judgment they come up with, it will be subject to public opinion. Facts available to them, they should deal with it without fear or favor. We need to keep this country in peace. We need to keep this country united. Where there's a gross violation of the electoral process, where there's evidence of manipulation, my appeal to the justice system is they should act accordingly. Where evidence is overwhelmed, they should cancel that elections at the state level, at the senatorial level, at the constituency level. You know, they need to act to restore some level of sanity in the system. You know, so this is my expectation of the judicial system. They should be firm, they should be decisive, they should be God-fearing, and they should know that the country belongs to all of us. There is no reason to take side, and there's no justification of taking side. Whoever that won the election, based on facts available to them, they should present it as such. For me, I won't be part of anything that will suggest anarchy, instability, because I have no place to go. Nigeria is the only country that we have, and we must all keep faith and keep it together, and then develop the infrastructure, open the economy. We are running virtually a virgin economy. Given our endowment, the Land Use Act and other things need to be amended so that the country the state can deal with their own costs, with their own expenditures, pay their bills, pay certain percentage to the federal. So you have to tinker with some of the provisions of the constitution, to open the economy. We are still dealing with a virgin economy.
All right. One very last question from me. How are you positioned on this 25% in Abuja narrative? Because, of course, that's part of the petition. But if 25% is required just exclusively in Abuja, then that will make the residents of Abuja super Nigerians who are more Nigerians than the rest of us. But how are you positioned on this 25% requirement in Abuja?
Well, first, I'm not a lawyer, but as a politician, I know and I'm aware during President Obasanjo government, there was a Supreme Court judgment as per the status of FCT, Abuja. I don't see that 25% at all based on that judgment. But lawyers have a way of changing the narratives of things that suit them or suit their interest. But then since the case is before the court, competent court of our land, I wouldn't want to delve into it. Let the courts that dealt with it before go through it, come up with a position. But I know there were Supreme Court judgments on the FCT before in respect of 25%. FCT is like a state based on that judgment. It's like a state on its own. So, and that's why you see there was, you have only minister and so on and so forth. So I don't want to go into it as much as I wish, because the issues are before the court. And I don't want to suggest any opinion that is likely to affect what the outcome will look like. It's been challenged by competent lawyers, senior advocates, other category of lawyers. Everybody is brushing his head up and down to come up with a strong argument on the 25% or otherwise, or if the Supreme Court will reverse the judgment they have done before or change the status of the FCT. It all depends on the outcome of the judgment.
All right. We've got people joining us. So we've got Zita and Ajan Lekoko. So now, Alhaji, they are in various places of our work and everything. So not all of them will be able to have their cameras on. So I'll come to Zita to put a position to you in a moment. But just, I said that was my last question, but this is my last question. In 2019, I've got so many questions, but so many people are waiting. I can't keep them waiting for so long. In 2019, you ran as the vice on the SDP ticket. I think Donald Duke took that ticket then. So do you still have ambitions tilting towards Aso Rock with you straddling a ticket by yourself?
I'm a career politician. Every career politician, wish or prayer is to reach to his peak of his career. Of course, if it, by God wish, I will contest. If God give me, I will win. It's not my first time. I've coordinated presidential campaign 3 times. I was the Deputy Director General of Atiku campaign when Senator Ben Obi was the DG. I was the Director of Operations of Contact Mobilization nationwide, former President Babangida. I was also a Deputy Director General of Let Rimi for President. I was part of the formation of political party that have won elections. I've also led campaign in my state. We won the governorship, we won the seat. In 1999, I've contributed in bringing a lot of people to the Senate, to the House of Reps, to the State Assembly, governors. and so on and so forth. So I'm very versatile. I know Nigeria too well. I've visited all the state of the Veteran region. I've been to majority of the local governments in Nigeria. So I'm not a new person. I know all the political actors in Nigeria. In all the state, I can call them by name, sitting at the comfort of my house. So I have nothing to fear when I want to contest for president. I have no any baggage. I'm not a contractor. I have a farm. I do my business. I don't have any baggage that I'll be worried about at all. And I have the capacity to do that. I have the credibility to do that. I have what it takes. I have the network. People that we have groomed up are now also big boys in the political cycle. We are working together strongly, but I've not made up my mind possibly to contest, but it's part of what we're banging our head on and see what we can do, possibly.
There was a time that your name was being put forward for the chief of staff after the sad passing of Abba Kyari at the Buhari administration. Are you aware of that you were being put forward as a possible replacement for Abba Kyari?
I'm not aware of it, but I saw it in the media. It's just like during Umar Shehu Yaradua, after I left Chief of Staff Bauchi State, the former SDF then visited me at home and told me that the former late president is interested in working with me. But unfortunately, he went for that medical trip that he couldn't eventually survive it. So, but I saw a lot of write-up in the social media that my name has been put forward, but there was no any official invitation or to that effect, actually.
All right, thank you. So Zita, meet Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, the chairman of the Social Democratic Party. So Zita, unmute yourself. Introduce yourself to Alhaji Gabam. Tell him where you are, and then put a position to him. Zita.
Hey. Good day, everyone. Welcome, Alhaji. It's nice.
Thank you, my sister.
My name is Zita Norwood. I work in Tromsø in Norway. I'm very glad you came, and I have listened to you intensively. You spoke well, and I'm happy you were not biased in your submission. But I want to ask this. In 2023 election, Nigerians, from what happened, on my own side, I noticed that Nigerians were very angry. And because they were angry, they attracted a lie that they believed. And I asked, is there any way, because it's still happening, is there anything your own party have in place? Because I, for one, I want a third force, but not actually what I saw in 2023. Do you have anything whereby we can galvanize the youth, make them understand the truth, just as you have submitted today, about Nigeria and about the politics of Nigeria, so that not only that we will go in the right direction, we will choose the right person?
Well, my sister, let me tell you the honest truth based on my own experience. Personally, I feel so disappointed with what happened, particularly the youth, the way youth conducted themselves. 75% of the votes resides at the level of the youths and the women. 75% by INEC record. Now, by that statistic alone, the youth of Nigeria can produce president anytime. They can produce senators, House of Representatives, State Assembly anytime. But the danger is that the country is suffering from massive weaponization of poverty. And therefore, instead of them to consolidate their belief and their resolve to change the narrative, by developing a very strong heart and rejecting inducement, financial inducement, and for them to work for their own future and the future of the country, because they stand to benefit more by virtue of their age. But what you see is compromises from most of the youths. And most of the youth were the ones that were used to disrupt the entire processes. So it takes more than the thinking to get to where we want to get to. A lot of work needs to be done. A lot of approach, a lot of language, a lot of content need to be developed. As someone who led a revolution in my state, where we galvanized the entire youth, and they key into the messages we give to them. We uprooted PDP at that period 100%. It's still possible in Nigeria. What matters is we need to develop the language. We need to develop, the conversation. Constantly trying to engage their thinking. Let them understand that tomorrow is better than today, and they need to shape tomorrow. We need to open the economy. They will be the beneficiary. They will be the workforce. They will be the executive of virtually everywhere by virtue of their age, by virtue of their academic qualifications. So, but most of them are wasting. And because of the weaponization of poverty, with 5,000 naira, you buy their conscience. Some of us would have compromised if we are just to collect money from some of these big shots. Offers were made, we rejected it. We believe that we must lay a foundation that will guarantee a better future for tomorrow. And that what really gave us some of the advantage that we won some of the seats that we have won. Otherwise, like other parties that went and collapsed their parties into the two parties collected some money, they lost out. So we have a long way to go. We need a lot of work to do. We need a lot of energy to channel towards the upcoming younger generation. They should understand that a consolidation of that solid belief, in building an open economy, open society, take away issue of ethnicity, religion, and so on and so forth. Just like the way developed societies like America, even though you have still segregations in America and so on and so forth, but then, the capacity, the fundamental pillars are very strong. What we need to do is to develop the fundamental pillars as a people so that our country pillars can be strong to absorb shocks and other vices, to move the country on. It's possible, it's doable, but we need to double the effort.
All right, brilliant. So Ajanle Koko, you're up next. Did you want to have a follow on Zeta? Or?
No, maybe later. But thank you very much for your response.
Yeah, stay there.
Thank you.
I want everybody to come in, and then when everybody has had to say, then we can open up the space. So Ajanle Koko, you are up next. So Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, the chairman, Social Democratic Party, he joins us to discuss all matters Nigeria. So introduce yourself, tell him where you are coming from, or calling in from, or where you are, and then I put a position to him. Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, thank you, Alhaji, for coming to have conversation with us. It's nice to meet you.
Great pleasure.
Yeah, I'm speaking from Tennessee, United States. I've listened to you. I listened to what you said on petroleum subsidy, and I'm not satisfied with the position you are putting up. You sound more like an APC man than SDP man. Yeah. You sound more like an APC man than SDP man, because your party position is your party support subsidy, and
no, we did not.
Okay, let me we have listened to your presidential candidate several times.
Yes.
He have not said anything against subsidy. He at all time opposes subsidy removal. What he emphasized all the time is to fight the corruption around the subsidy. And as a matter of fact, today or yesterday on China's news, he said the same thing, that subsidy is not the issue, and your party still stand to give Nigerian subsidy, because what does Nigerian people enjoy anymore in Nigeria if you are taking this subsidy away from them? So what he said is that he will let the subsidy remain, and that's the position of your party. But the corruption around it.
Please let me correct this. It is not the position of the party.
Okay, whose position?
We in the party, even during the campaigns, we are against subsidy.
Okay,
because it make no sense. It is a work.
Yeah. Sorry, carry on, Alhaji. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense when you apply subsidy and you exploit the citizens, and it adds no value economically, politically. It creates more poverty. Poverty is more. It have ravaged the country more than ever before. What are you really subsidizing? What are you really subsidizing? And what economic change value is it adding to the country? Now, the money you are sunken in the subsidy that you are talking about, if you channel it through other economic areas, it will add more value. It creates more jobs. It creates viability and creativity. You know, it's just like when people are against restructuring. Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. Nigeria is operating a virgin economy. If you don't restructure, if you don't open the economy, how will you move the country forward? So it depends. As a party, nobody can speak on behalf of the party apart from us that are elected officials of the party. And there was no period that we said we are against subsidy removal. In fact, we have mentioned severally that it is a conduit of exploiting Nigerians. The former President Buhari have said it during the campaign that subsidy is a fraud, that he was a former commissioner of petroleum nationwide, and he doesn't understand what subsidy is all about. President Jonathan said the same thing. Yaradua said the same thing. You know, but then it's not like bombing people when you want to remove it. You have to define it strategically, you know, so that you will not injure your citizens, you know, by taking a decision instantly. The decision must have human face. That's what we are talking about. So a subsidy is creating more corruption, and it's not subsidy that is really the source of the corruption in Nigeria is sycophancy. Sycophancy breeds corruption. Any leader that is out for sycophants to mislead him, it leads to breeding corruptions all over the place. I was in government, I understand what it is. When you have a leader who is straight, who is committed, who is not after sycophants that can mislead him, he will perform excellently, and Nigeria can never be the same. But when you have a leader that is open to sycophants to mislead him, give him wrong policies because of their economic benefit, because of greed, it's worse than subsidy. The looting that is going on in this country, can you say that subsidy is helping anybody? The massive scale of looting that is going on? So it doesn't make sense for anybody to argue that subsidy should continue. I stand by the point that it needs to be removed with human face gradually, so that those resources that are being wasted, being used through subsidy to be stolen away by few people that are less than 1% in the country, no responsible person will support that. Less than 1% of Nigerian population are grinding Nigerian economy. It's not acceptable.
So what you are telling us, Alhaji, is that your party lack coordination. There is no common position.
No, don't use words into my mouth, please. When you mean coordination, you can check other parties. Then you will never use that word, lack of coordination. We are one of the best parties that is well organized in Nigeria. You can do your check.
Let me substantiate what I mean. Your party lack coordination. What we heard from your presidential candidate is different from what you are hearing from you.
No, you are not getting it correct. The presidential candidate is not a spokesman of the party. Maybe you don't know party hierarchy and structures. He was a presidential candidate of the party. He's a member of the party right now. And there is no time the party articulated this position and said this is the position of the party. There was no time we took that position. He is expressing his opinion as a citizen. And that's the way it is.
You, as the leader of the party, never came out to speak against his opinion when he was campaigning. And yesterday,
no, he have never mentioned it in his campaign that he will return subsidy.
He said it.
And at which campaign did he mention it?
He said what he said specifically is that subsidy will remain, but he will fight corruption around it. That is what he said. And he said it again yesterday on Channel TV. But you are telling us a different position. You are sounding more like an APC than SDP. So
I don't want you to use adjective. Please don't use what you want to discuss with me and put it inside my mouth. I know what I have said, and I'm capable of expressing myself. Please, there is no time. The party have taken a position to suggest that we support subsidy. No government that I know have supported subsidy. It's just beyond them. They lack will to remove it. And any serious government that want to change the status quo, want to take away criminals that are using that conduit to siphon the resources of Nigeria will not allow it to stay. Now, as a party, we have taken that position. We have said it clearly. We are open to a lot of things that will structure the economy of the country. And we are ready to do whatever it takes to support the system to function. Now, when you said I'm speaking as a member of APC, that is your own opinion. That is your own expression. It has nothing to do with me. If I want to join APC, I would have joined a long time ago. And I was invited severally. I was, being pushed, but I refused. There was no attempt that have not been made for me to join APC. I refused. There's nothing there to entice me to join APC. But anything that will create problem, I will not support it. I believe in Nigeria, and I will still believe in Nigeria. Policies that have no human face, I will never support it. So, and then people are free to express themselves. It's easy for people to talk. Talk is very cheap. But when it comes to defending the statistics, people will start wobbling. But what I'm telling you is that he has the right to express himself. Expressing himself is not the opinion of the party, because the party have not taken such position.
Okay. All right, thank you. No, hold on. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So Bishop, you're up next. Unmute yourself. Introduce yourself to Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam. Tell him where you are joining us from and put a position to him. Bishop.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, good evening, Nigeria. Good evening, fellow compatriots. As Alhaji, I say welcome. As they used to say from our part of the country, Sono de Zua.
Thank you, my brother. We're
highly delighted to have you in our midst. We hope you enjoy the time you're having with us. Once again, thank you. I'm just
tell him where you're joining from.
Okay, they call me Bishop. I'm calling from somewhere at the moment, somewhere in America, in the United States.
Okay.
I'm just traversing 2-3 boundaries now. I just crossed somewhere from Georgia to Tennessee. I've entered North Carolina, and so it's interesting.
Yeah, just cruising.
I'm actually in transit. I'm mobile. So thank you once again. I have a few, just much as time can permit, but they are very succinct and very direct. I think you pretty said much, and I cannot but appreciate the patriotism, the undertone patriotism, and the realism in your presentation. And I've listened to a few of your interviews on the electronic media too, and I've been hearing the name for a while. At least I'm pretty familiar with that name, Alhaji Gabam. Now I'm going to ask very direct question. Maybe if time permits me, about 2 or 3 of them.
No,
Number
no.
one.
I ask one, and then when we do the rounds again, then you can ask more. But ask one so that we can get as many people in. Yeah.
One sentence question, please, if you don't mind.
Okay. All right. Carry on.
Number one, do you really think the election, the last election, produced a fair winner? I mean, we know there are challenges, but did a fair winner emerge as a result of that conduct, bearing all the challenges we had here and there?
Well, in my opening remark, I have said that we are disappointed too with the outcome of the election, which means fairly nobody can tell you he's satisfied with the outcome of the election. And I'm sure you have monitored what happened nationwide, the level of violence, anarchy, disruptions. And then when you look at the Electoral Act, it says that if you tampered with the result sheet of any polling unit, that polling unit result is cancelled. If you tamper with the ballot box, that election or the polling unit is cancelled. If you tampered with the process, it affects the result of that polling unit. But we have not seen compliance, because we have seen snatching of ballot boxes, ballot papers, result sheets, writing, and nothing has been done. So in that case, no decent person will tell you that there was a satisfaction on the way and the manner the result was conducted.
Okay, thank you. Even though you've gone a little bit beyond what I asked, I know that there were challenges here and there. I only asked that the end produce a fair, might not be a good, but that's okay. And secondly, do you think, in your opinion, that we actually need, of course, people say that most of the political parties are just like Siamese twins, that people move here and there. So we are not really ideologically divided, kind of, So do you really think we need 18 political parties to vie for, elected positions in Nigeria as we presently have? Do we really need 18? Can it be 10? Or do we need more than 18? We can as well have 100. Like the last time we had almost about 70 or 80 political parties. Do you?
All right.
Let me tell you my strong belief on that. I don't believe in more than 3 political parties given our peculiarities in Nigeria. We need to have parties that can unite the country, not to divide the country. It will be good for our democracy to grow. It will reduce some level of acrimony. All the divisions, ethnic, regional, religious things will fizzle out if you have 2 or 3 political parties. We have experienced them before, and there was no such thing. So I think we need to reduce them drastically.
Okay, thank you. And finally, because I can see our Oga at the top is trying to hurry me out.
No, we'll come back to you still. By the way, I just want everybody to engage with Alhaji Gabam. But carry on, yeah.
Okay, if you want me to still carry on, I was going to keep the last question.
Yes. Do you want to keep the last question, or do you want to ask it? So I'll go to Olaf. There's still a few people in the back room.
If you come to me, please, it will be fair to go to other persons. Yeah. Thank you very much once again, Alhaji. I say
my great pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Yes. All right. Why are you trying to pretend like you understand Hausa? You don't. But there he is showing off. I'm only joking, Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. We'll come back to you in a moment. So we have Ola joining us as well. So Ola, unmute. Introduce yourself to Alhaji Gabam and then put a position to him. Ola.
Alhaji, I greet you, sir.
A great pleasure, Ola. Thank you.
Yes, sir. My name is Ola Fajuyi, and I'm calling from Canada. So I really appreciate how you honor us to come here to give us some level of education today. Thanks for coming.
Great pleasure. Thank you.
Now, my questions, I think they are very simple. And I think when you try to enlighten us on those questions, I think we Nigerians will be better for it. On this subsidy, a person like me, I've been trying to educate people. And I link it to how Obasanjo kept increasing fuel prices. the way and what Obasanjo spent money on after increasing those pump prices, then Nigeria became better. Nigerians became better for us at the end of the day. I am someone that is so optimistic that this removal of subsidy in the long run will make Nigeria better, because it's going to encourage investment, and that investment means people are going to get job, and people will move into production that create demand, and they create supply as well. So to me, Alhaji, if you can just share more light on it too, at least for people to benefit from the wealth of your knowledge, because I know you are better positioned to give us more explanation on it. And the second one is, like I said too, I'm someone that is always optimistic about Nigeria, about the credibility of the last election. I keep telling people, it's within my conviction that I believe that the last process we used has been the most credible since 1999 at least, if not since 1979, apart from June 12th. And the reason for saying it is this: you have these beavers that will eliminate double voting, all the fraudulent voting. At the same time, the result can easily be uploaded that everybody can see, so that every Nigerian that will not even have access to all this result before now, you can go to INET portal and just see this thing and get themselves engaged. Alhaji, what do you think about this? Or am I wrong in being optimistic? Thank you, sir.
No. First, you are right. All the 2 points you mentioned, you are very, very, very right. It's the same thing I was saying. If you look at all the administrations using subsidy, increasing pump price, all this and that, I think it was only late Umaru Yaradua, because of the fluctuation of the global oil listing. When it went up and so on, he reduced the pump price. It was the only one that was realistic based on the facts that was on ground. But other government, including the immediate past administration, they have increased fuel pump price. So if you are saying you are doing subsidy, why are you increasing the cost of oil? I thought the essence of subsidy is to reduce the cost on the citizens. For instance, if we are to buy oil at the cost of 100 naira per liter, now with the subsidy, you should be able to buy it at the cost of 50 naira. So that is not what is happening. You find out that time upon time, they always use this subsidy, to jump up the pump price. And at the same time, they will import very bad fuel that is rocking down people's vehicles, knocking engines. Very terrible thing, because it's a lawless system. Nobody is checking anything. NNPP or PPMC that is responsible for checking the quality of petroleum product are not doing so. So we end up being as a dumped country by very bad fuel that is very smelling. Some of the fuel we buy it in some of the filling stations, you can't afford to stand there. Or if you buy it on your way going, your car stopped. It killed your fuel pump and so on and so forth. So it has not been easy for the country, with the subsidy. You can do much, much better. That money you are subsidizing to develop other sectors, to diversify it, create more jobs, create more opportunities, open more front for the country. It runs into billions or trillions. Just the way they say government is owing them trillions of outstanding subsidy right now. So whether you remove it or not, you have to pay for those outstandings based on what is going on right now. Secondly, you mentioned about the election. All of us agreed that had it been, the features of the beaver system, the accreditation process, the law says if you've not been accredited, you cannot cast your votes. Now, if we are to take it further and interrogate the process and bring forensic expert, to determine whether there was a thumb printing or there was accreditation, that will give us a better understanding what really happened. Because we have seen in videos and other things, people were thumb printing in most of places across the country. Now, if there is thumb printing, means there was no accreditation. Because what accreditation means that they will be accredited either by fingerprint or visual capturing.
and that will be the exact number that will cast votes. Any number that exists that is above the number of people that have been accredited, the law says that that election in that polling unit stand cancelled. So we need to interrogate what really happened. Yes, I agreed to a large extent, sanity was restored. It's just like the INEC of today wasn't the INEC of yesterday, because the corruption that was in INEC was eliminated by this current INEC chairman. There's no physical contact with INEC now. If you are submitting your documents, you submit it online, you get acknowledgement online. Unlike before, when you submit document, you got missing, you have to go around looking for it, bribing before you got your documents back. So there's a lot of innovation in INEC, a lot of innovation. We need to encourage it. It needs to go on if we are to have a credible election that is acceptable by all. But it will remain a very bumpy situation, and that is why I'm appealing to the judicial system to interrogate the process, do a thorough investigation, forensic analysis of all the vote where there are a lot of disputes, so that will give us an idea what really happened, during the election. But we supported the beavers, we supported INEC 100%. All the parties stood firmly to support the process. But at the end of the day, we saw a lot of things that we are not happy with.
And to the other half of it was a two-part question, wasn't it, Ola? You were also speaking to the removal of the oil subsidy, and you were contending that it was going to spur growth and productivity.
I've responded to that. I've said what he said is right, is correct, because a subsidy have injured our economy, have injured our country more than any other period in history. And you find out like it's a cartel. Subsidy is just a cartel. A group of people come together, determine, how much you pay for something that we ought to have produced locally. That subsidy you are putting, if you inject it in the production, fixing the refineries, the price of the petrol will be lower because you are not importing, you are producing it domestically. But the subsidy is because you are importing it and you are taking away extra costs on the citizens because they are importing it, because they are incapable of maintaining what you have. That's what it simply means. But even at that, you are paying higher based on our economic status as a nation, based on the weaponization of poverty. Those are the basic issues, reality on ground that I'm talking about. That's the point. But you are right. If you channel that into other economic sectors, we'll do much better. It will create more jobs. It will create more opportunity for Nigerians than to keep on sunking money into few group of people that are less than 1% siphoning the resources of the country. It doesn't make sense.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So World Peace, you're up next. Unmute yourself. Introduce yourself to Alhaji Gabam. Tell him where you're joining us from and put a position to him. World Peace. World Peace. All right. World Peace may not be ready for us at the moment. Ekene, are you there? Ekene?
Yes, one man.
All right. So just as I said to World Peace, introduce yourself to Alhaji Gabam. Tell him where you are joining us from and put a position to him.
Yeah, one man. Good evening. Alhaji, good evening, sir.
Thank you, my brother. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Ekene. I'm talking from Lagos, Nigeria, Ojo, precisely.
Wow.
I'm in the country with we are suffering the same situation together. So I want to thank you for your unbiased mind. You are a great mind. Listening to you, I see something great in you. Just few minutes listening to you. I love your stand. I love people that speak truth to power. So thank you for that. So I want to bring a situation that is befuddling the country. The country is just like you have put everything this night. The country, I don't even know how this administration will survive, but I still pray that they will survive because it's still our country, no matter what happens. So this all this administration that have just handed over, a lot of them are owing a lot of debt, including state. In fact, this past administration, including state, have most debt than any other administration in the history of this country, including state, not only the federal. The debt that they left behind, I don't know where we will start to manage, how we will start to manage it. So, what is your position? How are we going to change all these things? Are we going to continue like this? Because you are one of the most senior citizens of this country. In fact, what I'm seeing, I don't know. Yeah, we are just talking about this fuel subsidy, and this fuel subsidy now, this corruption has been going on since. And I support the removal of the fuel subsidy, even though it's affecting a lot of people now. But we have to bear it. But the corruption is too much. So what is your position in all these things that just happened in the last administration? What is your position, including the state, not only the federal? The debt is too much.
You know, I can tell you this. Those who wreck our economy are the governors and the presidency. If you look at the level of corruption and the barbarism and the recklessness at the national and at the state level, sometimes you wonder who to blame. Virtually in all the states, they have paralyzed the economy. They are whittling away the resources of the states through security votes. They don't generate any revenue for the states. They are not making any attempt to make the state viable or commercially strong, so that to reduce the level of unemployment, engage the citizens. You will see governors discriminating against people in their own state that don't belong to their own dialect. You will see people at the power at the federal giving appointment that tilt towards their own personal interests. This is not the country of our dream. I have said this severally in all the media, and even yesterday, I had an explosive interview. I said President Buhari must apologize to Nigerians because the country is worse than the period he took over. The country is more divided. Killings and maimings and barbarisms is ongoing. We are producing orphans on daily basis that their parents are killed without any justification. And then we are sunking billions into security agencies, but we are not getting the required deterrence that we need. Yes, of recent, there's a lot of effort to sanitize the system, but once in a while they popped in and they do a lot of havoc. I thought with the quantum of money that we spent in acquiring both soft and hardwares, we should be able to monitor anything surrounding our country. But you cannot tolerate a situation where people will be moving in bike with AK-47 and you have a government that cannot track them down. There's no justification. If you look at the northern Nigeria, a very homogeneous people, they are now killing, maiming, kidnapping themselves. If you look at the southeast, very homogeneous, friendly people, commercially viable area, they are now into maiming and killing themselves, their own people, their own blood, kidnapping them. So we have decayed. We are losing our humanity. You know, we need to do something extraordinary to understand that this will not portend well for us, for our children that are coming up, and we have no any other country to run back to. If you balkanize the country, it will take you more than 100 years to put it together for whatever reasons. So we are better together solving our problem. We have the intellectual capacity, we have the versatility, we have the connectivity to keep this country great. Every part of Nigeria, you see all Nigerians there. There is no reason of desegregations. The constitution needs to be amended. Remove the indigenship. You know, amend the Land Use Act. You know, give direct this into local government allocations so that you prosecute local government chairmen directly from the federal that abuse the public funds. So some of these changes are basic and necessary given our population, and the daily population is exploiting day by day. We are expanding, and there is no prerequisite system in place to checkmate some of these crimes and criminality that are ongoing. I agree with you. It's a pathetic thing, but we cannot lose hope. We have to continue to fight it through. We need to continue to put everything together.
Alhaji, just on that. Oh, sorry, Kenny, did you want to come back?
Yeah, I want to. What of the cost of cutting the cost of government? Because that's been my position. But no government is going to that direction. Even all these new administration, none of them is going towards that direction. Don't you think it's necessary?
Not necessary, is basic, is very important to cut the cost, because I know what it is. You know, for governors, even those who are very close to Abuja, they will charter a private jet to bring them to Abuja. Cost of chartering private jets, even from Kaduna here, from Nasarawa, from Niger, that are very close, in 2-3 hours or so, you are in Abuja, runs into millions of naira. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So if you cut off all those things, you'll find out you have excess that you can deal with some of the exigencies that need to be attended to. So, and then the level of convoy, now that the pump price have been adjusted, governors that move with 15, 20 vehicles, and the Land Cruisers now, if you have to fill your Land Cruiser, you have to spend about 35,000 naira. Before it's about maybe 20 or 18,000 naira. Now you have to spend close to 35,000 naira. So if you times it as the number of convoys and times the number of extra code you are giving to security agencies, protocol officers, and then their accommodations, their allowances, their feeding allowances, it runs into hundreds of millions. Every movement of a governor, of a president, is hundreds of millions of naira. So you can quote all those things for efficiency, for decency and transparency. I agree with you.
All right, Brilliant. Alhaji, I sent you a message. Maybe you want to have a look at it. But as you're having a look at that message, World Peace, unmute yourself, introduce yourself to Alhaji Gabam, tell him where you're joining us from, and then put a position to him. World Peace.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Alhaji Gabam.
Is that your son?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's my son. Yeah, inside the car. I'm about to take him to school anyway, but I want him to be part of Nigeria from today. We are in Japan. I'm in Japan, Mr. Alhaji Gabam.
Wow,
I won't
great.
take much of your. Thank you, sir.
My
I won't take
younger
much of your
brother
time.
is doing a program in Japan too.
Oh, really? That's good.
Yeah.
I won't take much of your time. I will just ask you a very few questions, since most of the panelists have asked what I wanted to ask. But one of the questions I will ask right now is, your party has a manifesto.
Yes.
And you believe every other party has manifesto too, and you believe that some ups and downs of other people manifesto that does not resonate with your own manifesto and the people that they want to govern. So can you please tell me, this administration right now, the new administration right now, the part of their manifesto you feel that would be bad for Nigerians, and can you tell me the part and what should be done about that?
Well, I wish I'm an APC member to really give you some of those details. But sincerely speaking, I'm not sure I've read their manifesto, but I've heard them mentioning a lot of issues, which include the economic restructuring, the interest rate need to be reviewed drastically, the CBN must work on raising the value of the naira that have gone down very badly. And he has also mentioned about opening the economy.
All right.
Agricultural sector as well, so that we can afford to feed ourselves and then to export just like the country used to do before. So if a few points you have mentioned, the problem of most of the leaders, they come up with a lot of agendas that they cannot be able to deal with even in 8 years. They can't finish one in 8 years. But if you prioritize your agenda, for instance, they mention that there are value.
I think you're frozen. Alhaji Gaban's battery is running down, so we may not have him for that much longer. I'm not sure if he's
I've plugged it to beef it up.
Oh, all right. Carry on. You froze for a moment.
Hello?
Yeah, you froze for a moment, but we can hear you now. Carry on.
Yes. So, like I'm saying, if incoming leaders or the leaders that were just sworn in now priorities towards building infrastructure. If you have a strong infrastructure, means you have opened the economic base. If you improve the energy sector, you are attracting investors into the country. If you liberalize,
we've lost you again. I think it's more internet connections than the battery. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but you've frozen. So yes.
So, and again, we need to enhance the image of Nigerians abroad. This brutality on Nigerians and the country is keeping quiet is not acceptable. It's not good for our image. A country should stand for its citizens, so long as the citizens are not involved in violating the laws of other countries, but innocently being maltreated. The country should stand for their citizens. These are basic things that they should define and make them operational issues for the country to have new level of credibility and respect around the world.
All right, brilliant.
Okay, since you answered that wasn't really my question, but it's okay. I'm satisfied with that. But last question, you talked about lands used at a state of indigence, something like that. Please, can you expand on what you mean by that? If it is removed, how is it going to be positive to us, to where the citizen? What is the danger of it? If there's danger.
For instance, now, you are in Lagos. Lagos is endowed with a lot of natural mineral resources and so on and so forth. The state of Lagos cannot bring investors on their own without the authority or guarantee of the federal government. You have to remove that caveat and allow states to generate resources to take care of their own bills, and then that will create more jobs. That will create a lot of economic activities in all the state of the federation. Now, all that we have throughout the federal of Nigeria is just being wasted. We are running almost a virgin economy. You cannot exploit anything. You cannot sell anything. And for you even to get license to go into mining is another headache of its own. So states should leverage on that. And once you amend this, you will stop producing lazy governors. Every governor that is coming into office to govern a state knows that one of his primary responsibilities is to look for investors, to generate revenue for the state, to pay for his bills, and pay a certain percentage to the federal. That is what the structuring is all about. It's good for any country, just like you have it in developed society, the America, and so on and so forth. Population is growing, so you have to open the economy. Now, the indigenship I have mentioned, what gave very bad coloration to this last election is this issue of religion, issue of ethnicity, issue of regional things. Now, if our aim is to build a strong country, united country, that everybody will have a sense of belonging, you don't need to say that I must have an indigenship of that state before you give me a job. By constitution, it's even discriminatory. Just the way the constitution says zoning is discriminatory. It should be allowed the parties by their own consensus to decide, but it shouldn't be part of the law. So you have to remove all those incubants that is creating problem, that is dividing us more. We must create an atmosphere, environment that will unite us more. Anywhere you are, where you were born, is your state. And even at this that we have indigenship, anywhere that you stay for 10 years, you have all the rights to look for anything in the state. So if there's that provision, why are we keeping indigenship in the constitution? That's the point I'm making. It's for the unity of the country, to take away all these discriminatory tendencies in the ministries, agencies, parastatals, and so on and so forth, which is not good for the best brains should have something to do to move the country forward.
Just staying within that space, Alhaji, what did you make of the Lagos State governorship election, especially the Labour Party candidate, Rose Vivor? A lot of people felt that the pushback against Rose Vivor was because of he has two parents, one a Yoruba man, one an Igbo man, And a lot of people felt that the pushback against him was the Igbo inflection in its entire being. So what did you make of that, the Lagos State election especially, and the Rhodes Vivo narrative? Did you follow that space, and do you have any opinions on it?
Yes, I did. It's part of what I'm saying. You know, anybody who refuses to embrace reality will not avoid reality. If you look at the composition of Lagos, the cosmopolitan of Lagos, the Igbos or the Northerners, the Igbos and others that are in Lagos, they are in large population. And they are also into a lot of commercial things that is adding economic value to the states. Now, ethnicity play a very key role, like you have mentioned in Lagos. The indigenous people of Lagos, the Yorubas feel that there is no way they can have somebody who is not a Yoruba man to be a governor of Lagos State. But if you look at Kano, Shekara wasn't a Kano man. He was born in Kano. He's from Borno State. If you look at Abacha, he claimed Kano, but he's from Borno State. So there are things like that you need to eliminate, you know, by now as a nation. We need to eliminate some of those things. We must allow the system to evolve. We must allow commitment, just the way you have Barack Obama to be president of America. You know, it sent a message that the primitivity are gone. We are now moving on as a nation. Nobody create tribe. Nobody create religion. Nobody create land. We all met it. Those are forces of nature that there's nothing anybody can do about it. But then they use these forces of nature to divide us more, to create more poverty, to loot the system, to create gap, enmity between us. These are things that any serious future leader must work very closely to eliminate it from the constitution, and then you must apply very strong sanction on those who violate it, just the way you have it in Uganda after what they have, Rwanda, after what they have experienced. So Nigeria must learn some of the bad lessons that created a setback for us as a nation. We need to move on. You know, I am a Fulani man. I did not lobby to be a Fulani man. Now, those who helped me and made me who I am are not just Fulanis. Those I have never thought I'm going to meet them in life. They impacted into me and made me who I am. So my loyalty is to my country, no any other place. So these are the sort of things we need to change. These are the narrative we need to take away so that we can have one system that is strong, that is solid, with fundamental pillars to protect the system and every citizen.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to bring Solomon up next to introduce himself and put a position to you. But before I bring Solomon up, there's something big happened in Nigeria over the last week or so, the Dangote refinery. So what do you make of that? What impact do you think it will have, not just on the fuel subsidy space, but to the wider Nigerian economy? What impact are you anticipating from the Dangote refinery?
It's something that is worth commendable, the biggest refinery on earth. It has laundered the image of Nigeria that we are capable of doing anything good, anything sophisticated. Nigerians are capable of doing it. Nigerians are very brilliant people. You can see when he started this project, in my mind, you know, I was thinking it's just a dream, but it's a reality. Now, that refinery can process every component of the petroleum products, which is an advantage to the country. But what I don't know for now, you know, whether he's going to buy crude in Naira to process, or he's going to buy crude in dollars. So these are things. Now, if you want to strengthen the Naira, now, which means our purchases have to be in Naira, so that there will be demand for it, and it will add value. But if you go back to the primitive way of doing things, he will purchase the crude in oil. Naturally, the prices will be determined by how much he purchased the dollar. So I don't know if that will take care of the subsidy or will reduce the cost or not. And don't forget also, it's an international refinery. It's going to supply most of the countries, African countries, and so on and so forth. So it has an advantage economically. It will employ hundreds of thousands of people. It will create jobs. It will create expertise. So many skills are going to be developed. And it's a welcome development if you can have multiplicity of some of these gigantic projects across the country. It will go a long way in leveraging the strength of our economy, the viability of our economy, attracting investors, confidence building. Because if the political environment is not conducive, nobody, even domestic investor, they will not invest one naira into the economy. But if you allowed the system to operate with the political environment very inviting, automatically both the domestic and foreign investors will move into the country rapidly, and then you create jobs, you create stability, you create a world image within a short period of time. So what we're battling is that political stability, that insecurity. It needs to be handled very, very aptly. But that refinery is a mind blower. It's excellent for the country and for the image of the country.
A lot of people feel that the refinery, it will let us know once and for all the actual level of petroleum consumption in Nigeria. Excuse me, because of course, a lot of people feel that what we are getting from the PCL now that they call themselves is artificially bloated figures. They're telling us that we're using 100 million liters a day, something like that, and we don't see where that is. So that subsidy that we're subsidizing, we're essentially subsidizing all of the satellite countries within our geographical neighborhood. But when Dangote comes on board, a lot of people feel that it will once and for all let us know the actual true level of our petroleum consumption demand in Nigeria.
Yes, I totally agree. Nigerians are good in inflating figures because of the corruption I have mentioned. Everybody wants to take advantage of a situation to exploit the system. Once there is a transparency, and once this government is committed to a transparent process in the key sectors of the economy, automatically things will adjust on their own. You have to deal with corruption in the civil service, inflation of contracts, and so on and so forth. It is the civil servants that are corrupting the politicians in the real sense. So if you do not deal with that process of accountability, transparency, in handling government businesses, you are in for trouble. Yeah, and then of course everything will be wired out through through a lot of money laundering. A lot of people are into money laundering. And all those things need to be checkmated. Those responsible need to be held accountable. So there are a few areas, if you give priority, you will have automatic boost on the entire system. Confidence will be
all right. I think
and are largely being inflated for some benefit surrounding less than 1% of Nigerians. It needs to be dealt with classically, thoroughly, and transparently.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So, Solomon, you're up next. On mute. Introduce yourself to Alhaji Gabam. Tell him where you're joining us from and put a position to him. Solomon.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man.
Hello?
Good morning, Alhaji. Yeah. I'm
Good
Solomon.
morning.
Yeah, I'm Solomon. I'm speaking from Abuja. I'm in Abuja, yeah. So my question goes like this: like your party SDP, if I can, it's what I've checked and how I got to know about your party. I know your party from, I know that your party started with late Shehu, Musa Yadoa, and MK Abiola ran with your party ticket. And I want to know how, like, to my own understanding, I feel like your party has more roots in the southwest and in the north. So I want to know how deep is your party, or how far has your party gone in the southeast, even south, if possible.
Well, you know, when we came into the party from the PDP, our aim is to restructure the party and make it a national platform. Don't forget that the parties were dissolved before after June 12th by when June 12th was annulled. So the party was re-registered by the great minds of Tifalai and Co. So it's like you are building a new party from the scratch. It wasn't the party that produced some of the best that are still at the helm of affairs politically in Nigeria. Like I've mentioned before, all some of the topmost politicians in the country are members of SGP before. Now, our coming back to the party is to restructure the party, make it viable a national platform. We succeeded in doing that somehow, but we have not gotten the vote that we have expected. But because of some imperfections and so on and so forth, but we make sure that the structure of the party is big, is large, is all over the country right now. And then there is no single state that we have not had somebody running for an election. So we fielded all positions from the president down to the state assembly nationwide. We fielded it up. During the last presidential election, we had 6 presidential candidates that contested the election, to which Donald Duke was the presidential candidate, at that time. So we attracted people into the party, because we rejiggle the system and make it more acceptable. And then we change certain policies. For instance, women only pay for expression of interest. The forms are free. The youth will slide their form to 50%. People with disability pay 0%. Even this last election, people with disability came and collected their form at 0 cost. And then we are more than 35% compliance when it comes to gender sensitive. As I'm talking to you right now, in the NWC is the only party, SDP is the only party where you have 3 women members of NWC. 3. SDP is the only party. And we have a lot of very big, huge youth department that are doing marvelously well. And we have introduced a novel that is SDP Ambassadors, that we bestowed on youth, students, and so on and so forth, so that they can carry the message everywhere. We have pamphlets with a lot of information, summary of our manifesto and our constitution that is going around. We have program of going to campus, having interface with students, polytechnics, colleges of education that are up to the age of casting their vote. So we are doing a lot. It's not easy to build a political party. It's financially heavily demanding, But if you know where we are coming from, without governors, without senators, without House of Reps, to where we are today, you give us a lot of credit. We have, from what we won before the declaration of INEC, we won about 8 senators. 2 were given certificate. The others are at the tribunal. We have won so many House of Representatives. We have won so many State Assembly too as well. So we bounce back very strongly, given where we are coming from. So that's what we are doing. In the Southeast, we have the party structures throughout the Southeast. Throughout the Southeast, we have party structures there. We didn't win any election there. Where I was expecting to win the elections, I think it's Imo and 1 other states. But because of the elections and those who have won and the result were changed, they refused to go to tribunal. They're saying that it's financially very expensive even to go to tribunal. If you are filing any tribunal case, you have to deposit 1 million naira. And then if you are looking for a document from INEC, you have to pay for every document you are looking for. So it's financially very, very demanding, both on the party and those that are contesting for elections.
Yeah. So my next question is, you say we should, it's high time we start eradicating this mindset of indigenous politics and all that. So are you trying to say now that the founding fathers, the type of politics they played was not good for us? Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah,
I'm hearing you now.
Yeah.
Repeat the question. Repeat it.
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Yeah, you said we should start removing this mindset of indigenous politics and indigenous thing of it, in this indigenous thing of a thing, yeah, like something like that. That's so. What I'm asking now is, if the type of politics, are you trying to say the type of politics the founding fathers played, because it was more like that, that the kind of politics they played was not really or something that really did not move the country forward? Is that what you're trying to say?
Every I did not hear you clearly, but let me say this. If you look at if you are making comparison to pre-independence and then to independence, if you look at the population of Nigeria before independence, the population is around 25, 30 million people. If you look at the level of infrastructure then, it's extremely very, very low, very scarce. The universities are very few all over the country. So you look at the level of development from pre-independence, independence to where we are today. In every state, you have universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, a lot of secondary schools, primary schools. So Nigeria is moving on, not at the speed that we want. That's number one. Number two, I mentioned the issue of indigenship because we have to be futuristic. We cannot remain as primitive in our thinking, and then we want development into our states, into our country. You know, if you don't open space for people to have a sense of belonging, they may not invest. And you may not have people that have what it takes to invest in the states. And states have to be viable. So if, for instance, those that have invested in other states that are not indigenous of those states, will you ask them to pack because they are not indigenous of the states? So the disadvantages are more than the advantages. Now, removing indigenship do not remove you or do not take away your tribe or your culture or your tradition. It doesn't take it away. What it does, it liberalizes the environment. It gives you more sense of belonging, more sense of participation. But nobody will change your dialect. Nobody will change your tradition. It still remains. It's part of who we are. It's part of the diversity. It's part of our strength as a people. But the encumbrances that are unnecessary, that are creating more divisions between us, you have to take it away. If you look at the history of the North and for instance, the Southeast, a majority of the prominent Southeasterners were born in the North. You know, and that relationship has been on. The same thing Southwest. There's no northern state that you cannot find them historically for years. They've been there together. So why will I tell somebody that I've been there that he doesn't have equal privilege as somebody who happened by nature or by whatever born in the states? You know, if the governors in the state can discriminate against people that are not same dialect with them in the state, how do you justify that? This is a rational issue.
Yeah, sorry, my last question. Sorry, Wama, just my last question. The other day, your presidential candidate was with us here, and he took us back to history and talked about how he joined he joined SDP at the age of 20. Sorry, this question might be personal, but I if you don't answer, there's no problem. But I would just love you to answer. Like, I would like to know how old you were when you joined SDP or you joined politics.
Before you answer, Alhaji, before you answer, Alhaji, Solomon is a young Nigerian who has is graduated, just doing his NYSC now, and is interested in politics. So I think that is what underpins that. But yes, to the question, Alhaji.
I just want to get his question right. I've not heard the question. I just want to hear his question.
Should I repeat it on your behalf, Solomon, or try again? I think it's the connection. Try again.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I said your presidential candidate was here with us the other day, and he told us how he joined politics and at what age he joined politics. He said he joined at the age of 20. So I'm putting the question to you, like, how old were you when you joined politics, and was SDP your first party?
I was less than Hello?
We can hear you. Yeah, carry on.
Okay. I was less than 20 when I joined politics. In fact, I started participating not fully as a young man when I even left secondary school. I came from a political home. You know, my family play politics, so I grew up in a home where we saw a lot of people coming to see our family, you know, politicians and so on and so forth. So I can say, yes, I was born in it. I grew up in it. And then my political mentors are known. The late Alhaji Karimi, the former governor of Kano State. So my political mentors are known, are career politicians. So I did not leave any job before joining politics. I've been in it. It's a career that I've taken to myself. I don't do contracts. I have a farm, that I do to sustain my living. I'm not a contractor politician. I took it as a career. Secondly, if I heard you well, you mentioned as if SGP was the first party that I've joined. No, it wasn't. I started from MK Abiola as a very young person. You know, we've been part of that movement. I was part of the formation of PDP from G7. G7 means 7 people who started the conversations on the need to persuade the military to go back to barrack and allow restoration of democracy. I was part of it. I was SA to the convener of that meeting, late Alhaji Rimi. And I've campaigned in all the state of the Federation of Nigeria, and in most of the local governments I've been there. You know, we produced a lot of people, the parliament, in the government houses in 1999. So I'm quite deep in it right from the young age. And I know every majority of the non-political actors in the state, I know them and they know me as well. You know, and then if you Google my name, you'll see what I have done so far in Nigeria. At my level, I've achieved a lot, both in the politics, in the judiciary. We have taken some very good cases that have been adjudicated up to the Supreme Court by unanimous judgments. My name is part of also those who have contributed in that sector as well. So we'll keep on doing what we have to do, to develop the system. People like you who have interest in joining politics so that you can see it as a decent career that somebody can pursue and achieve his goal. It is not a place where people can make money easily. It's very difficult to make money. You know, what we are being trained is to build a structure. You have to make sacrifice and build a structure. If the structure is not built, there's nothing you can benefit from it. And building the structure means sunking a lot of resources, including paying bills of staffs, movements, meetings, and so on and so forth. So I hope you have an idea of what it is. When we are building PDP, we know what we went through. When we are doing fundraising, we know what we went through. It's not an easy thing at all. It's very, very, very difficult. But when you form a government, of course, there will be a lot of support base financially to run the structures of parties, strengthen the structures of party. And that's why parties that are in government have more advantages than parties that are not in government, because they have access to some resources to carry out some activities.
All right, brilliant. So, Alhaji, I know you've had a long day. So, how much longer do you think we have you for? I don't want us to push you too hard, but we don't want you to leave either. So,
I'm willing to take as much as we could, so that nobody will feel that you couldn't talk to me.
All right. So, Darati, you're up next. Unmute, introduce yourself. Tell Alhaji Gabam where you are joining us from, and put it to position to him. Darati.
Yes, thank you, woman. Good evening, Alhaji Gabam.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy to meet you tonight, and it's been wonderful having you on the platform tonight. Yes, so I'm
a great pleasure.
I'm Daramal, and I'm calling from I live in the Gambia. You know, so I have some 2 questions, for you. And one thing I must also say this, that I so much appreciate your thoughtfulness and being able to speak true to power, say it the way it is, as regards the need for us to be able to, to both the political class and also the citizen to be responsible for some few things. So I will let me just not waste your time. I want to just know what your party will have done differently in the area of social investment programs. Because I normally have issues with. Let me give you a background, sir. During the time of PDP, the country we do not really have a well structured social investment program. So, but I think after when this last outgoing administration, the last administration of Buhari came on board, I think they were able to do some few things. But people were still complaining that probably this thing did not trickle down as much as they want. They complained about some fictitious names, collecting so and so. So I don't know. And your party, I think you stand with the masses. So I want to know, what do you think your party, or what is in your manifesto as regards that? I mean, what are you going to do differently if you are assuming you have won that election, to make sure that the dividend of democracy goes down to the poor and the vulnerable, the most vulnerable people within the Nigerian space?
All right, Dorothy. I think that may already be articulated in their manifesto, but I'm not sure if Alhaji Gabam was to. So Alhaji Gabam, yeah.
Well, I think I can just give him a brief, and maybe perhaps if he will have access to our manifesto and our constitution, maybe, I don't know if you have heard the reason given by Chief Otero Peter Site why he joined SDP. He said he read the constitutions of all the parties. He read the manifestos of all the parties. He find SDP constitution and manifesto very unique, very distinctive, and very friendly to the citizens. We believe in the welfareism. We believe in the development and developing manpower of the citizens. We believe in creativity. We believe in social justice and fairness in the system, because that is the only way the country can move on. And therefore, creating a source of strength and or kind of skill acquisition and funding it is very, very fundamental for any government, not just a social democratic party. The program that was done, by the last administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, which I think was under the office of the vice president, and then the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, yes, has a lot of flops, that generated a lot of criticism and so on and so forth. So you have to ride on that. You have to edit that. You have to rejiggle the process and create transparency in the process and ensure that it reach out to the desired goal, in all the states of the federation. And it's easy to do it. I just gave a very brief statistics. In every state of the federation, governors with the federal government can go into an agreement on skill development or acquisition programs, to which they will have a joint funding to train millions of people into different skills and give them a takeoff grant. It's part of what will immediately reduce the level of poverty and unemployment in the country. And you can export also that manpower. I was telling somebody that I feel ashamed that as a nation we are even importing design or embroidered fabrics from even Senegal, when Nigerians are the masters of it. Just giving you an instance. You have 200 million people. And then if you train even 3 million people into fashion industries, you design how they can function, what you can give them as a takeoff grant, how much is it? If you are buying a designing machine, how much is it? If you are buying a tailoring machine, how much is it? That you cannot give 300,000-400,000 people at what cost? These are social skill programs that are very easy to deal with. And then you will feel happy because you have developed skill. Those that are not are in different fields, you have to create that openness, economic openness for them, and then create jobs, social security, and so on and so forth. And then you have to reduce the lending cost, the interest rate, so that those who are creative, those who want to start their businesses, they can borrow at a very low cost, turn around their businesses, refund the money without losing anything. These are basic things that any serious government must give priority on, because our level of unemployment, the percentage is very high, and we cannot stand it. Very soon we can't move around. Those children who have gone to school, who have not joined, or who have not been trained, they'll start chasing us all over. We don't want to go through that. So we have to be more creative in dealing with some of these issues.
All right. So Alhaji, we are going to you are going to take a question from Prince Daddy, who joins us, and then a follow-on question from Ajanle Koko and Bishop, and then we'll invite your closing remarks. So Prince Daddy, you've joined us lately, but I know you've been looking forward to this. So Prince Daddy, on mute. Introduce yourself to Alhaji Gabam. Tell him where you're joining us from, and put just a short position to him. Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, on mute. Prince Daddy.
Hello, Oman.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, thank you, Oman. Yeah. Hello, Alhaji Shehu Gabam.
Yeah, Prince. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you for showing up today. Appreciate it. So far interesting responses to the questions, but I have a quick question actually, because I just learned actually this morning watching your presidential candidate Prince Adebayo. In debating one of the labor people this yesterday morning, I believe, or in the afternoon on China's television, he claimed that SDP was the only party that did not have, or that did not claim to remove subsidy from petrol in the country. And last time I was on the show, on the one-man show, I didn't think anyone had a chance to ask him that question, but would like to ask you that question directly. I mean, being the chairman of the party, what decisions led to your party not wanting to remove subsidy, whereas the other parties, APC, LP, and PDP, all decided to do so?
Well, I've responded to it. I'm sure when I was responding to similar questions, we were not on the loop. I've responded to it about so many times. But let me say it again, since you did not listen to me when I was explaining. SDP as a party, there was no time we have taken a decision to say that we are against subsidy removal. There's no time. We know the implications, we know the dangers, and we knew that less than 1% of Nigerians have used it to exploit the country, taking away our resources through the so-called subsidy. There is no justification, economically or technically, to support that it has any advantage or human face. It has no human face at all. Government after government, adjust pump price all the times, so if the subsidy is about removing the cost of importation and make it easy for citizens, why are they increasing the pump price? What is the justification for it? And for me, we felt that money, if it really exists, because even the outgoing government, when he was campaigning, President Muhammadu Buhari, part of his campaign, he said that subsidy is a fraud. He was a federal commissioner for petroleum. So there is nothing like subsidy. He says it's a fraud. And all leaders that are campaigning will tell you that it's a fraud. So it's just like when we had the National Assembly talking about padding. Budget have been padded. So there are a lot of terminology that are being used when citizens are going to be shortchanged. But for you to see it physically in terms of accountability, transparency, where are those money coming from? Where have they been applied in terms of subsidy? What impact has it had on the citizens and the economy? You cannot justify it. You cannot see it. So we have not taken any position that we are against subsidy removal. We support subsidy removal, but in phases, in order to reduce the pains of the citizens.
Sir, I'm sorry to interject real quickly. My understanding from our Prince Adebayo was that he said he was not going to remove the subsidy, but try to curb or remove the corruption in the process. So he was against removing subsidy, actually.
Again, I have explained that before because the two things are conflicting. It's not really subsidy that created corruption. Sycophancy created corruption in virtually everywhere. Sycophancy killed the entire system of governance. So that generates into what we are saying. If governors or leaders are not being misled, you won't find all these things that you are talking about. If government is transparent in their conduct, in their operations, you will not find all these things. Now, we as a party, we understand clearly, and some of us have been in government anyway. We know what it is, we know the packages and so on and so forth. There's no way you can move the economy forward with this kind of trajectory that we should continue funding subsidy. No party, no modern party can go into that. Just like no party can tell you they are against restructuring, because it's for the good of the country for you to restructure the system, make it more efficient, more effective, more engaging for every citizens. So these are things, but it is not the position of SDP really. It is his own opinion. When he become the president, he can do that. If you are a president of Nigeria, if subsidy is being removed, you want to return it back, is your policy as a president to return it back, then you reintroduce it. That is a different thing entirely than proposal. What he's talking about is proposal. Like President Bola Tinubu right now, he mentioned it that it is the budget of this outgoing government that removed the subsidy, not really him. And he will stand by that. So if he doesn't want, he will say, look, the outgoing government in their budget have removed subsidy, but I'm returning subsidy back. I hope you understand what I'm saying. It's an executive fed decision in conjunction with the legislative fed. So that's what it is, because the subsidy is being captured in the budget, which have to go to the National Assembly to be appropriated. So the executive must work with the National Assembly in removing it and then in bringing it back. It's not about one-man decision in government. If the executive want to remove subsidy and then the National Assembly refused, if the president sent the budget to the National Assembly, the National Assembly can decide to include subsidy. The president might decide not to sign the budget. So it's a two-way thing. It's not a one-way affair at all. It's a collective responsibility in taking tough decisions.
Okay, thank you for the response. Appreciate it. And lastly, a brief question. Is SDP looking in the future to merge with other parties?
Hello?
Yeah.
Go on, Prince.
Yeah, sorry. My question was, is SDP in the near future looking to merge with other parties? And the reason I'm asking this question is because, just like the parties that came together, apart from Labor, are the parties that made headway in this election. It's kind of hard, just like like HAPGA and YPP and PD and SDP for that matter also.
Sorry, the network is fluctuating. Can you repeat your question?
No, let me condense it. If you can hear me a bit clearer. Do you want me to condense it, Prince Daddy, or do you want to?
No, yeah, sure. Go ahead, one minute. Thank you.
Yes. What Prince Daddy was asking essentially is, are you looking to merge with other parties? Because the history that we have seen in Nigeria is that you have with APC being a good example. We saw that Buhari tried severally until he formed alliances. That was when he was able to then get into power. So are you going to follow that template and form a merger to create a greater mass to tackle the people in power?
Yes, it's something that any party cannot go against so long as they want to expand their structure, they want to expand their participation in the system. You have to get people that you can think alike, fashion out the best way to restructure the system, expand the political environment, accommodate more, bring more ideas, more fresh thinking into the whole thing, bring experts, economic field, social field, that can strengthen the party. I know when APC was merged, within 7 months, they were able to come together, muzzle all they have together, their resources, their intellectualism, their versatility, to outstage a party that has been in power for 16 years. So anything is possible. It depends on the organizational skills of few individuals that are in the party, because it's not a party that wins election or determine winning of the election. It's a few individuals who are experienced enough to structure the party in a way that it can win election and create an environment where people can feel free without extortions to come and participate, get their forms without charging them extra, create that environment, and then you have it all. That's what exactly APC did to dismantle PDP at that particular time. So we are looking forward to that. We are having a lot of conversations already. Discussions are ongoing. What do we do? Because APC won because opposition party refused to work together, and that gives them advantage. So had it been all the parties agree to form to work together, synergize, bring their intellectual base, together, muzzle their resources together, there's no way, perhaps, possibly APC would have won. So the division was good for them to play around, weaponize the system, induce the system, and have their way.
All right. We're going to have very rapid fire questions, and this is the phasing out of it. So, so you kick it off, Zita. But if you can put the questions to areas that Alhaji Gabam has not already spoken on, so that it doesn't get somewhat repetitive, and if you can condense it just to a snapshot question. So Zita, you're up next. Zita.
Yeah, Alhaji, Zita here again. I just want to
Zita,
say,
you're welcome.
I am a Nigerian, and it's going to be very unfair to me to say that all the administrators that have ruled Nigeria has not done in one way or the other to alleviate poverty. Now, the question I'm asking is, do you think that is because there is no consequences on the part of the government on the citizens when they do poverty alleviation for their actions and inactions, in the case of loan, in the case of empowerment, agreement, sometimes they fault the agreement? Do you believe that is the reason why we are marking time? Because from 1960 to date, I know that every administrator that came has done something on that area to move Nigeria forward. Do you believe it's because there is no severe consequences, accountability on the part of the citizens? I'm not talking about on the part of the government. Do you believe that's why we are marking time? And do you think there should be severe consequences?
You said it right. If the citizens don't know how to fight for their rights, or they are very lazy, or they are very emotional, or they are very sentimental in checkmating excesses of people in power, there's nothing that can happen. All developed society, citizens wakes up and challenge, bad leadership. That greatly reduces possibility of taking away their resources away. In Nigeria, we always have very docile attitudes to things. we will see somebody who is looting the system, will give him chieftaincy title. There's no deterrence. Government doesn't create deterrence. A one man will steal billions. He will be taken to EFCC. He will be taken to court. He will end up being released. So that when you talk about deterrence, is the lack of had it been successive government have created deterrence, have used people as an example for being trusted and exploiting the systems. If you look at the level of looting that is going on in the system, the money that have been taken away out of the system, it is capable of transforming the life of millions. So it's a very terrible thing. Any country that have that lack deterrence will suffer a major stroke of instability, insecurity, poverty, growth, and so on and so forth. I have mentioned it before, and I have said it in the inaugural program, an agenda setting for in government as a guest. I said that there's no way this coming government can perform miracle if they lack the will to create deterrence. If there's a lack of will, they will be like any other government. Because those who have racketeered our economy, if you just take one institution, the CBN, and you decide to probe what happened, the racketeering of our dollars and naira and what have you, it was unprecedented. It killed the whole economy. Against the law. There is no law that allow you to confiscate public funds. People were dredged. There is no consequences. Nobody has been punished so far. The Minister of Finance says she's not aware of the redesigning of the currency and so you can see what we went through, the trajectory, the suffering that we are going through as a result of very terrible decisions, and there's no consequences, there's no deterrence for it. So citizens themselves must understand that they are the major vehicle that can lead to transformation, that can stop recklessness and looting in the system. Those who are in government with the paraphernalia of security, they will always have some protection, but citizens can assemble and override them and make sure that the necessary things are being done to create an atmosphere where this looting and so on and so forth can stop once and for all. The revolution is ensuing. People are interrogating government right now, unlike before. The youth are questioning everything digitally. Digital information and technology are doing miracle. People are being exposed to a lot of fraud, which is changing the system. Even the criminals now are being mindful of how they are doing it. So it's being challenged right now, but we need to do more, for these deterrents to come on board, both on the side of the citizens and then on the side of government that are backing those that are creating all these menace.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So, Ajale Koko, you're up next. A rapid fire question for Alhaji Gabam as we start to phase out. So, Ajale Koko, you're up next. Ajale Koko.
Alhaji, I'm back again. Now that
welcome.
your friend is back again. So I'm still going to center my question on that oil subsidy. Now that or rather petroleum subsidy, now that you have clarified the position of your party, which is for the removal of petroleum subsidy against the position of your presidential candidate, which is for the retention of petroleum subsidy, are you telling us that if your presidential candidate that promised us as people, promised Nigeria that he will retain it but fight the corruption around it, are you telling us that if he had won the election, your party would have forced him, or rather compel him, to remove the subsidy against his political promises? Or what would you guys as a party, what would you have done if he had won the presidential election? What would you have done?
I think my brother, you are trying to create a fight which you will not find. That's number one. Number two, all parties have constitution, have manifestos. The manifestos entail what the party want to achieve. Maybe you need to have a copy of our manifesto so that you will understand what I'm saying. Now, parties modernizes their manifestos, amend their constitutions as the need arises. But in our documents, in what we want to achieve, there's nowhere we went against removal of oil subsidy, like I have said. I am the chairman of the party. He joined the party. He ran as a candidate of the party, just like other people have contested. But the executive leadership of the party have the sole responsibility in defining the party. So he have to key into the party manifesto. He campaigns along the party manifesto. In all his campaigns, he mentioned the beautiful manifesto of SGP. He mentioned it. So there's no any controversy that we are trying to manufacture here. I'm only telling you the party have not addressed anyone, any press conference, and said we are against removal of oil subsidy. There is none. So please don't over-label this issue and try to suggest as if there's any controversy. There is none. Please, I'm just telling you, as a party, we haven't taken that decision. We haven't addressed press on that. There was no time that we did that. But that is within his own freedom of expression and analysis to suggest such things should be done. Nobody can take that away from him or from you, that you are trying to suggest a different thing entirely. You are using your freedom to say what you are saying. So, but don't suggest as if there's any conflict at all. I'm telling you, as the chairman of the party position, the manifesto of the party is very clear. So anybody can give analysis, what he think is right, what he think is wrong. Like I've mentioned here, President Bola Tinubu can decide tomorrow, in conjunction with the National Assembly, to say, I'm going to restore subsidy. He can decide to do that, but he can't do it alone. He needs the National Assembly to work with it because it has to come through budget. Subsidy is being budgeted for. If you don't budget for it, you can't get the money. So it's not about pronouncement. It's about processes of government, institutions of government to work on it, various ministries to work on it, budget for it, Ministry of Petroleum. So it's a lot of components, So anybody can do that. If, for instance, President Bola says, I'm returning subsidy, he has to work with the component of government to return it. But if he says he's not going to return it, it means in the entire budget that will be captured, subsidy funding will not be provided in the budget. So there will be no money to pay for subsidy. It's simple. It's simple mathematics.
All right. Rather than take second questions from anybody, I'll take just first questions from the people that have come in, and then we cap it off there. So, Princess Rosie, I want you to be as succinct as you can be. So be succinct, and if you want to put a question outside of what's been discussed already, unmute, introduce yourself, put a position, unmute, tell the prince where you're joining from, and put a position to him. Princess Rosie.
Hello, good evening, sir. Good evening, woman. Good evening, everyone on the platform. Good evening, our honorable guest, Alhaji.
Welcome, my sister. Thank you.
My name is Princess Rosie. I'm calling from Houston, Texas. And my question is mostly going to be in the healthcare center because I am in the healthcare area. If, like you are given the opportunity to become the president of Nigeria, what plans would you have for the poor healthcare system we have in the country?
Well, it's disappointing that given the size of Nigeria, that we still have leaders that goes out on medical attention. Some of the best brains in the hospitals that attend to them are Nigerians. We have the manpower. We have the capacity to transform our healthcare sector. And then all you need to do is to expand the existing hospitals and make them referral hospitals, equip them with the state-of-the-art equipment that is needed, and then get some of the best consultants, drive them into the country, make sure that you have turned the country into also a medical tourist sector, that would further develop our tourism, our hospital sector greatly, effectively and efficiently. Our population is not a joke. So it will give us some level of credibility compared to what we are going through. Virtually, even local government chairmen travel out for medical attention. But because there's lack of discipline in the medical sector in Nigeria, people that are not professionals in the field, engage in practices that end up killing people, and that sends fears into a lot of people to say that, look, let me go out and see consultants who are specialists than for me to domesticate myself and get killed by people who are not committed to their job. Largely, some of the hospitals are commercially oriented. They are not surrounded by their profession in ensuring that they have developed the system to a level of trust and reliability. So as a nation, I feel ashamed that our healthcare sector is very, very, very weak. And I do hope and I do pray, the transformation will be rapid. We engage some of the best brains we have, Nigerians around the world, get them back. Nigeria can afford to pay their bills. We can afford to pay it comfortably. Once you expand, you open the economy, we can afford to pay our medical personnel efficiently and effectively. I've been around some of the countries. I've seen how their hospitals are being run. There's no any magic there. We can do much, much better locally here. So I stand for the best in terms of medical tourism, equipping our medical in all the zones, build some of the best referral hospitals. You will get people from African countries trooping into Nigeria for medical attention. There's no two ways about it. It will also grow the economy. Additionally, it will create more jobs. So I believe in, making sure that what is a lifeline. If you don't have a well-equipped medical facility anywhere, you are endangering the citizens, you are endangering yourself. So if not for anything, for the good of the citizens, for the health of the citizens, we need to put the best medical centers all over the country.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Princess. So two more, Alhaji, and then you can give us your closing remarks. So Kulata, on mute. Tell Alhaji where you're joining from. Put a condensed question to Alhaji, and then Fatah, you get the last word. Kulata, on mute. So Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam, the chairman, Social Democratic Party. Kulata.
Hello, Alhaji. Nice to have you on One Man Show.
You need to speak up a bit.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm using my headset, so I don't know if you guys can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
All right, thanks for joining the show. I have a very simple question, really.
Yes.
In the late 80s and early 90s, we knew SDP. That was the main party. Besides NRC then, led by Shehu Musa Yaradua. And same thing in 1999. So how did the party just fall off the surface of the earth? Because I feel the position APC sits in now, SDP should be in the position to be against PDP. There really shouldn't be APC. Why did SDP fail?
Okay, let me give you a simple analogy. SDP and NRC were registered under the military government of President Ibrahim Babangida. Late Shehu Musa Yaradua contested presidency under SDP. Later on, they were banned from contesting. And the policy then was let the young people come into the political space. So later, let MKO Abiola contested under SDP, Bashir Tofa from Kano under NRC. It was a two-party system then. And then nobody was talking about religion or anything, because you must belong to one party or the other. That helps to unite the country. After the annulment of the June 12th, which was presumed to have been won by MK or Abiola, the parties were banned completely. So in 1999, and then all of us left because the parties were banned. There's no any political party anymore. So in 1999, when the politicians were regrouping and trying to convince the military to go back to barrack, parties started coming up and registering with INEC. And of course, then under the wisdom of Chief Olufalaye, he re-registered SDP again. Bearing the same logo, the same slogan, progress, the same horse, white horse, cruising, Nigerian map. Everything was retained as before. So now PDP came on board. We are part of those who registered PDP. I didn't join SDP then. It was being run by Chief Falai for decades, and they have not really won a lot of seats to give them some strength and resources to expand the structure of the party. So it was when we had issues with PDP, we decided to look for a platform that we can turn it into a national platform that all of us key into SDP and rejiggle it and make it a national platform right now, to which we are winning some elections. I hope you understand the trajectory that I was putting on board. So SDP was off the course for years because they were banned. Both SDP and NRC were banned. But nobody registered NRC back into the fold. Only SDP was registered back into the fold. So what we are doing now is like rebuilding a new structure. Again, I have said here, all those that are holding big positions today in Nigeria were members of SDP then under Yaradua, MKO Abiola, under the government of President Babangida. I hope you understand.
All right, brilliant. So this is the last the last person, Alhaji Fatai. So introduce yourself. Make the question as condensed as you possibly can, because we've now had Alhaji here for a good 3 hours, and I think it's time to start to wrap it up. So Fatai, unmute. Introduce yourself to Alhaji. Condense the question, and then we start to wrap it up.
Hello, Alhaji.
Great pleasure,
so
my brother.
And nice to meet you. I'm kind of sleepy, so my voice, I don't know, maybe not be clear. I wanted to ask you about labor union. If your party has any affiliation with the labor union, because I understand, I'm not sure how serious it is that they want to go and protest the inaugural speech of President Tinubu.
Labor union or Labor Party?
No, Labor Union, not the party, the Labor Union.
Okay.
I think there is a protest that will be organized because I have to say thank you very much, right? You have said two things that really I've been very impressed. Like you said, like when they want to dabaru everything, they start to use terminology. So the subsidy is a terminology. It's not really a subsidy, really. So and then you also emphasize that the fact that the budget, so it's every fiscal year they put it in the budget. So if you want to put it in the next budget, you put it. So every subsidy dies with the every year's budget. Then the next budget you can put it. So thank you for those clarifications. So, but the reason I asked that question is that I don't know if the labor union, they want to go and protest the people holding the petrol, right? Who are dehumanizing Nigerians, or they want to go and protest the president, right? Who is taking a bold step and made a bold statement. So that's why I wanted to know if your party is affiliated to because your position seems opposite. But thank you very much for everything you said today. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. First and foremost, I think it's very okay for people to protest on something that they are not comfortable with under a very peaceful atmosphere. Like I have said, uh, the comments made by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is as a result of something that was budgeted out. The subsidy was budgeted out in the budget. So he mentioned that. Two, the way he mentioned it, some people are not comfortable with it. Some people are expecting him not to mention it on the day of inauguration. But for me, I feel that any serious leader who is coming on board must accept the fact that he is going to inherit a very precarious government, very terrible security situation in the country. The economy is very bad. We are deep in recession. Purchasing power is very low. You have to deal with very weak security agencies. You need to equip the Nigerian police, retrain them, and deal with a lot of domestic issues. And then, of course, above all, labor union are part of government. They are the civil servants, that drive policies of government. If the policy is not comfortable, like I have said, this thing can be redrafted in a way that it will be in phases. Because obviously, I can tell you, the pens are so physical. You see it on the street in the faces of the people. Somebody came to my office this afternoon. He said he boarded a taxi from where he's coming from to my office. Yesterday, 100 naira. And then going back, he called a Bolt, and the Bolt told him 300 naira. That is the dramatic change that took place as a result of that. So, but it's quite painful, no two ways about it, coupled with the fact that, the country is going through a lot of challenges. We are no longer feeding ourselves comfortably as a result of insecurity, farmlands being taken away, foodstuff being taken away. So if the government will go on with the policy, it should have some level of human face, which means that you will do it periodically. You can decide to say, okay, in 6 months, we'll remove also percentages if there is any subsidy. Really, I don't believe there's subsidy. Anyway, I believe it's a cartel. So, but if it exists, and if the people will feel the difference, because from 100 and something to 500, pump price is heavy, really, by every standard, domestically here, given our economic situation in the country. So, but if they feel that they have to face the tough situation and deal with it once and for all, which means the citizens also have to understand that, one, it is not his decision. The decision was by the former government that ought to have removed it years back. And they campaigned about it, they will remove it. They couldn't remove it up to the end of their tenure. So they shifted the crisis to the incoming government, which they have to face it also squarely. It's not fair as far as I'm concerned. It's not a right way of doing things. You are taking over government with a lot of crisis, a lot of instability, a lot of threat, a lot of crisis brewing, a lot of political issues in the courts that are capable of drilling the system, and which everybody will suffer for it. So we said, look at it. If you have to communicate to the citizens, during the military regime, there's what we call MAMSA, introduced by military government. There's no reason government cannot come up with a policy of communication to its citizens. How much does it take to have a system in place? MAMSA is still in place. It is now National Orientation Agency. Why don't you put it into full-scale operation? Make sure you carry citizens along every decision you are going to take. At least they will feel soft in their heart that they've been consulted as citizens that have stake in the country, that on the resources of the country. You can't just take a decision, you just envelope people and decide their fate without hearing from them. I don't believe in that kind of policy. And that keep people together. The ability to communicate with them, listen to them, hear them, keep the country together. If I could remember, there's no difficult decision military regime have taken of Babangida without consulting people. Even people are going to disagree but they will tell them we are going to take this decision. That is the way a democratic elected government should function, much more sophisticated than even military regime. So people need to be carried along. People need to be talked to. People need to be softened because it's not easy. People are going through hell to survive.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you. So I want to thank you, Alhaji Shehu Musa Gamban, for joining us. A good 3 hours you've spent with us now. So we want to thank you very much. We're going to let you carry on with your day, but only on the promise that you will join us again. But before you do leave us, before you do leave us, a few parting words from you. So, closing remarks. Alhaji Shehu Musa Gamban, the chairman, Social Democratic Party. A few words from you.
First, let me express my deepest gratitude to you for extending this invitation to me. I find it very exciting. I feel very honored. The conversation are quite resourceful, are quite thorough, are quite committed to who we are as Nigerians. It equally convinced me more that we will do more together to change our situation here at home. Like I have mentioned, God made me a Fulani man not by choice. And those who made me who I am are not just the Fulani, it's a collection of all Nigerians and non-Nigerians. So my loyalty is to my country because Nigeria need to be viable, need to be stable, need to be attractive to every citizen of Nigeria. Every Nigerian must believe that I have a sense of belonging. That atmosphere would not fall from heaven. We have to create it ourselves. We have to believe in ourselves. We have to believe in our potentials. As a nation, Nigerians are great all over the world. They excel all over the world. I feel bad if I travel outside Nigeria and see Nigerians overworking hours, just to keep life going and then sending money home, to help their families. We are running a virgin economy. Let's work together. Let's believe that we can build a model called Nigeria. So I appreciate every contribution. I take it with deep sense of appreciation. I want to thank you for your platform, for the great job you are doing for yourself, for the country, and for everybody that have contributed today. Keep it on. And I want to assure you that anytime you want me to be around, let me know. I'll program myself to be here. We'll continue this conversation.
All right, brilliant. Thank you very much. So that's the SDP candidate, as you know, Alhaji Shehu Gabam. So thank you, and thank you very much for doing this. So we'll let you carry on with your day because I know you've had a full day. So I know you've had a full day. So it was a real effort for you to join us for this session. So thank you, Alhaji. And we look forward to you joining us again. But when you do join us again, we're going to hold you there for longer hours. So we don't want to push it today. But when you and we're going to be a bit more pushy next time, because we have tough questions. But we're just welcoming you with this session. So thank you for joining us.
I'll be ready for them anytime.
All right, brilliant. So thank you. So thank you. So that was Alhaji Gabam, the chairman, Social Democratic Party. So there was. So let's start to audit then. How was that session? What was the interaction like? Zita, so that was the chairman of the party. How did he come across? Did he answer the questions? Did we push him hard enough? Zita.
Yeah, he's a brilliant sharp, I must say. He's intelligent. He was like being careful in answering some questions. The first one I asked him, he was smart about it. The second one, he answered the part one, but the part two, on the part of the citizens, like when they give you loan, you swallow the loan, nothing happens. He did not answer that part. Maybe for some reason, but he's a brilliant sharp, and I'm happy he came. And look forward to see more of them, him and others too. Thank you, one man, for bringing him. I really appreciate.
Yes, we'll push to have him on again, and next time we'll interrogate him hard, but and I think he's robust enough to take it. Ajande Koko, So so how was that session for you? How was the chairman of the SDP? Did you think we pushed him hard enough? And how did they come across? Ajale Koko, so the session, your feedback.
Thank you, one man. You guys didn't push him hard. Everybody seems to me they just concur to everything he said.
You wanted us to give him a beating, Avi?
No, he's a politician now. We can't just let them talk and just talk and go like that without asking them question. You see, when politicians talk and they sound like a typical politician, we should be able to let them know that, hey, we are sounding like a politician to us. Politicians have disappointed Nigeria for us.
Did he dodge any question? I don't think he dodged any question. Did he dodge a question?
He dodged some question. He didn't want to answer my question clearly. He was rambling around. He didn't want to.
No, he told you the position of the party
Your question
is not
was
the
upside
position.
down now.
Yeah, he told you that the position
down.
of the party is not the position of the
Exactly.
candidate. What did you want him to say?
What are you guys talking about?
No, your question was upside down.
Let me talk
you
now.
were painting a position that, assuming he won, he didn't win.
Hold on, Patrick. Hold on, Patrick. Okay, carry on, Ajale Koko.
Come on, man.
Okay, carry on.
How can politicians be telling us talking this way, and you don't want to, you don't want to put it to him that something is not right with them as a party? This guy, all throughout his campaign, was saying that he would retain subsidy, but the corruption around it, they will fight it. And they never stop him. He's the chairman. They never stop him. They never stop him that, look, this is not the position of the party. This is not what the party stands for. They allow him to go through. Even yesterday, this guy was saying the same thing. And he is now telling us that this is not the position of the party. This is not the position of your party, and your presidential candidate was going on around the country and was promising us. And on the basis of that, a lot of people voted for him, one way or the other. And look, when this politician...
So you are identifying an inconsistency there, is what you're saying.
It's just like he's painting the picture as a
could you not say they gave the candidate a free hand to sell himself as he feels best?
It is not. Look, candidate must state the position of their party on every issue in line with the manifesto of their party. Everything that the candidate is saying that contradict what they stand for as a party should be no. They should stand up against that candidate. He didn't stand up. He's the chairman of the party, and now he's telling us that they stand for the removal of candidate, and he's blaming, he's praising Tinubu that we can't blame Tinubu for the statement he made, and as if Tinubu is not a member of APC, as if Tinubu didn't see them approving this subsidy for years, that Buhari was approving this thing. What did Tinubu ever stand up against Buhari to say, oh, you
Tinubu was not in government. Tinubu never held a government.
Hold on. It's a leader in the party. The president was doing this. All his boys were in assembly approving this thing. Whether Abdullah was the speaker, and everything they work along with this man, they give him the fullest support to operate this subsidy throughout his administration. So, and this man is telling us that, Nigerians is trying to blame Nigerians. You see the politicians, you see the way they behave contrary to Nigerian people. He's trying to blame Nigeria for the situation that we started witnessing since yesterday concerning the hike in the price of petroleum. Oh, Nigerians are wicked, Nigerians are this, Nigeria has the problem.
Ajali Koko.
What is this guy talking about?
Yes.
Ajali Koko. Sorry, I did not. I missed most. I literally missed all the questions. But the questions I want to ask you is this: aren't you happy that Tinubu has cut corruption in Nigeria by? I mean, I'm just going to throw a number out there, but he has cut corruption in Nigeria significantly on day one.
I can give you the figures, Kulata, because I was watching a clip by Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala just recently, and she was running us through the figures of the subsidy. During her space, it was as high as $12 billion. And we know that it ratcheted up under the Buhari administration. So we're talking about, they were saying about 45% of our economy was going to that space.
We're literally borrowing to put money in people's pockets. That's what we've been doing.
And she said they identified 40% corruption in the filings of these marketeers.
So, I mean, it's going to hurt. It's like injection. If you have malaria, you take injection. When they give you that, back in the day, there's one injection called Novalgine. If you're old school, Novalgine. If they give you Novalgine, by the time they shoot that thing in you, the needle won't pain. But when the liquid gets into you, it hurts. But that thing was very good with the strain of malaria back in the day. And we've caught corruption like just one day. Corruption has been caught almost by 40. I mean, I don't know the percentage. I'm just going to say significantly. It's going to hurt, but we're going to get to a new normal. Habits will have to change. But it's a positive development. For those that can afford it, increase the allowance to your parents, to your family back home. We'll ride it out. It will get to a new normal. The country will be better for it long term.
All right, brilliant. Stay there. I want, before you interject, I want to sample everybody's opinion on Alhaji Gabam's interaction, and then we open up this space. Okay, finish Ajanle Koko, and then I go to Fatai.
What is Kulata saying? That it fights corruption?
No, I don't want a back and forth. So just give us a summary, and then we do the back. Carry on.
Which corruption from day one? He's a lazy leader that is not ready to fight corruption. That is not it. Don't put pains on the people to fight corruption. The people did not cause this corruption. It is your people that are closer to him, people that is sponsored, people that are his people in the party that perpetrated this corruption. Why must we, the people, suffer it? I mean, that is. The problem is not the subsidy, it's the corruption around it by member of APC in government. So now taking this subsidy out to put pains on Nigeria is a lazy way to say they are fighting corruption. It's the people. Why must Nigerian people suffer all the time? Because you say you want to go and look at this. The same thing they were telling us before they removed subsidy on diesel and kerosene. It was $80. Now it's $800. Look, has that helped the productivity in the country? Do you think that industries in Nigeria that are using diesel, do you think they are going to do you think they are running in an easy business environment? It is hard. They are operating at a very harsh business environment with diesel for $800. I mean, 800 naira per liter. It killed business. It killed productivity. It put people in poverty because industry cannot hire. They are operating at a lower, not at their optimal level. So when the politicians come like this and come and talk nice and bamboozle you people, and you just cow and you just let them go. Yeah, they feel the strength that they talk nice and they are praising them.
I you let me talk.
So no, hold on, Patrick.
He did good to come to us, to come and talk to us, but on this subsidy issue and the position of their party, and which is contrary to the position that their candidate projected to us,
it just shows that that party is just a mirage. It's a party that does not have a coordinated agenda for Nigerian people. It just do your own, make it do my own. Let's lie to the people. Let's see how we can lie our way to power the same way that APC and PDP have done. It's just the same thing that their party represent. Next time that SDP, their presidential candidate comes here, we shall put this to him to know whether the chairman is saying the truth or not. I tried to check their manifesto online. I couldn't find it. I would have checked it to see if what it's saying is actually the truth. But because the face of their party for the past 7 months or 8 months before the presidential election was the presidential candidate of their party, and this man was telling us, I'm going to retain this thing, subsidy, and fight the corruption around it for the interest of Nigerian people. So let me leave it there, one man.
Yes, we'll still come round, by the way, to expand on that thought, and we will try very hard to bring Alhaji Gabam back at some point in the future, because I think necessarily they must engage with these sort of conversations, especially around the social media space. But on Fatai, you came in latterly about the chairman of the SDP. He graced us with his presence. I thought he did excellently well. But what were your thoughts from the beat you got? What's your feedback, Fatai?
Wọ́n ní má gba ìyàwó rẹ̀ ohun tí ò dáa ó dáa ohun tí ò dáa lórúkọ méjì bàbá mi. What is not good is not good. What is bad is bad. Doesn't have two names. There is no subsidy is bad. There is no two-way name to call it, right? Babajale Koko, I said to you the last time that the biggest mistake Shehu made was to say he's not going to remove subsidy. That is the end of his political career. That paints him. He has done such a great work to unveil what President Jonathan, the probe they did into subsidy that was being hidden, to bring it to the open. You did all this work, but because the big parties are saying they are going to remove subsidy, and you think the way to differentiate yourself is to say you're not going to remove it, just to say, no, I'm not like them. That means you are painting yourself as a petty person. You can't say you're not going to remove subsidy. This is the #1 problem of Nigerian economy for generations. Maybe even beyond the economy. To say #1 problem of Nigeria. This is the #1 problem. And the Prince said, I have to go and see that channels. I think somebody said it was in channels. Whether it's an interview on channels, that he's saying that he's going to remove corruption around subsidy. Subsidy is the corruption. So that you are going to remove corruption around corruption, I don't even know what that means. I have no idea. It's like saying I'm going to remove the water around the mirage. There is no water there. You are going to remove corruption around the subsidy. The subsidy is the corruption. How are you going to remove corruption around egungun gogon? Don't pay any corruption. The masquerade that they call corruption is that subsidy. So you now say you will remove corruption around that masquerade. The masquerade is the corruption now. It's even the one that even corrupt every other people that wake up and become corrupt. What does that mean? What is the hard question to ask him? Okay, maybe on other topics also, maybe when next time it comes around, maybe a lot of issues will have come on board. But at this point in time, my head cannot think of another thing. Since that speech and the whole thing that went on, I've never seen a country that is so sadistic to dehumanize its own people for generations like that. The dehumanization. If another country did this to us, we should declare war against them. We should declare war. It's a disgrace. And some people, they want to, so Labour Congress, they want to go and make a protest because the president did something, said something fantastic something that he should get a prize for. Actually, I was very concerned one man that even until today, you were still going on about Tinubu's speech. Now, Tinubu's speech.
No. Before we get into that, let's stay with our guest. I want the feedback for our guest mainly. Then we open up to our
I already said my feedback about him. There is nothing hard to ask him. Like, what is bad is not don't have.
Do you think we pushed him hard enough? Ajandlo Koko thinks we did not push him hard enough.
But Babajale Koko tried to push him hard by asking him to call bad good. I mean, what other name can you call bad? It's bad, right? Like I said, maybe other topics come on board. Me, I have no other question. That is the only question I have, right? It doesn't even matter what else they do in that country. If subsidy becomes something that will never raise its head again, halfway the country will be on autopilot.
All right, hold your thought on that subsidy for a moment. I'm going to play you a clip in a moment from Madam Ngozi, who was speaking from the World Bank to this matter. So I'll play you that clip because it's quite illuminating what she has to say. So I'll play you that clip. But before I play you that clip, I want to make sure everybody gets the chance to feedback on the Alhaji Gabam interaction. So hold your thought. I want you, when I play that clip, I want you to be the first to run a commentary on it. But before we get to the clip, let's hear from Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, you had Alhaji Gabam join us. He did not have to, because he was actually paying condolences at the Dokpesi house where I hijacked him and then persuaded him to come and join us. So he's had a long day before he came to join us. But nevertheless, I thought he put in a performance. But what's your feedback then for the Alhaji Gabam session, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, thanks, Mohammed. Yeah, I think I missed some earlier parts of the conversation, but just to continue somewhat on the issue about the subsidy, I was quite maybe a little bit taken aback based on his response to the subsidy question, because just like I said earlier to him, that I was watching Prince Adewale on what you call it, on Channels Television with Shehu actually, and there's somebody from Labour or PEMCO, whatever they call the person or the organization, debating, and he said it was the SDP was the only party that had it in its manifesto not to remove subsidy. So, and what Alhaji Shehu was talking, response was that that's not accurate. I think that's what it was saying. So there's a conflicting message there in regards to SDP and its presidential candidate and the subsidy. So that's quite interesting. So yeah, so that was I don't think that the response was clear enough. I think perhaps it was suggesting that the presidential candidate has the authority to continue if he or she chooses to do so. But in listening to Prince, of course, we all agree that the Prince is smart. The Prince said also that the removal of subsidy is actually constitutional in many ways. And he not wanting to remove it appears to be going against the Constitution, just like Shehu Akimbale put it to him. So when it comes to the issue about the subsidy, SDP, and its candidate, it's kind of convoluted, I would say. So, yeah.
All right, brilliant. So what is coming across is that what everybody seems to have picked up from the near 3-hour session with Alhaji Gabam was the conflation between the position of the party, which is against the subsidy, and the position of the party which is against the subsidy, but then the candidate who seems to not mind. I'm not going to say the candidate is for the subsidy, but he doesn't mind the subsidy, but he wants to mop up the corruption around it. So I think what people seem to be identifying is that chasm between the party's position and the candidate's position. Ekene, the SDP chairman graced us with his company. What do you make of his performance? So you can speak to the subsidy as well, but he spent 3 hours and spoke on a lot of things. But the totality of the experience, how was it for you, Ekene?
Well, man, thank you. Well, I love his explanation on every issue, but on the issue of subsidy, or what I wanted to ask him, because it's like the party is not the party itself is doing another thing, the presidential candidate is doing another thing, because just like what I wanted to ask him, why most of the big people that I know in his party has never even talked about the candidate of that party, of the party during the election. They were supporting another candidate, somebody like Peter Side and other people.
Who was Donald Duke supporting? Who was Donald Duke supporting? Because he was the flag bearer for that party the last round. Who was he supporting, Donald Duke? Do you know?
Actually, I saw him with Obi.
All right. He jumped on that. He jumped on that train, Abi.
Yes, but he didn't really speak out. He was just. But I saw him. But it's just Peter Side that really showed very strong support. So, but those are the people that I talked to. Maybe if they were with the party would have done well. But all these men, they never even mentioned the name of their candidate. So I wanted to ask him the reason for that. But on the issue of the on the issue of the subsidy, for me, I support the subsidy, but I know that it will be very difficult for Nigeria to bear with.
All right, hold that thought. I'll play a clip on the subsidy at the moment. I'm not stifling your voice. I just want the feedback for the Alhaji session, and then we'll get heavily into the subsidy. So Kulata, you were busy with meetings all the way through, so you couldn't join us till latterly. But from what you did glean
one man, skip me for now. Skip me for now.
Yeah. All right. Let's come to you, Patrick. Then, Patrick, you joined us latterly, but you caught bits of it. Just the feedback then to Alhaji Gabam, and you didn't even get to answer a question, but I could see that it was somewhat starting to get tired, and I didn't want to over-labor it somewhat. But we will try very hard to get him back. But from what you got from the conversation, how was his performance? And people, I don't think he dodged questions. Not giving the answers you want to hear is not dodging a question. So he has a different view. That's just what came across. But how did you digest all of that, Patrick?
Yeah, I do. I joined late, but I think he answered the question. And I don't see a tough question you want to ask someone who belongs to a party that is not the ruling party. Yeah, does not have capacity to take governmental decisions.
Speak up a bit.
I don't know a hard question that you want to ask somebody who is not a member of the ruling party or who does not hold a government position. So this show is not asking him hard question. I don't know how. I also want to believe that Adeleko already has that prejudice that, once a politician come, ask them hard questions. They are not serious. To me, that's prejudice. Your questioning is colored, and I don't know the kind of response they can give that will suggest that they have asked them hard questions. So I don't really buy that. If you feel that he has a position that is contrary to what his presidential candidate said, he's saying, yeah, the man is free to take a position that he likes, but the position of the party is clear that the party does not support the retention of subsidy. Now it is left for us to go check whether that was what the party actually said or not. So to me, he's answered the questions, and there are no tough questions to ask. I don't know what I mean by tough questions. Questions are meant to clarify issues that we don't understand. That's the reason why you ask questions, to clarify what you don't understand or to throw light on issues, not to give them something that will make them look stupid or look like they are incompetent. No, that's not the reason why we ask questions. We don't ask questions about things we already know. We ask questions, clarification of things we don't know. So to me, you already have a prejudice, and that's what makes you reach that conclusion. To me, he's done well. I will look forward to having him back, and hopefully I'll be more available to at least ask him a question.
Oh, all
Thank
right,
you, Mama.
brilliant. Brilliant. I somewhat concur with what you just said. So, Akim, you're up next. You just turned up as the Alhaji was leaving, but hopefully you were in the background listening to the conversation. So, Alhaji Shehu Musa Gamban, Chairman, Social Democratic Party. So he was gracious enough to present himself. But what did you make of his presentation, Hakim?
Yeah, greetings to you, one man, and everybody out there. I think I was at the background listening to the whole thing. I don't think he did anything wrong. He just talked about the situation on ground and the position of the party compared to the position of. I want you to put this into consideration of their former presidential candidate, because it's no longer a presidential candidate. The election is over.
But he's still a member of the party. He's still a member and a senior member of the party as well. You are talking about Prince Adebayo, of course. He's still a member of the party and a senior member of the party at that.
Yeah, he might hold a different personal view on that issue. I don't think he's against the removal of subsidy. It was just the way and manner it was done. That was his problem. So I don't think he's that far off the party's position, and I don't think there's anything wrong with him to say, look, this is what I think they should do, because don't forget the position of the party was for the election campaign. So the campaign is over, and the guy is within his own right to hold a different view, not completely detached from the party, but somewhere to say, okay, the situation of ground recommends that there should be a different approach to the subsidy removal. So I don't think the gap is that different the way Ajali Koko was making it to seem. I think the guy did.
I think Adande Koko wanted us to give him a beating. I think that's what he wanted. He wanted us to beat him up, you know?
Yeah, but you have to take into context that the guy is just a chairman of a political party.
Just is the chairman of one of the leading parties in Nigeria. It's at the decision-making end of the Nigerian state.
What do you mean one of the leading party? What was the election?
Historically, you know that the Obi space stole a lot of votes from a lot of the traditional spaces. So the results of this election is not a true and accurate reflection of our voting patterns, because we just had a moment in time with this Obi wave, which will not repeat, I'm sure. But you know that was Abiola's party now, Olufalaye's party. You know,
Yeah,
so yeah.
The people was Tinubu not the same in that party at the time?
Tinubu's party as well. So
exactly.
It's a senior party. Yeah. So you just said it's a senior party.
The SDP that you're talking about is different from this one. This one is like a skeletal form of that one. You know, it's just almost like more like a caricature of what that one was. That was the main party of that
it's
time.
Not caricature, it's a rebirthing. They are rebirthing it. It's a newborn.
You never know. Maybe Oshibajo will come to that party, and then before you know it, he does what Obi did as well. So you can never tell in future. But all in all, I think the chairman did very well. It was very how do I put it? He come across as a very gentleman and somebody who understands the pain of the average Nigerian. SDP is a can you say it's a left to center party or just a left side?
No, I think it would be a left of center party. Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's a social democrat, so it's not like a socialist party. So it's a left to center party. So I don't think the difference between the chairman's position and President Adewale's position is that big. So in all, I think he did well. And on the issue of that subsidy, because I've never had time to kind of contribute to that space.
No, you'll contribute in a moment. I want to play a clip. Sorry, Akim, you know I'm stopping everybody. Does anybody else want to feedback on Alhaji Shehu Musa Gambansa before I play that clip?
Back.
Yes, feedback
But
on Alhaji
I don't have
Gambansa.
feedback on him because I didn't listen to him. I was not around. So I don't know. He must have done well.
Oh, yes. No, I thought he did excellently well. I thought he did. So if there are no further feedbacks, then let me play Madam Ngozi speaking to the broader subsidy space. So listen, and if anybody should know anything about what's going on in Nigeria's economy, it is this lady. Listen to this.
On the continent to support good public policy. Please put your minds to this problem. It's alive today. My second example has to do with a very specific one in my country, the cleanup of the fuel subsidy regime in 2012 during my second stint as finance minister. Nigeria has a fiscally challenging fuel subsidy regime. The country exports crude oil and imports most of its refined needs because its refineries are in very bad shape, and provides a subsidy for the sales of refined oil at the pump. At the end of 2011, a total of 1.73 trillion naira, US $11 billion equivalent, was submitted as claims for subsidies by 143 marketers who were importing the product. These numbers seemed horrendously large compared to what I had last seen when I was in government in 2006, which was closer to $2 billion in subsidy. So we decided to audit these claims. We audited about $8.4 billion worth of claims, and we found $2.5 billion worth of fraud in these claims, i.e., many of these marketers were trying to claim $2.5 billion fraudulently. With the full backing of the president and the economic team, we decided that we were not going to entertain these claims or to pay. The pressure from the affected marketers was tremendous, as we tried not only to say we would not pay, but also we would clean up the whole mechanism for the subsidy claims and put in place something more transparent, something clearer. This did not go down well with them. When we stuck to our position of non-payment and implementation of the new verification regime, these strong and well-connected vested interests were angered and seemed to blame me personally for this. There were personal consequences. My 83-year-old mother, a retired professor of sociology, was kidnapped by 4 young men and held for 5 days. Keeping her wits about her as she was totally terrified, she asked them why she had been kidnapped. And they told her, quote, because your daughter, the finance minister, refused to pay oil marketers their dues. The kidnappers, negotiating with my brother, demanded my resignation publicly. I should go on television publicly and announce my resignation and depart from the country as a condition for my mother's release. Needless to say, these were some of the worst days of my life. Imagine, when you are in position, you want your parents, all of whom are here with you today, and your relatives, to be proud of you. You want to be a source of good for your family. You can imagine how I felt sitting there and thinking, just because of trying to do something right, to implement a good bit of policy that was good for the country, this could lead to the taking of my mother's life. These were some of the worst days of my life. With my father's support, the firm resolve of the president, we all decided I should not give in to the blackmailers, and I refused to resign. Following a manhunt, I'm sorry, I still feel emotional when I talk about it, And this story is not really publicly known, so this is probably the first time I'm giving the full details. Following a manhunt for my mother by police and security agencies, she was able to make a dramatic escape after 5 days in captivity, where she had only been given water and half of a sausage roll. So here was a well-justified cleanup and reform of a policy, but implemented in a dangerous reform environment where the losers in the reform, well-entrenched vested interests, decided to fight back to derail implementation. The decision not to resign was a very difficult and risky one. As it turned out, it worked. But there are days I ask myself, on my down days, what if it hadn't? What if they had gone ahead and murdered my mother, as she overheard them planning to do, with one of their handlers on the phone? Could I have justified trading off firmness on policy and standing up to blackmailers, implementing a good piece of public policy for my mother's life? What decision would you have made? Faculty, what decision would you have made? I know that one other brave hero, a woman I admire so much, brave activist and reformer, Aung San Suu Kyi, was faced with an equally terrible decision. Leave Myanmar to be...
All right, so she pivots on into a different narrative, and leaving to one side, we can get to her personal sacrifices in a moment. But what struck me was that she was the Minister of Finance. She was in charge of that space in 2006, and then she came back in 2007 from an from a 2 billion roundabout subsidy. She was looking well in excess, so she said about 11 billion thereabout. And then they decided to audit 8 billion roughly, and they found in excess, embedded in that 8 billion, in excess 2 billion corruption. So if you ratchet that up to Buhari's administration, the most corrupt in the history of the country, it was a looting galore. A looting galore. Who wants to come in?
Let me come in because I have to go very soon. Take me a few seconds. So here's the thing. You see that audits they did. I'm not sure if that was a full audit or a partial audit.
It was a partial audit. They just took a section of the invoices and audited it, yes.
You know, I'm not sure if that accounts for what gets stolen from Nigeria and taken to our border, to the border country. That probably doesn't account for that too. That's probably for the people that bring in sand or bring in water or add zero to whatever their vessel brings. Or they bring one vessel, they turn it around, bring it back. A lot of boys were making money under Jonathan because it was more deregulated. And it wasn't as bad as Buhari's own. So you can imagine what happened under Buhari. And the other thing is we're using our foreign exchange to buy imported fuel. And we're also using our foreign exchange to put directly into the pockets of corrupt people. So Tinubu has taken, you know, my obsession since I've been coming to this platform, I've been talking arbitrage. It's taken one. We need the second one, which we can talk about later, the dual forex regime. But no matter how much everybody comes up with some emotional story or the other, this is good for the country. We're not going to be using forex to import petrol anymore. With the Dangote stuff coming in, that will reduce our forex. That means our foreign exchange will stabilize. It will stop. I'm not saying it's going to decrease or whatever, but it will be stable to an extent because the demand of forex from the subsidy from importing fuel, given Dangote's going concern, will drop. So we can use forex for bringing equipment, bringing this. Maybe you can still bring the toothpick here and there and the rubbish ice ketchup that we love to import. But that's not substantial enough for what's been going towards this subsidy. So it's gonna it's just good news everywhere. It's hard to articulate how good the news is because people are literally suffering. I sent money to my mom today. I had to just double up the money because I mean she has, my folks have like
but hold on, Kulata, because what you are saying now is that we've now been substituted for the subsidy because you've increased how much you're sending to your mother, and yes, we're all going to have to increase how much we're sending to our parents. So correct, are we now picking up the subsidy that Tinubu has removed? Are we now the subsidy? Are we the subsidy now?
We're subsidizing our parents like it should be, because we don't want an economy run by free stuff here, free stuff there. We want an economy run by productivity, and you that have excess amount to give, subsidize the people you need to subsidize, give the people you need to give. If government is going to subsidize anything at all, government should be subsidizing productive activities, agriculture. Maybe they have an interest in building one sector of the economy. They should put more money into that. And if all our cash is used to, you can see, fund fraud, then that funding of fraud has drastically reduced. I don't think anybody understands how massive of elimination of corruption that just happened. Is huge, but people don't realize it because, of course, price has gone up. We'll complain, price gone up. But yes, there's going to be pain, and like I've said, people will have to change their habits. After a while, you'll get used to it. It will adjust. I mean, hopefully, Tinubu channels. Let me land because
hold on. Let him land.
I drive truck right now. I need to drop and I want to my house. Yeah, because I need to go.
After.
So if Tinubu can channel the money that has been used to do all the subsidy, if you can channel it into other areas of the economy, at least that will be good. We will be able to develop. We'll be able to move. We've been limping since. That's why we keep on borrowing for paying salaries, printing money, doing all this stuff. It's going to relieve the stress, the financial stress our government is going through. We're broke.
Can I ask a quick question, Kalata?
No, before you ask the question, I want to bring Patrick in.
Normally I entertain questions, but because I have to wrap up and leave. So we should stop looking at it with all this, price has gone up, people are suffering. Look, the poor will always be amongst us. Jesus said it. Whether petrol is $30 or is 5,000, people that are poor are going to be poor. People that need to do what they need to do to help the poor should do what they need to do to help the poor. What government should do is the opportunity, because the money they put into this, make sure we can get it into productive activities. So if they're going to be subsidizing equipment coming from India or subsidizing stuff that they can use to do food processing, food storage, all those other things now, the economy, people will earn more over time.
You're breaking up, Kulata.
Sorry, I'm driving. I went to pick up the stuff.
We know you're driving. Carry on.
So it is. I mean, it is a good thing. It's a good thing removing it. It will be a better thing for the government to channel the funds to other areas in the economy that will pay, like education, healthcare, all this stuff that everybody wants, but nobody wants to pay for. So all those things, I think is good. So you can interject. Well, maybe just for 1 minute or two.
All right. Hold steady, Kulata. Let me bring Patrick in. You see all this sudden scarcity that we're seeing at the pump, at the petrol station. Is this a case of corruption fighting back? Off the back of what Madam Ngozi was saying, especially her personal experience, is what we are seeing now a case of corruption fighting back?
Woman, can you hear me?
Yes, carry on.
Yeah, this to me is not corruption fighting back. You see, these people have stocked their tanks with maybe 30,000 liter of petrol that they bought at 100, maybe 200 naira a liter. And now if they sell them at 200 liter, they will not be able to restock again. So that's the issue. And they probably don't have money to make up that difference. So that's why the market responded that way. And government that's taking the subsidy out now, even though NFPC has reserve, they don't have the means of distribution that can make up for this private individual. You understand what I'm saying? So I think it's a bit early. Let me be very objective. I think it's a bit early. I expect that the government would have made some investments or partner with major marketers to quickly expand capacity. Let them make major acquisitions. Major marketers like Wando, MRS, and they can buy up all these small filling stations all over the country. Let them make those actions. Let them be the one that own the structure of distribution. Then you can deploy those petrol in the NNPC reserve. Now you have oil, petrol in your reserve, but you can't do anything with it. You don't have the structure to distribute it because the channels are not willing to take it at that price you are ready to sell. And if they must take it at your new price, they want to be able to sell the one they are holding at the new price so that they can be able to restock. So it's okay. That's the normal thing you expect from them. If they sell now and they are not able to even buy 10,000 liter, who makes up for the difference? They go out of business with time now. So that's why they're also fighting for survival. I feel that it's a good thing that Tinubu is trying to do, but I think sincerely, I'm a verified person, but I think it would have slowed down a bit. Maybe by December. You know, at that point, you have empowered the major marketers. You can even give them grants and stuff like that to be paid back. Let Orlando buy maybe another 10,000 filling stations. All these small oil marketers. Let Orlando buy up their station.
Dangote told us he was building 16,000 filling stations.
Woman, I believe that out of that 16,000, probably about 6,000 is probably going to be acquisition. You understand? That's the only way you can rapidly make this thing work. Buy those small filling stations. Help Wando, help MRS.
It's not even good for productivity. It's not even good.
No, wait. Let me tell you why it is good. In business, it's either you grow by organically or you grow by acquisition. It's a business practice. Nigerians businessmen must learn to start doing that. They are playing in the global world. That's what I'm saying. That's what I said the other time.
You are trying to encourage monopoly of
it's not monopoly.
That is
in the US, in the North America where we are today, we have major players.
Why must the country allow him to own petrol station? That is not good.
No, wait, let me explain something to you.
It's not good for the sector. It's not good for productivity. That is a sheer monopolistic power that you are giving to this man. He's going to produce. He's the refinery.
One voice at a time.
And he's going to own the petrol station. What kind of arrangement is that? It should not be allowed. But you see all this capitalistic agenda that is driven and empowered this Dangote by your corrupt politician. That is why you see him trying to own about 15,000 gas stations. Why must he own a gas station? It shouldn't own a one single one.
Okay, let me explain to you. Look at
Oga Patrick, before you explain, Oga Patrick, before you explain. Okay. Oga Patrick, sorry. Here in Japan, Shell does not have a refinery. The big oil players don't have a refinery. The people that have refinery don't have filling stations here in Japan. People that have filling stations does not have a stake in refinery in Japan. What Dangote is doing is wrong. Dangote cannot produce and distribute. That is a monopoly. What doing is to make.
Okay.
We can
respond to that.
Yeah, we can barely hear you though, but you know.
How would you?
Will you allow me to respond to that?
Okay.
Let me respond to that. In North America, mobile, they are in the down, they are in the upstream, and they're also in downstream. It shows I'm going to drive into an ExxonMobil station and buy fuel. Mobile is in the downstream and in upstream. In countries in Europe and in America, Shell is in upstream and downstream. The Japanese model is not the best model, so it's not a standard. Let's just put that aside and throw it to the trash. The fact that something is done in a particular country in another way does not mean that that's how it's going to be applied everywhere. You understand what I'm saying? Which of those countries that you are citing now subsidize petrol for their citizens? I mean, an ESO station, they have mobile, they have upstream presence and downstream presence. Shell, Total, all of them, they are in the upstream. Don't you have Total filling stations? Is Total not in the upstream at the same time? So let's not use socialist lens to look at everything and begin to interpret it wrongly. It's a it's an upside down model that you're trying to present. But this is what I'm saying. Acquisition.
Koto respond. Let Prince Daddy come in. Because I think he wanted to interject, and Hassan joins us. Hassan, you should have come earlier. I wanted you to put a position to the chairman of the party, but there you are, latecomer. But so sorry. Let Prince Daddy come in first. Prince Daddy, you wanted to interject earlier. All right. Okay. To you then, Fatai. I don't think we have Prince Daddy for the moment. Fatai.
Yeah, Patoski, my brother. I still remember you remember that day we were talking about the foreign debt, and then you came into I still remember that beautiful analysis you gave. I still feel I don't remember. I still feel it. So I respect you so much. So I just we're just going to have just opinion, right? So as you were talking, right? So you want us to wait until something. So right there, what Babadali Koko just did now is right there, like what goes. So before you buy up all the refineries, right? So that is a market. That is an example of market forces that you're going to fight already. So before you all finish fighting, you want to fight each other over monopoly forces, over other whatever. Are we going to wait for 10 years before we announce that we are not doing subsidy again? Because what you are saying now is not going to 1,000,000% is not going to happen by December.
No, you see, when you are looking at growth, if Dangote decide to say, okay, I'm doing an expansion, or MRS, I'm doing an expansion with government support, I'm buying up small filling stations like Fagbeams, like all those small stations. They can do that in 6 months. Wando has the deep pocket. MRS have deep pocket to buy up those stations in few months, especially if they have the government support. You understand? So if you are doing that, coupled with NNPC NNPC has how many trillion naira that they are supposed to pay, government is supposed to pay them that money and tell them, I want you already have investments in NNPC, then you can influence policy, business policy in NNPC and say buy these filling stations.
So you mean the government is going to mandate the merger?
Government is going to
whether
say,
it's the merger or the acquisition.
Yeah, the acquisition.
So government is going to mandate it. No, that's like Russia and China. We are not a socialist.
Government to kill small.
No. This is what we are saying now. So at the end of the government have businesses, have investment in those stations already. Like in NFS, for example.
Where I was even going is that there is so much interplay in the market. 1,000,000%. It's not going to happen 6 months. 2 years, you have not finished.
You think so? You think they will not sell? You think they will not sell?
There's too many other forces. It's not just like this.
No, let me tell you, for example,
there are many players.
Do you think that if Oando, for example, has 20,000 gas stations in Nigeria, do you think this hoarding would have had any major effect on the government? If Oando has 20,000, if MRS have 20,000, if maybe a station like Bovas that is honest now, let government support them. Have another 20,000. You're looking at almost 60,000. Do you think that this hoarding would have had effect on them?
You are talking of big.
But my brother,
So small businesses should be killed for big operations.
But my brother,
you see,
operate.
no,
but,
that's not how it works. Ajale Oko.
but my brother, okay.
So small businesses, that man that owned one gas station in Peru.
Ajale Oko, this is how it happens. This is how it
So
happens.
that man that owned one small at Peru, they should buy him over, and then his business should end up there.
You see, you are thinking like this because you are a civil. You are not.
Oh, come on, man! That is what you are suggesting now.
This is what I'm thinking. If government did not say buy, if the major players Dangote now decide to say, okay, I want to start buying small businesses or acquisition, and the owner sell, what's the big deal that they sell now?
All right. Let's bring Hassan into the conversation. So Hassan, are you there, Hassan?
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Hassan. We can hear sleep in your voice. How are you?
I'm fine. I actually just woke up right now, and I just joined the discussion. I know you people are talking around fuel subsidy and things like that, but can you bring me up to speed with the topic you guys are talking about right now so that I can say my own piece?
Well, you've actually missed quite a chunk of it. We had the chairman of the SDP, Alhaji Shehu Musa Gabam. He joined us and he spent a good 3 hours with us talking about what went down February and the fallout from there. So we were auditing his interaction with us. What people identified was that the SDP candidate, Prince Adebayo, during his campaigning, he was saying that he wasn't going to remove the fuel subsidy, but he was going to manage the corruption within that space. But the party itself, the SDP party, their manifesto, their official position is the removal of the subsidy. So there was a back and forth between the chairman of the party and Janle Koko and a few others. And then off the back of that, we played a clip of Madam Ngozi, who told us that the fuel subsidy is a total scam, especially when they audited it and they found embedded within the invoice a 40% scam. So all of that is what brought us to where we are.
Well, I totally agree that it's true that the fuel subsidy thing is a scam, and this has been going on for a long while, and the people. The fingers are pointing to Nigerian elites. There are some specific group of people who usually hold Nigeria hostage, and mostly it's a collaboration between the elites, and some people who import these finished products, and even some of our security forces. There is an active conspiracy about that. So she is not wrong. And the last time, I think it was in 2015, Goodluck Jonathan's government estimated that we were, gulping around 35 million liters of PMS every day. Somehow within 8 years, we are now gulping 66 million. And it's not as if we have grown in manufacturing. It's not as if we have developed or started new industries that are consuming energy. So it beggars believe that something like this actually make any sense. Nigeria has been put up for it for so long, and I don't think Nigerian elites will do anything about this unless the common people stand up and say no to these things. In principle, I agree that the fuel subsidy should be removed, but I do not like a style of leadership that is too crude, that only looks at cold had logic and does not empathize, does not sympathize, or I don't like a leader who, does not know how a poor person feels. I get that sense from most of our leaders. For example, you would say maybe Goodluck Jonathan is he is the odd one amongst them, but the remaining from Buhari to Tinubu to Obasanjo, all of them have lived privileged lives. So they are somewhat disconnected between, they're disconnected from the reality of having to buy, your daily needs, your fuel, your energy needs. They're disconnected with how hard it is for ordinary Nigerians to be able to do, because it is callous. It is callous to unilaterally then say that you remove subsidy, and the next day fuel prices are selling for 600 naira per liter. Now the buck must stop on the table of Tinubu, because he made that pronouncement. Whether he made it in anticipation of a policy that he wants to implement, or he meant it that from that point onward, that is what he's going to be pursuing. But when leaders talk, there are consequences, and the consequences might be economical, it can be political, it can be social. On this fuel subsidy thing, I don't think the new administration has handled it well. You have to employ a strategy. You have to phase out, the PMS, the price that we have. You have to phase it out little by little, so such that people will not feel too much of the impact. But this way, this sudden jump in price is going to kill a lot of businesses, and it does not augur well for us. This will actually, make the economy to slump a little bit. I hope they are listening, because if not, then we are in for one hell of a ride. I don't know whether you guys notice it, but our leaders, they are elites. They're and they've lived privileged lives. So all these things that me and you and the other people are talking about, fuel is expensive, food is expensive. They have there is this experience gap. They cannot relate to that, because never in their life had they had to worry about things like that. So they take it for granted, and if you complain, they will just say all these poor people with all this wahala, or with all this their wahala. So it is an elitist society. A lot of us come here, we argue about say there is a middle class, and things like that. But in reality, or we talk about religion, or we talk about tribe, but the reality of the Nigerian struggle is a class struggle. It is a struggle between, the those people, those people who control our means of production, and the ordinary people who are consumers. And those people who control the means of production tend to have most of the power. So the ordinary Nigerian is left helpless, and that is unfortunate. That is very, very unfortunate. If our leaders will not be able to empathize, if they cannot empathize, if they cannot sympathize or put themselves in our own shoes, to understand how it feels, then we have a problem. And it's going to be a very, very Herculean task to get over it. I don't think it's going to be easy, because you see, this cold-blooded, hard decisions based on logic
We're just numbers to them, aren't we? Really, we're not human beings. We're just numbers to them.
Yes. So all these things, that they just look at us as numbers, as as just cattle to be milked, and that is all for them. They do not regard us. And what will pain you is that these people, they go to Europe for their medical checkups, they go to Europe for vacationing, they go to the United States to do businesses, and when they go there, they do whatever they want to do there. They do it, enjoying the space, living their life, spending our money there, but they are not one tiny bit patriotic to try to replicate this at home. They always like to see their people being subservient, doing them dobale, or going down to their knees and saying Ranke de Jagaban or Sebaba, please help us, and then they give Nigerians pittance. There was one politician that actually said Nigerians are like birds, that when you throw grains at them, they all scatter and go after the grains.
Let me tell you this one, Hassan. And by the way, are you still in Abuja, or are you back in Maiduguri now?
I'm in Kaduna right now.
Oh, all right. Let me tell you this one. You may not know this guy. It was because for reasons of age. There's a guy called Umaru Diko, who was a senior functionary, I think, during the Shagari era, and they were complaining about poverty in Nigeria, and his response was that he has not yet seen a Nigerian picking food out of those bins. So that was his response. And that do you remember Ajan Lekoko?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the Umaru Diko that Buhari had. He was injected. I think he ran away to Great Britain, and Buhari sent some Mossad guys to go and kidnap him. They actually injected him and wanted to smuggle him out of the country, but then they were caught at the last minute, I think, in the airport. I remembered, so a lot of them like that. We have a lot of them like that. So when you see the Otedolas, the Dangotes, the OVAs, all these people who are controlling banking, energy, major industries, they are paddy. They marry within themselves. They interact within themselves, but they hate to see a poor common Nigerian come close to them. Somehow they feel they are superior. If we continue like this, there is no hope for the common man, because who will speak for him anyway? If you say you're going to speak, if you write an article, the next thing you see, they may come to your newspaper.
Is that not a global thing where rich people, I mean, the wealthiest Americans, they don't allow poor people to come near them? I mean, what are you talking about?
No.
So Dangote will be hanging out with shoemakers.
No. It's not a global thing. There are elites everywhere in the world. There are elites in every country in the world. But ours are cold-blooded, unsympathetic.
Well, in what sense? I is a rich businessman, cold-blooded. I mean, well, rich people don't, but our own rich. So it's a sin that somebody became a businessman, became wealthy, became successful. I mean, why you blaming that man for your problem? I mean, he worked for his own success. So how is that your problem? How is he your problem? And because he doesn't hang out with you.
Wait, let me finish.
All right, finish.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on, Hassan, hold on. You finish in a moment. So when you finish, I would recommend, when you have time, go and watch back the session with Alhaji Gabam. It was quite illuminating. And he has also sent in a clip for us to play into this conversation. So you finish, and then I'll play the clip sent in by Alhaji Gabam, and then we carry on. Back to you, Hassan.
Okay. Most of and these elites that I'm talking about are people who have benefited from, the largest of the Nigerian state. You see, this generation of leaders that we have, I don't think anybody who really understands, how this country works will even absorb these people of the kind of crimes that they are committing. All of them. Tinubu has been in the political establishment for long. He right from his time with Abiola and things like that. So he's been there in the corridors of power for long. And there are a lot of people like him too who have made their billions by the virtue of being in political office. I'm not talking of your Dangote or Otedola who have verifiable businesses. These ones that are just profiting off government because they are always after political office, and what they are after that political office to do is to enhance and to put themselves in better positions, to have access to the country, to the country's purse. So these people deserve the condemnation that they get. It's not about whether I'm not happy that they are rich or not. Of course, if your source of wealth is illegitimate, people will have to say it. It doesn't matter whether you feel emotional or attached to one of them or not. I will have to say it. That is just the reality. And the problem we have in Nigeria is the same people that we are suffering with. They are the same ones that will be defending these people that are putting them in bondage and are borrowing up their future, their destinies, the destinies of their children and their grandchildren, and it is the same, common Nigerians that will go against you when you talk about these things. So our whole situation is just messed up. We are just numbers to them, and that is just the reality. One man, as you said. Let me just leave it at that.
All right, brilliant, Hassan. So I want to play this clip that Alhaji Gabam has sent to add into the conversation. So I'll play this clip, and then after this clip, I wanted Kulata to pick it up from there, but maybe Prince Daddy or he is back here. So Kulata, you can pick it up from this clip that Alhaji Gabam sent in to add to the conversation. Watch this.
Economy. Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, I also call him a father as well. Your Excellency, the President-elect, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Your Excellency, the Vice President-elect, my brother, Excellency Shetima, Your Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, he and I have known each other forever. Former President of the Republic of Kenya, the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, my brother Boss Mustafa, and thank you for all you did to get me here. I finished the annual meetings of the African Development Bank, Mr. President, yesterday at about midnight, and I had to get on the flight to be here this morning. That's why I came in late here. Thank you very much, Secretary. Excellencies, Governors, Your Eminence, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends of Nigeria, beloved Nigerians. I wish to start by thanking you, Mr. President, for inviting me to the ceremonies for the swearing in of the incoming President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, for this achievement of the 7th democratic transition of our beloved country. I would like to congratulate the incoming President and also the incoming Vice President. I wish to thank the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, the Chairman and members of the Transition Presidential Transition Council for inviting me to speak at this inauguration lecture for the incoming president of Nigeria. It is such a great honor to share my views and perspectives after the wonderful speech that has been given by my very dear friend and brother, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, as our nation gets ready to have a passing of the baton between His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari and the incoming president, His Excellency Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu. It is your turn. I wish to congratulate you, Mr. President, for your stewardship against difficulties of our nation for the past 8 years. And thank you most sincerely, Mr. President, for your support for me as President of the African Development Bank. People say great things about what, by God's grace, we've been able to achieve. But unless I was sent on a mission and supported on that mission, it would not have been possible. I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, because without your support in 2015, and you're standing beside me and behind me in the rough times of 2020, I will not be president of the African Development Bank. Mr. President, I was brought up as a kid to always go back to their elders and thank them. And we always say that the person who sent you on an errand is the person you go back to thank and give the report back to. And so I'll just say two things as I thank you, because I will not have another opportunity to thank you. The African Development Bank, Mr. President, was ranked this year as the most transparent financial institution in the world. And last year, Your Excellency, Mr. President, the African Development Bank was ranked as the best multilateral financial institution in the world. And so as you take leave as President, please accept my deepest gratitude, because without your support, I wouldn't have been there. And I want to thank you so much that you can take pride in these achievements as you go. And my dear brother, Bishop Kuka, was talking about Nigerian. I am proudly Nigerian. I will live as a Nigerian. I'll die as a Nigerian. And I'll ask God for permission on Resurrection Day if I might just hold a green, white, green flag in my hand, and that would be great. I would like to congratulate the incoming president, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who will take over the mantle of leadership from Nigeria from you. I'm delighted that my very dear friend, President Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president of Kenya, was invited to deliver the inauguration lecture. He is a great leader, not only in Kenya, a great leader for Africa. And I'm sure you must be wondering, there are actually two Kenyans that are actually here on this panel. Well, I lived in Kenya for many, many years, 10 years in Kenya. And I remember one day, President Goodluck Jonathan took me on a mission to Kenya, and we went to see President Uhuru Kenyatta. And as the two presidents were introducing members of their delegations, President Jonathan said to President Uhuru Kenyatta, "Here is Dr. Adeshina, Minister of Agriculture," to which President Kenyatta responded, "Yes, Adeshina is the Kenyan on loan to Nigeria." We all laughed. Thank you, Mr. President Kenyatta, for what an incredibly powerful speech you gave us today. Very, very insightful. Your Excellencies, the election of a new president always elicits hope. Nigeria will be looking to you as President Tinubu and Vice President Shetima on your first day in office with hope. Hope that you will assure security, peace, and stability. Hope that you will heal and unite a fractious nation. Hope that you will rise above party lines and forge a compelling force to move the nation forward with inclusiveness, fairness, equity, and justice. Hope that you will dramatically improve the economy, which is what I'm going to talk about today. And hope that you will spark a new wave of prosperity. And hope must be brought to the present, as hope deferred makes the heart grow weary. Your Excellencies, the starting point must be macroeconomic and fiscal stability. Unless the economy is revived and the fiscal challenges addressed boldly, the resources to develop will not be there. No bird can fly if its wings are tied. Nigeria currently faces huge fiscal deficits, estimated at 6% of the GDP. This has been due to several challenges, including low receipts to dwindling revenues from export of crude oil, vandalism of pipelines, and illegal bunkering of crude oil. According to Nigeria's Debt Management Office, Nigeria now spends 96% of its revenue servicing debt, with the debt to revenue ratio rising from 83.2% in 2021 to 96.3% by 2022. Some will argue that the debt to GDP ratio at 34% is still low compared to other countries in Africa, and that is absolutely correct. But no one pays their debt using GDP. Debt is paid using revenue, and Nigeria's revenues have been declining. Nigeria earns revenue today to service debt and not to grow. The place to start, therefore, is to remove the inefficient fuel subsidies. Nigerian fuel subsidies benefit the rich, not the poor. Fueling theirs and government's endless fleet of cars at the expense of the poor. Estimates show that the poorest 40% of the population consume just 3% of petrol. Fuel subsidies are killing the Nigerian economy, costing the economy of Nigeria $10 billion alone in 2022. Now that means that Nigeria is borrowing what it doesn't have to borrow for. If it simply eliminates these inefficient subsidies and uses the resources well for national development. Rather, support should be provided to private sector refineries and modular refineries to allow for efficiency and competitiveness to drive down fuel pump prices. The newly commissioned Dangote refinery, by Your Excellency, Mr. President, the largest single-train petroleum refinery in the world, as well as the petrochemical complex, will revolutionize Nigeria's economy. And congratulations to you, Mr. President.
All right. They stand on a lot of ceremonies in this thing. He only spoke to what we wanted to hear for about 2-3 minutes, but then he went for a good 7-8 minutes telling us how excellent these criminals all over Africa are. Kenyatta, was it not the one that renditioned Nnamdi Kanu to DSS facilities and all of this? Your Excellency this and Your Excellency that.
The whole excellency now.
You look at that. I was waiting for him to land the point, and we were there 8 minutes. He was excellenting and excellenting and excellenting, but he went there then about 8 minutes into it. So that fuel subsidy then, at the taker from that, that 40% bottom base of the Nigerian state, they only consume 3% of the fuel. So the subsidy really for the rich, and he's just saying that it's not even something you have to think about. It has to be removed.
I mean, see, if you don't have your blinders, socialism blinders on, it's obvious we have to, because it's a structural problem. Imagine a country full of oil and gas reserves importing petrol. That by itself is immoral. So if we get behind all that immoral laziness and all that stuff, let's just look at the fundamentals. We're spending dollar to import something we can produce. How? Not just that. It's not bad enough that we're spending dollars. We are borrowing dollars to import what we can produce. It doesn't stop at that. We're borrowing dollars to import what we can produce to enrich some people fraudulently. And it doesn't even stop there again. And all the dollar we don't have that we're borrowing prevents us from investing in the economy so we can generate more revenues. Because we have to borrow more, our revenues is stagnant, is actually decreasing because, I mean, the receipts we get from exporting crude is down. So we keep borrowing to fund this corruption, and then the debt to revenue will get worse. So it's a black hole. It's a black hole, but it's a political landmine because that is supposed to be the so-called benefits that Nigerians enjoy. But it's not the benefit when you're killing yourself. There's no, I mean, honestly speaking, there was no way we could have continued with this subsidy. We would have just been borrowing, borrowing, and borrowing, and borrowing. And then Nigerians, the simple Nigerians will be saying, "Oh, government debt is growing. Oh, this, but we have to enjoy subsidy." Is it that? I mean, that's an oxymoron. Like government debt, we have to enjoy. We can't afford it. Simple. And with the subsidy going, there's no incentives for refineries to be built because people that are enjoying making money out of the subsidy will always sabotage refineries from getting built. At some point in time in Nigeria, the people that they gave refining license, they also gave them license to import petrol. What sort of like moral hazard is that? Like, I give you 2 licenses. I can just bring in import petrol and make money. And you also think I'll now put money, go and borrow money and be investing in a risky refining business. Like when I also have the license to import petrol. And we did that for decades. The same guys. So they never built refineries. So you can call Dangote whatever manner of names you want to call him. That's fine. That guy has shifted us from borrowing dollars to import what we have, from now producing what we have and earning dollars. Flipped it. Yes, price of petrol has gone up. $500. It will go if crude goes down, it will fluctuate 400. Whatever the price is, it will go up and down, go up and down. It's now like normal. But look at countries like Ghana. They don't have subsidies. Our economic profile on the average is roughly the same. We're both earning like $2,000 or something per head. I think we're slightly lower than them. The other countries in Africa, are they dead? They're not dead. They're surviving. Actually, they're even doing better than Nigeria. They're buying their petrol equivalent of like $500 or something, $550 today. They've adjusted. They're not dead. They can eat food. They can farm. They can do things. They can invest. Why don't we also want the same thing? No matter how you look at it, you have to remove sentiment aside. You cannot use populism to govern. You can't use populism to govern. Forget the sentiment.
One man, can I interject?
You can interject. Let me just finish this statement. Forget sentiment. Do what is right for the country. Fix our structural problem. But now that they've removed subsidy, government has to be very sensitive to corruption. Extremely sensitive to corruption. Government also needs to shave their excesses. They need to cut down some of the excesses because you can't have the masses feeling the brunt of the increase in price while you guys are living largesse. So I will recommend, not that I don't know if it can be enforced because it depends on what you want to cut, but I will recommend that in addition to this subsidy cut, they implement some aspects of Orosanye report to cut down some of the government excesses and duplication. Go ahead, Hassan.
Yeah, before you interject, Hassan, Alhaji Gabam was actually speaking to that space you were speaking to Kulata earlier.
Oh, okay.
It was citing the excesses of government overspend, and it was saying that when a state governor wants to move, it could well be in the hundreds of millions, just that movement. And then he narrowed it down to the micro. He said to fill one of the jeeps, just one of the jeeps, because of course they travel in convoys of vehicles, but to fill one of the jeeps, it would have been 18,000 naira to fill it. But now it is 35,000 naira just from the spike in the petroleum. And then if you add on to that the feeding allowance, the out-of-station allowance, the extra codes and everything, all of this packaging, we are talking about the weight of the cost of governance in Nigeria. He just cited the example, but Hassan, you wanted to come in, Hassan.
Yes, as I was saying, you see, what Akumi Adesina, the AFDB president, just presented now, it spoke to my point. He said 60% of revenue actually goes to the elites. 40% are the poor of the poor, and they do not see any significant changes in their life. That's one. Two, the fact that whatever it is you are going to go into, there has to be some form of social safeguards to ensure that people are not harmed in the process of doing in the process of changing policy or implementing policy. Sometimes it's not even only human beings, even the environment too, must be safeguarded. So what I'm trying to say essentially is that it will do the government a lot of good, to humanize, and sympathize and wear the shoes of ordinary Nigerians so that they can taper it down. It's a tapering down that we need of this fuel subsidy, not that it will just be cut off one day. Cutting it one day like that is too draconian, is kind of tyrannical, and it's going to do more harm than good. In the long run, you can taper it down, say in the space of 6 months to a year. By then, you would have been, people would have gotten used to it. People must have adjusted, with the new business reality. But you having over 200% increase in your energy is going to crash a lot of business. So I think tapering down is the best approach. Tapering it down bit by bit
You mean withdraw it?
That people will become comfortable.
I'd like to respectfully disagree. I'd like to disagree.
Yes.
With everything you just said.
In phases, yes. That will be the best thing. I want to know your point of disagreement.
No, I'm going to tell you my point of disagreement on each and every point you just made. So first of all, doing it in phases, I believe, as long as you're still providing subsidy, you're still subsidizing, you're still using money we don't have to fund people that are stealing our money. We still have to borrow because we simply can't afford any subsidy. So tapering it down or whatever. And also, you are buying more time for the opposition to galvanize against you. These are powerful forces we're talking about. Powerful forces. So do you know the amount of rich guys that will be crying now because they just cut the source of their funding? It just got cut off drastically. And these are powerful interest groups. So if you're saying you're tapering it, I mean, what did Jonathan do? What did Buhari do in his first term? Wasn't it tapering? At that point in time, oil prices were so low that the landing cost of it was low. So there was really nothing to subsidize, essentially. So they changed the name. What did they call it again? They called it something recovery. It's still the same BS. And when crude oil went high and the prices became, they could no longer do that under recovery or whatever they called it. Then they officially now have to fess up and say, yes, we're still subsidizing. Do you guys remember all that shenanigans that they were still denying that they weren't subsidizing? But when the prices rose so fast, they had to acknowledge that they were still providing something. So all this facing out stuff like tapering this, tapering that, let's forget all that nonsense, because it just allows the opposition to get stronger and they'll keep on attacking you. We're just kicking the can down the road. Now, number two, let me finish. Number two, we're used to buying fuel, petrol, at $500 or even higher. especially in the period of scarcity or artificial scarcity. And we're so used to it that it's even double jeopardy at the time those things are happening. Because then the goods is scarce and we still pay a premium. So we are getting hit twice. So the 500 naira, the prevailing rate right now, is not new to us. It's not new. We've been buying it 500, even though the official price is 150. When there's scarcity or when there's whatever shenanigans those marketers do, we buy it at expensive rates. So it's not new. So when it's 500 and it's always available, then people are used to buying it at expensive prices. There are some areas in Nigeria that have never ever been able to buy it at that 160 or whatever. Never. If you go to the southeast, it's almost double the price all the time, 24/7, all the time. So to them, okay, some additional, but at least it's going to be available. So let's not talk about the price. We've always bought it at expensive rates. Even as far back as when I was in Nigeria, back then, I know we bought it like, at that time, that was in the 90s. We bought petrol, something close to 100 and something naira or something like that, that people were screaming. And that was then. So let's not talk about, oh, it's 500. We bought it expensive. We bought it 600 before. And then it will be black market. So that's not an issue. Then the last thing I want to push back against, giving giving people free money. Has it ever worked where you start sharing money? Let's not waste money. What really works is productivity. If government uses the money that they're using to do subsidy to fund soldiers, so we have more security, people are able to go to their farms, and Tinubu is able to implement what's the name of this agricultural stuff that is in manifesto. So if they're commodity boards and all this stuff, if they're able to use our money to do that, get people back to the farms, get people to work, fix electricity, that is the kind of areas where we need money to be spent.
If I may ask a quick question,
not giving people free money.
Who introduced this subsidy in the first place?
Please, may I?
It was introduced in the 70s.
May I respond? May I respond?
Please
let me respond.
A brief response, and then let's bring other voices into the conversation.
You see, as far as capitalism is concerned, nobody can put a price tag on how you sell your market, your product. Nobody can put a price tag on it. That is capitalism. If you want to buy, you buy. So this 500 naira that you said we are already buying for, well, how sure are you that it will remain at 500 naira?
It's not going to remain at that.
Wait, let me finish. Please, let me finish. There is every possibility that this petrol PMS may even reach up to 8,000 naira or more. Let me finish. So what you are suggesting, with all the things you've said earlier, is like throwing away the baby with the water all along.
And the bad water. No, I'm not saying throw away the baby and the bad water.
That's the implication of your position.
No,
that's the implication of your position.
Cost. It's opportunity cost.
No,
you borrow to fund corruption and inefficiency, or you borrow to develop the country and build productivity. We will adjust our behaviors.
You are not looking at the human side of all this.
Competition.
Yes. Go ahead.
Competition will take care of the price. That's what, listen, no one's just going to jack up price, and there will be competition. It's not like it's a monopolized space. You understand? So there will be competition. The subsidies got to go, man. That stuff's got to go.
Price will go up and down.
Yeah, it's going to go up and down. The free package, there will be competition. As long as there's competition in that place, trust me, they will take care of it. You might even go down safe. All the way, depends on how they operate on the other sectors and stuff, But to me, I think what government should have subsidized should have been agriculture, to be honest, because I believe during the time in the First Republic, that era where we used to have Royal Cuckoo and all those, we used to have Gramno pyramid. I believe agriculture was subsidized during that time. You know, it's like the government is ready to buy from the farmer and export and things like that. So that subsidizing agriculture alone, that's automatic job creation because most Nigerians are not productive. They don't know how to manufacture anything. It doesn't take rocket science to go to the farm and go and grow food and and sell to the government. So
Can I come in?
all these young youths.
Let Mike land. Let Mike land. Let Mike land. Yeah, carry on, Mike.
Millions of people they are jobless. It won't say it's not rocket science to say, come, if I go to the farm, go and grow things. Hey, government, is ready to purchase what I grow. So that's something they should have subsidized. Agriculture. That's just my point. Sha. In America, agriculture is subsidized. So farming in America is one of the easiest thing to go into. It's automatically job creation for yourself. So to me, I just think whoever started that subsidy was very foolish, to be honest. All right.
Yeah, can I interject real quick?
Yeah. Comment, Prince Daddy, and then after Fatai. Only because we've not heard Prince Daddy's voice for a while. So Prince Daddy, come in.
Okay, yeah. Briefly, I'm kind of in a little bit noisy place right here. Yeah, I think Mike's concluded by saying that the people that established the subsidy are stupid. Well, so that's the issue in Nigeria. Just like you guys are smart, you got to keep in mind also that those people on the other side are smart also. Every inefficiency, every waste in the system in Nigeria is deliberate, from power to subsidy. So don't think those people are stupid. Those are deliberate plans or institutions in place to take care of the few people. They are not stupid. They are smart. They're extremely smart. Okay. And the issue about removing the subsidy, well, I think maybe it was Hassan. You see, I think Kolata alluded to it. The opportunity cost of removing the subsidy and using the money or the funds for some other things. Or rather the substitution effect of it. The subsidy that we're subsidizing is borrowed money, if I'm not mistaken. We don't really have that money allocated in the budget. These are monies that we borrow to pay and give to the rich, a handful of people. The subsidy, it has to go. It's not about being emotional or being insensitive to the Nigerian common people or the poor people. That's not the case, because we're not really looking at the consequential effect of this subsidy issue. Now everybody's concerned about the price of things going up, but the reality is that every time we pay subsidy to these people, we, just like Kolata said, we're not spending the money on agriculture, maybe education, maybe hospital. A lot of people, a lot of children are dying from common diseases like malaria and some other ones that can be easily taken care of if we have adequate, health system in place. So the poor are already suffering in many other ways, and they are dying also. See, the fuel subsidy is not going to really kill people as much as poor healthcare system and security is killing people in Nigeria. So we have to give a lot of credit to Ashwaji. I know everybody thinks things should be done in such a perfect way that it should be able to calculate all the variables to be able to to give Nigerians a soft landing. But let's face reality. The corruption of the corrupt people are always going to fight back. Okay, this gradual mitigation of the subsidy over time, and I agree with Kolata. I don't agree with that. It needs to go. It needs to go as soon as possible, so we can now adjust to the reality of things. And by the way, capitalism. There are two types of capitalism. It's not always the case that the market determines everything. No, not at all. Okay, there are some commodities or products that the government can control. And that's why, in this case, I mean, we talk about the governors and the president in Nigeria being powerful. How come they can't use their power right now? That's a big question, because they can easily pass a moratorium in a lot of ways and compel all this importers of fuel and the gas station to sell at a certain price. Okay, When we have an emergency in the system, that's why we have government to come in for a short period and take care of the people. We can't allow these people to jack up the price up to $1,000 because they're trying to make as much as possible right now, so they are able to go back into the market and buy at a higher price. No, they doing business. They have to take the risk also involved in that business, that line of business. Trying to again externalize all the costs to the people is not fair. That's why the government needs to step in with policy, passing moratorium, and making sure these people compel, because they can be punished. Listen to news like this morning or yesterday. Somebody said that the state governors, they have what they call, I don't know, COE, a certificate of existence for this fuel stations, that they can withdraw from them from continuing their business. These are part of the policies or moves that the government locally and
That is
nationally can
certificate
take to take care of it.
Baba, because I didn't really plan to stay
certificate of
this long.
occupancy.
Yes, come in, Fatai. But Fatai, I want to add this as you come in, Fatai. The one thing that I don't think anybody can dispute. The one thing is that this first subsidy, somebody has to take a financial hit for it. Somebody has to take a cold shower on it. Somebody has to take a financial hit. So who takes that financial hit? Is it the pump people, the petrol stations? Is it the suppliers, the fuel farms, etc.? Is it an NPC? But somebody has to take a financial hit because, of course, somebody just sent me something. Even the NNPC filling stations, they've marked up to 500 naira. So there's been more than a 200% jump suddenly in the price of petrol. So somebody has to take that financial hit. But who should that be? Coming for Ty.
Yeah, thank you, one man. So everything, I don't even know where, even a whole lot of things all over the place. So first of all, I have to say from the jump that I don't advocate and will never in my life advocate that people can take it, let them take it, right? I think the better approach, in my opinion, right, is to paint the picture in their reality, and people will see. Because if we assume that we need to take, it's like you want to take away your tooth that is going to be painful to remove it, so we have to endure it. If that is what we are dealing with, yeah. So, but if that is not what we are dealing with, and we are making an argument that, well, people have to take a little bit of suffering or a lot of suffering, I mean, the argument is going to be going in a circle. So let's understand what we are dealing with. So maybe all these debates, they are not even necessary, right? So first of all, subsidy is in the budget. So it's not, I didn't get the argument that was made around that time. Subsidy is in the budget. Just that this time around is up to half of the period of the life of this current budget. And that's where we have this issue. So, but I think the first question that I want to ask is to Hassan, because I was listening to him at that time. So this, I saw on Arise TV in Bayelsa, right? They made a report in Bayelsa that 3 days before the inaugural speech, the day of the inauguration, this queue had already started, right? But I don't know whether Hassan knows whether this is nationwide, but definitely 3 days before the inauguration speech, this queue had started, right? So it's not, I think at this point in time, it's not really, yeah, I do agree with you, one man, sometimes when you say it, I don't really still, if anybody is still arguing about the subsidy, I think the argument is moved on from there. I think most people agree that the subsidy has to go. Babajale Koko will say
How do we do it? Should we suffer people so much? And that is the question. Do we have suffered people this much?
Let me tell you. Hello,
let me
Fatai.
respond. Let me
Fatai.
respond.
No,
You
before
asked
you
me a
respond,
question. Let me
Fatai,
respond.
this queue started in Lagos in the morning of the inauguration, even before the speech.
Before the
So it's not
speech,
even even before the speech. So it's not even the speech that caused it.
So it has nothing to do with the speech, right? So an event A was going to happen anyway. So an event B happened. I wish Saki father was here. He would tell me the name of the fallacy of the logical fallacy.
What are you guys trying to spin now? Something
No, Baba Jan Lekoko.
has not happened. What is the defense for this? Your man
Baba Jaroko, listen to Arise TV. Listen, Arise TV cover it, and then they said it. What's the name of that lady? I've forgotten that this lady on Arise. She said it, that the queue started in Lagos on Monday morning.
Don't you think that was in anticipation of the speech? Don't you think it was in anticipation?
No, let me tell you, whatever way we painted it,
you can still be linked to the speech.
Fatai.
I am batified, but let me
I'm here.
Let me tell you, Patoski, even the anti-Tinubu, this guy, Rufai, he said it that even this speech, this subsidy thing is not even in Tinubu's speech. He said it. It was just a statement that he had it. When you look at the speech, it was not even there originally. So it's not in that anticipation.
So he made a reckless statement that sent
It's not a reckless. It's not a reckless statement. It depends on the way anybody view it. It's not a reckless statement. It should be unfair enough to call it a reckless statement.
But he made a reckless statement. He's trying to show off that he's a tough guy, and then look at what he has cost the country. He doesn't.
He didn't cost the country anything. He didn't cost the country anything.
Let me respond. Who was the person that asked me the question right now?
No, I asked you, but I'm just waiting.
Okay, yeah. So
I put my camera to show. I'm just waiting.
Okay, I see. How much do you have to earn for you to be above the poverty line today?
I don't get it. I didn't get the question, brother. Can you ask me again?
Yes. How much do you have to earn for you to be above the poverty line today, daily anyway?
I don't understand where the question is going.
Okay, the United Nations has an index. Anybody that does not make up to $1.5 $1.50 each day is living below the poverty line. Do you get what I mean? Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, what is the direction of the question? What is the point they are trying to make?
Yes, let me finish. I'm trying to establish this fact before I will get there. Okay. So look at it this way. If we are selling petrol at the rate of 600 naira, it may probably even go beyond that very soon if this is not curtailed. So people will be buying a liter of petrol, close to $2. And there are implications because in Nigeria we use petrol for practically everything.
You are just being emotional. What do you mean by $2? What do you mean by people will be buying fuel for $2? What do you mean by that? You are just exaggerating to put
Let me finish.
One at a time.
Let me finish now. I'm telling you about the real life implications. Food is going to be expensive. Do you think all those cars that transport foodstuff from one part of the country to another, they run on water? They run on fuel. and that will no businessman will load up a truck with goods and then transport it to another part of the country and then sell it at a cheaper rate. It's going to increase the cost of living for the ordinary person. So people are going to become poorer. Everything that you know in the market when you go is going to
Hassan, I understand what you're
saying. There's going to be
I don't
inflation.
disagree with you. I don't disagree with your principle.
Actually, inflation doesn't make you poorer.
Then why do you want?
If your price goes down, you make more money.
A person living in Nigeria telling you what they are experiencing already. You guys living all over the world, outside Nigeria, you don't want to listen to him.
That doesn't justify.
What is he
That
saying?
You are blackmailing us. You are blackmailing us.
One at a time.
It's not blackmail.
It's blackmail. It's blackmail.
It's blackmail. It's not blackmail. It's losing touch with reality. You guys have lost touch with reality.
Everybody hold. Let Hassan land and then come in. Hassan, carry on.
Okay, so you see, there are real life consequences for all this. Everything is going to skyrocket. Everything is going, the prices will become high, inflation will become high, people who need medicines, everything is going to be so damn expensive. And mind you, minimum wage has remained as it is for long now. I think the last time they increased the minimum wage was like 9 years ago, something like that. And people are not making more money, yet every day if you go to the market, what you buy.
If you want to put that minimum, don't put
Stop interrupting me, please. Stop interrupting me. Let me finish first.
Hold on, Hassan. When we have three, four voices, then we are not really hearing anyone. So, Hassan, land it quickly. You can see people are eager to push back against you, Hassan.
Okay. So you see, so people, will suffer for all these things because of the inflation. People will not be able to do their normal things. For example, if you earn say 30,000 naira, and then at the end of the month you go to the supermarket and you buy maybe your grocery, everything you spend is maybe 15,000 naira. The next month you go back to the store, that same 15,000 naira might only get you what you used to get for 5,000 naira. And then when you go in the next maybe 2-3 months, that your 30,000 naira might only get you what you used to get for 10,000 naira. So indirectly you are becoming poorer and poorer. Yes, you are gaining the same money, but shrinkflation. Do you know this thing that they call shrinkflation, one man?
No, carry on.
Okay, so shrinkflation is a real thing and it is affecting Nigeria right now everywhere. So Nigerians are becoming poorer by the policies of government. They are not getting more money, but then every day inflation and prices of commodities are increasing. So that means every day you are becoming poorer. You are putting in a 9 to 5 work hour, but then you are becoming poorer at the end of the day.
Hassan, I don't disagree with your line of travel. Where you are going, I totally agree. I don't advocate that people should suffer and just shut up and suffer until we fix the whole world. I don't agree with that. I might not totally go along with the permutation of how the economic direction will go, what will go. Shrinkflation. Okay, shrinkflation is just an ad hoc term. It's not like a real term. The economy is shrinking. We have massive. It's just playing with words. shrinking economy plus inflation, and that's all. But I don't agree
No,
with
no. That is not what it means.
That is what it means.
Shrinkflation
It's not a word.
is
It's not a word. It's a
no. Check
major. No.
shrink
Brother.
shrinkflation.
Okay.
Shrinkflation is
tell us what it means.
One man, let me wrap up my stuff. I have to sleep.
Shrinkflation
If I have
is
to go also now,
Some people are just
hand.
talking longer than everybody else, and I mean, we can make
it's
our
like
point.
one man
Just
is
statement
giving
instead
too
of long
many
stories.
opportunity to talk.
All right.
Shrinkflation.
Wrap it up, Hassan, and then we.
Okay, shrinkflation is putting a lesser amount of commodity inside a package, but maintaining the same package. So the package will be big, but what is inside will be small. So you get the illusion that you are buying the same quantity. Meanwhile, it is not the same quantity. It has been reduced. This is the way that
But that doesn't mean.
companies do to
But that
make
doesn't mean.
money.
Sorry,
That is
Hassan.
shrinkflation for you, and it's everywhere.
All right.
Okay, so that's it. You can continue.
All right. We'll do it in this order. Kolata, land your
I am
thought.
the one
Mike.
speaking now. I want to go to sleep as well now.
No,
I'm
hold
waiting.
on now.
God decide.
Hold on. Kolata,
All right.
land your
Good night.
thought.
Good night. Good night.
All right then. Kolata, land your thoughts, and then let's hear from Mike.
Okay.
It's just running out of control. Yeah.
Here's my thought, especially addressing what Hassan is saying. Like, it's not like you think people hate the poor and all that stuff, but no, it's not like that. The opportunity cost of what this subsidy stuff is doing is what you need to think about. You think it's just one direction or that. You take off subsidy, then prices will go up and it keeps going up and going up forever. No, it's not like that. There are other areas. Think about other areas that government can spend money on. Security, for example. They can use the money. They can deploy more soldiers, arm them, train them. So productivity in agriculture will go up because the soldiers and the police will be able to protect the farmers. So food inflation will go down. Food will be more available, and they can use money to spend on silos and commodity boards. I mean, set up all that stuff. So I mean, there will be more food available. Things like that. Healthcare provision. People will be more productive because they will be less sick. So when you think about, I mean, prices going up in one side, yes, removing the subsidy, but productivity and other areas of the economy going up. At the end of the day, it may become a net neutral because we'll grow in a lot of areas. We agree, cost of transportation, cost of all that will increase. But think about the other areas that we're stifling because we want to keep this side low. Is it worth it? Because think about the full picture of the economy. Areas that demand our attention, but we just can't afford to invest in them. And when we invest in those areas, it may be a net plus for us. The fact that there's a possibility of our exchange rates even going down because we're not using dollars to buy this stuff anymore. That's a plus. Our exchange rates may actually inch back downwards because we have less pressure on the dollar to use it to buy stuff, because the biggest use of dollar in the country is to import petrol. If that goes away, don't you think that will be good? So don't think about it from just one direction. Yeah, immediately, the immediate future, things will be hard. But on the long term, a lot of areas will spring up and things will tamper down eventually. So that's what I just want to inject that so people don't think about it just from a single dimension. There are many areas. You have to think about the different areas that we are currently not investing in. We're ignoring because we just don't have the money to spend in those areas. So that's all I want to say.
All right.
Talk to you guys later. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Come in, Mike. Mike, come in.
Okay. Yeah, from what I heard, especially subsidy costs like about $10 billion a year, something like that, something around that price. Just like Lotta said, I mean, they can invest that money into growth, like many areas, even infrastructure that we even make. Like Hassan is saying, travel, all these traveling costs and everything. If they fix the roads, put that money to infrastructure, or even electricity, all those things. I mean, those are things that we push more productivity. I mean, investing in productivity is more important to me than investing in welfare. All these filibuster welfare culture that we have. I mean, you just gotta go, man. Like, I mean, come on, subsidizing oil? Are you kidding me? I mean, we're not productive, man. Like, we should invest in more productivity. Like I said, if you subsidize something like agriculture, that you're investing in productivity, because now people can actually go do something, get on the farm, grow food, grow things we consume. You know, so to me, I mean, that's what I would say. Like, I mean, honestly, that subsidy I always found it to be ridiculous. Like, when people talk about inflation, it's not always wrong. Inflation also means increase in revenue for people. It also means increase in income. You know, when you're talking about minimum wage, all these things, it's only civil servants. What percentage of Nigerians are actually civil servants? I mean, the rest, most people are business people anyway. They are traders, they sell. If price goes up, your price go up too. You make more money too. You can't reach out. So inflation sometimes, just hyperinflation is just the problem. But if you're saying inflation automatically means people get poorer. No, it means people get richer actually. So if price goes down, I increase my price too. I mean, if you work for somebody that's paying you, you demand increase in income. I mean, if your boss is paying you say 30,000 and prices go up, that means your boss, whatever is trading, he also increases price. That means you as a worker can also demand increase in salary. You know, it's because people don't. I mean, if you doesn't want to increase your salary, well, go work somewhere else, do something else. But you two can get into trading. So inflation doesn't mean poor, necessarily mean poorer. I mean, it just means price goes up. That's what it means, you know. So I mean, to me, I just believe in investing in the right things, putting money in the right places. You know, that 10 billion should be going into things more important, not some, because now you're paying 10 billion, it's just going to companies that are refining the oil somewhere, maybe another country somewhere. That are probably just hitting 10 billion from Nigeria every year. You know? So, well, hopefully, but my only thing is, I don't know if they should have just wait till maybe Dangote production is already going on before, I mean, removing it or something. That's the only thing I think maybe.
Yes, I agree with that. They could have. It's going to start rolling out in July, so I don't know quite why they couldn't make the adjustments for that.
Yeah, they should just wait till maybe that's rolling and then see how they can, you know. But that's the only part where I think maybe, I mean, they should have, you know, I think they were wrong or something. But I don't know if it's something that could be done maybe gradually, maybe drop not 100% removal. Maybe they start from maybe 90%, they cut it down gradually or something, you know. But I don't know. I don't know how that can work. But I think they should do it, but maybe responsibly. That's the only thing I can say. Maybe. Yeah. But anyway, Sha, that's what I have to say.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Simba, come in.
Okay, I've been waiting me since. Good morning, woman.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to, let's hear from you.
You know, I don't know why we suddenly change now. You know, even before this pronouncement, all of us on this platform will be talking about this oil subsidy. And I don't think there's anybody that says that they don't want that oil subsidy to be removed. Now the reality has done on us, and then all of us now want to turn back and not saying this is the effect. Let me tell you, woman, if you look at this subsidy of 18, we talk about economy that is import dependent. And when Azan was talking and we started talking about inflation, what was the inflation rate even before the oil subsidy is not before the removal of oil subsidy? The inflation rate has been skyrocketing all over the world. It's not the removal of oil subsidy that will cause inflation in Nigeria. In Nigeria, production is driven by industry and it run on diesel. Diesel has been deregulated for years. The whatever inflation that one will cause, it has already cost it. And when you look at inflation, what we call inflation in Nigeria is actually the devaluation of naira. And we are talking about something that is affecting our foreign exchange, that is actually leading to devaluation of our naira because of the demand on dollars. And want to cut it so that the naira will be strengthened and the so-called inflation will reduce. And we're only looking at it from the myopic view of maybe if somebody buy cost of transportation. No, there are so many mirrors to it. When Tinubu made his speech, he talked about foreign exchange, repatriation of the foreign, investment in Nigeria, and he also talk about foreign investment. The only way we can do that is by removing this subsidy, so that if you have excess dollars, that the foreigners can, by the time they are able to repatriate their investment, their profit in Nigeria, it will encourage foreign investment in Nigeria. The other time we were talking about foreign investment, and Baba Adeloko was talking about it has reduced. If you are an investor come to Nigeria, you made your investment, you made your money, you are unable to repatriate your money, then will you be encouraged to come and invest more? Those are the way we have to look at it. There is a myriad of opportunity, a myriad of advantage if we remove this oil subsidy that we are going to get, and it's not going to increase any price. Initially, yes, but a long time, everybody is going to benefit from it. So we should stop all this blackmailing, saying you are abroad or so, whatever. That is why people are talking like, no, we have to look at it deeply. The other time we are talking about Nigerian, what is it called now? Debt. Sorry. Let me. We are talking about foreign debt.
Is that the call to prayer? Are you not going to pray?
No, it's not even the call for prayer. It's already around 5:30 a.m. here. So we have already prayed. So what I'm saying now, we are talking. No, I'm in Saudi Arabia, so that's why the thing is. I'm a Muslim. Yes, I'm a Muslim. So what I'm saying now,
do you pray 5 times a day? How do you how do you pray in between all these 10 hours you spend?
It's only one prayer that falls within the hour.
Okay.
Because whenever the woman started, it will be around 1 a.m. Our own time here. So, and that's why it's very difficult for me to join early. So what I'm saying is that our borrowing, when you look at our borrowing, we are actually borrowing for consumption. We are not borrowing for investment. And that is one of the major problem that we have in Nigeria. So if we are able to save this money, there's no reason for us to say we want to borrow, because if we are spending almost 10 trillion naira every year on fuel subsidy, so what are we talking about? So, and when people are talking about is a bit too early, let me tell you, in fact, it could have been done 10, 20 years ago. It's not so. There's no proper time. The best time to do it is now. And when people are not saying we make Nigerians poorer, the Ghanaians, I think I've been mentioning this, the Benin, the people living in Cameroon, living in Niger, they are buying that, and that is why people are actually smuggling our fuel to those countries. Are they getting poorer because they are selling at a higher price in those countries? Are they better than Nigerians? But when when you are talking about corruption fighting back, that is what the people that are benefiting from this oil subsidy will do. They will instigate the labor, they will instigate Nigerians against the government, and those are the rhetorics that will be painting for people. It will make you poorer, it will cause inflation, it will not cause sishi, it will cause nothing. Let them remove it. We will be where all of us, we have parents, we have people in Nigeria, everybody, we have family in Nigeria. All of us, we have to pay that sacrifice for our country to move forward. So that it's not about it will cause inflation. No, it will not cause anything. Initially, all this initial gra that they are doing, yes, it will, people will act, but at the time it will normalize and everything will play to and we continue our life. So with this blackmailing, you are not sensitive, the poor are suffering, and those are cheap blackmails that we do to push this thing forward. When we say you should remove it gradually, you cannot remove it gradually, because by the time you remove it, the thing will build up. They've been doing that, it has not been successful. By the time you say you remove 20%, then before you know it, they've added another 30% to it. So the best way is to remove it once and for all. Removing gradually will even worsen the situation. Where do you get the money? You are borrowing money to consume. No economy, a country will do that. You cannot be borrowing money for consumption. You only borrow money for production and investment. So that's what I want to say for now.
It sounds as though you were campaigning for Peter Obi just then, consumption to production, but there it is. Now you got rid of him. Now you agree with him. Huh? Look at this guy.
As if it's not their party that was borrowing for consumption. Look at the way he's talking now. Is it not their own APC? Is it not their
One
own?
man, do you mind
No,
if I address
APC, I don't think they were why he was borrowing for consumption. He was borrowing for projects, infrastructure.
Let's Fatai talk.
Is Sinbad a crypto Obi supporter? Consumption to production.
He is a closer to be man. But yeah, let's hear from Fatai. Fatai, let's hear from you, Fatai.
One man, do you mind to pull up the Wikipedia page I sent you? Just because it's definition, I don't really care about Wikipedia. Because because Hassan, you said about the shrinkflation. So just to clarify that part, like that. I'm really tired. I just wanted to come in and ask the guests a question, and so that is the definition. That's shrinkflation. So the first part of it is what you're talking about, like shrinkflation, grocery, whatever is there that you're talking about. So, but when you go down there, you say the word. That's what I was telling. The word is a portmanteau or whatever that. Okay. Anyway, that means it's a blend of the words shrink and inflation. First usage of the term shrinkflation with its current meaning, whatever, then they tell you is attributed to the economist, whatever the economy is. The same time earlier you said whatever, to refer to an economy shrinking while also suffering high inflation. So that's what I told you. So whatever mafia somebody is doing with their package in the warehouse, it's not economic theory, right? So, but if you talk economic theory, that's what inflation means, right? It's just a made-up word to describe a very serious situation of inflation while the economy is shrinking. So that's what I tell you. So I don't say you're totally wrong, but I'm not familiar with your description because it's a warehouse packaging, whatever. I don't work in warehouse packaging, but I know as economic theory, that's what what I told you is what it means. It's just some theory come up with it just to describe some strange, weird situation of high inflation and while the economy is shrinking. One man, I have to go to sleep. I just want to clarify that because
my definition is right. My definition is right.
No, I don't think you are wrong. I'm just not familiar with it because it's not an economic theory. It's not an economic term.
Okay.
It's not really. But it's like urban dictionary stuff, right? So it goes on the street, but I don't know. So thank you, Mama. I have to go to sleep.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So let's hear from you, Prince Daddy. We thought you'd fallen asleep or not. You were so quiet, Prince Daddy. And he has fallen asleep. I don't let Coco come in.
No, I didn't fall asleep. I think one man I've interjected I guess quite a bit, but Angelica can come in. Yeah, I'm good for right now. Thanks.
All right, Bilan. Ajale Coco.
You see, one man, when some of us here are supporting this removal of this petroleum subsidy, we are supporting it because we won't feel the impact. Or if we are going to feel the impact indirectly, we not going to feel it seriously like poor people that are already suffering that multi-dimensional poverty. We are going to go to feel it like them. None of us going to feel it like them. So we can support whatever we want to support. Oh, remove this, remove that. We are supporting this because we don't look at the past. The removal of subsidy on some products in the past and look at those products now. Have we really save so much? Have we really removed what we remove and the promise back as savings that they will get from removal? That saving has it really been spent for the betterment of Nigerian people? That is the question. As Nigerian people better off since they remove those subsidies from the diesel and from the kerosene? Nigerians, they worse off after the removal. Poor people cannot buy kerosene again. Kerosene is beyond the reach of poor people in Nigeria. Diesel is not it's beyond the reach of manufacturers. Small scale manufacturers, they're suffering. And then we are supporting that, okay, this last one should be removed. This one that is that drives everything, every means of production depend on this petrol. He said it should be removed again. Go and look at the price. You're going to be buying it at $2,000. I mean, $2,000 if that is not taken. It's just a matter of time. We're going to see a lot of people that be going down.
You see, can I interject real quick? You see, the problem we Africans is we don't have this productivity mindset. For example, if those marketers, those businessmen decide, okay, I'm going to jack the price up for to 2,000%, whatever, that's opportunity for another person to go into that same business and sell it for lower price and kick him out of business. You understand? Competition.
Not when it's monopoly. Right?
What it means. What's monopoly?
Where is competition in petroleum diesel? You see one man, Dangote, that have built the refinery and as well want to have petrol station around the country. Does that sound like a competition to you? It's going to that market. It's going to monopolize that market, and it's going to be very, very rich. State. He would dictate.
What we are talking about right now, we're talking about the suppliers, right? If they decided that they want to, because government takes out subsidy, they don't get any cheap money, easy money like that. Oh, they're just going to jack up price. It's an opportunity for someone else to get into the same business and compete and drop the price.
Mike, real quick. Okay. Well, in a natural economic sense, it makes sense for competitors or new entrants to come in and take the market share. But what you're talking about here is monopolize. Even OPEC.
It's not monopoly. What is monopolized?
Listen, even
who's monopolizing
OPEC,
it? It's monopolized because nobody else want to compete. That's why. Go into it and compete. Those few guys that are doing importing, like you know their names now. I think Tedwa is part of them. Those guys, many people should have gotten into the same business and compete. It should be a competition. It shouldn't be just few guys doing things in Africa. That's the problem. For example, even Dangote is doing cement. Everybody's looking jealous. Why don't you other people get into cement too? Compete. Instead of crying, go into this business, do business, start too. Get into competition.
Know the politics behind all of this. That is why you are talking like this. You think it's just
exactly.
We give too much excuses in Africa, man.
You think level playing field is created for?
Have you tried? The thing is, you haven't gone into it. You're already giving excuses why someone cannot go into it. Let's go into the business first before we say, give reason why it's not going to work. Let's go and compete first. Let's people go there, put your feet in there, and then you can come back and testify that this is what happened to me.
It's like when you say all politicians are corrupt. So once they become politicians, they become part of the group. Okay, so what you're talking about it's real. It's what we really want, but it's not as easy as you say. Just like
there's nothing in life that's easy, and I always say when I'm having conversation with people, they always tell me it's not easy.
All right, just one microsecond. So Thomas here to take over. So I'll hand over to Thomas as the conversation carries on. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Prince Daddy. For the super chat. So the conversation goes on under the military regime of Thomas. Ìjọba ológun today, ìjọba ológun.
Come on now. Okay. Mike, how are you guys?
I don't even. I've not been listening. I just came back from work. I just reached home now. So I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Maybe you just go on. I will catch up with you guys. I will ask one man what you're talking about. Yeah, go on, Mike.
No, I'm sorry, Lawana. I'm the one.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
go
yeah. So what look, the removal of this petroleum subsidy, it will create a lot of problem, serious economic hardship on the poor people.
Angelico, sorry, you said that last time. Okay, now tell us the approach that Tinubu or any other government should have taken, or are you suggesting that they should not have removed the subsidy? Is that your position?
Subsidy, there's nothing wrong in subsidy. That is my own position.
Unproductive ones?
Government subsidizing on petroleum product in that country is nothing wrong in it. It is the corruption, the management of it, the fraudulent management of it by the government.
Okay, can I ask you a question? That money, please. The money that government used to subsidize, where's the government getting that money from?
Look, what I'm saying is that it is not a problem to subsidize for the common good and the betterment of Nigerian people. But when government itself manage that subsidy program with corrupt practices, that is the problem. It is not the subsidy. So the government must look at that corruption, particularly what is responsible, because everybody knows that there's corruption in that.
So
$10 billion a year.
What you are telling us now is if the corruption can be condoned, we should continue paying the subsidy.
That is not
$10 billion a year.
What I'm saying, you should hold your government accountable. If you have a government that are not responsible, that are lazy, and that are corrupt.
No, Angelico, see, to what Mike was saying.
If in government, hold on, let me land this. In America, there's subsidy for agricultural produce for agriculture in America.
But guess what?
The Obamacare that people enjoy in this country is a subsidy. Hold on.
I'm glad you mentioned these things. Go ahead, finish.
There's a subsidy for healthcare. It's a subsidy for healthcare in the United States. And
now the question is, before you continue, sorry. Where's the government earning the money they are using to pay for it? They are taxing people. But the Nigerian government, the subsidy money is not that they are taxing people to pay for it. They are using money they earn by selling crude out. They all earn money. They're using it to subsidize people. It doesn't happen in any advanced country. America, everything is subsidized, even education. They do something called the property tax. They take it from the people. Anything they want to put, any social welfare program or social program, they have to put money in. They go and tax the people to use that money to subsidize this. They just don't give you something for free. American government don't give it. They don't. But in Nigeria, the government is just giving free. The people are not paying any. The people are not put. They are not the one paying for the stuff.
People free. What is government? Tell me what government is giving.
The subsidy is free money now. It's not like they are taxing Nigerians to pay for it. It's not a tax. It's not like they're collecting property tax somewhere to pay for the subsidy. It's just free money. The money in the country hand. They usually pay for subsidy. It doesn't make sense. It's like we sell crude oil and then we use that money to buy refined oil. It doesn't make sense.
Look,
that's why we are poor.
Nigeria have refineries that are not working. Who do you want to blame? Do you want to blame Nigerian people?
That's a whole different argument. We can all agree with you that the corruption part, yes,
Hold on.
I'll let you continue. Sorry, but it sounds like you're like everywhere. So, what would compel the investors or the government to refurbish their refineries and do what Mike is talking about to be more competitive, if they can always get subsidy. What are you talking about? If you don't remove subsidy, why would there be creativity and imagination in that field, in that industry? As long as there's subsidy there, why should they work hard and invest and take the risk when they can just collect the money?
What are you talking about?
Answer this question. Are you a socialist, by the way? Are you a socialist?
What is subsidy got to do with investors? What are you talking about?
Okay. I can. Well, it's called incentive.
You live in United States. Are you telling me that you don't get subsidy on healthcare? Are you telling me you don't get subsidy on healthcare?
But they get the money from paychecks.
Britain and
everybody's paycheck, they take out Medicaid. I don't everybody's paycheck. That's how they pay for it.
Yes. Everybody in UK, they have free healthcare.
But they tax everybody. They fund it through taxation. Ajali Kuku. How do you want Nigerian government to fund this thing you're talking about? All these things, it's like we demand everything we get in America, but we don't understand that in America, we pay for it. They tax you for these things.
Hold on. They tax because you have government at work. You see government that function like government. Your government does not function well. And
no,
hold on.
There's nothing to tax. The people are not creative.
Hold on. You see, when you see these people having large entourage, large staff, large people around them, and they squander your money for their own good and not for your own good, you don't want to complain. You don't want to tackle them. You don't want to ask this question.
But that's a different argument now. That's the corruption argument you're arguing. Here we are talking about basic.
Yes, it is corruption.
But we can't. Well, that just will justify the reason why we have to keep subsidy going now.
There is waste in every government, even in the United States and United Kingdom. There's waste by the government on bureaucracy. We know that. It's not unique to Nigeria.
It is corruption that doesn't make that subsidy
it's global
well for the people.
It's not about working. This argument is not about whether something is working or not working. What we're saying is the money, the $10 billion, is not working.
Mike, sorry, is Thomas there? Thomas,
if you have government that can generate revenue where can make your economic work where to generate a lot of revenue, that 10 billion you are talking about is nothing.
Do you know that?
I don't pay Thomas. Who is calling me? That is Simba. Simba. He kicked himself out. Continue, Ajale Koko.
Yeah. So when your government doesn't function well, who told you that? Okay, when they remove this subsidy and they are saving this money, what guarantee you that everything they'll be saving will be put to use for the benefit of the people? Who told you that savings will not be squandered as well? There will not be corruption around it. What is the
again? That's a different argument. We can't conclude that the money will just go into 10 billion. The 10 billion will just go into pockets. At least we can agree that something will go into infrastructure and things. So
who told you that?
Well, we don't know. We can't just make the accusation that we can't make that speculation. But it's a different argument. If you're saying, hey, we don't want the money to go to corruption, we agree. No one would disagree with you that we don't want that money to go to corruption. But we do need money for other investments to invest in other things.
Let me tell you, these other investments, we need other. I've been hearing this since 70s. But rather,
you know, by the way, Ajale Koko.
Hold on. But rather, what we have been seeing is a failure of the government to put to use those savings. They said, oh, we are going to save money from this. We are going to. Do you know there was a time they were selling liter of petrol in Nigeria like maybe 75 kobo? Do you know that?
It's all over the world now.
So let me tell you
there's nowhere in the world where the price in 1970 is still the same today.
Let me tell you this. All these savings, they say, oh, we're going to save money to do this. Believe them.
No one disputing that Nigeria has been dealing with corruption for decades. We agree on
that. We shall all go through the pains, and you will see going through the pains will not yield desired result.
Ajale Koko, by the way, let me ask you one question. Who's responsible for building economy? Is it the government or the people?
Who is responsible to building economy?
Yeah.
What do you mean? When it's government, number one, government have to create an enabling environment for businesses to strive. That's it.
I think it's largely the creativity of the people. For example, in the United States where you live, do you know that 90% of employers of labor, do you know that 90% of employment is done by private sector? You know that? You know, government has no business in business. Government is not really a business entity. Government's role in society is to regulate. That's it.
Yes, government will
regulate. Exactly.
If government regulate, I agree with you. Government will
in America where you live, I can guarantee you, since you've been in this country, when you say you want to go and look for a job, you don't go to a government office to say, I need a job. It's always a private sector, whether it's Walmart, McDonald's, even the hospital you work in as a nurse when you graduate from school. It's all private, most largely private. If you graduate as an engineer and the firm you're going to work for, it's not owned by government. 90% of employment in America is private. It's creativity of individuals. They have vision. They started franchises. They expand. They started business. It's creativity of the people, and that's one thing we don't preach in Africa. We just believe the reason why we are poor is because of one government hasn't made us rich. No, the creativity is what.
Hold on.
There is nothing government can do to get the people out of poverty. It's the creativity of the people that will get them out of poverty. And when the people when the people become creative, government becomes richer. They have people to tax because American is so rich because all these private sectors, I told you, all these franchises and all these private companies, government is able to tax all of them, tax their employee, and raise revenue and use that revenue to subsidize things like healthcare, all these things you talk about, healthcare and all these things. But in Nigeria, we all want the same thing we have in America: the healthcare, the this and that and that. Where are the creative people with franchise?
Okay, Mike. Okay, 1 second. They say there are a lot of creative people.
We want everything for free in Africa, but the citizens are not creative. Some. If you go to Nigeria, you see young boys with 6 children. He has no job. He has 10 children, and he's blaming government for the poverty. You will see a woman that doesn't have a job. She will have like 8 children. The people is the problem, and I think where government should invest more is education. To be honest, to educate the people and teach people that okay, listen, this is your role as a citizen. Don't ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
The people are creative. That's not the problem. Just like Ajina said, the enabling environment, the policies that the government puts in place, and incentives that it put in place encourages business and business creation in the country. So it's not about the people being lazy or having children.
Do you know that it's easier? Do you know that it's easier to become a billionaire in Nigeria than in the United States? Do you know that?
I don't disagree with you. Absolutely not disagree.
Do you know there's virtually you can just go to Nigeria and just start a company without government regulating you, without regulations or anything. You can just you can become the next Zimbabwe if you want to. There's no regulation. Like you can just start business. Anybody can just start business. In America, you can't do that. You go to jail. You can't just say you want to start selling something. You can't wait. You can't just wake up and say, I want to start selling something. You have to first of all.
That is how it is easy. Just start something and start making money in Nigeria.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying life is not. It's also people always use that word easy. There's nothing easy in life, and I hate when people say, "So you want it to be easy before you can do it, before it has to be."
No, Mike. So are you saying it's easier to start a business in Nigeria than America? Is that what you're saying?
He doesn't know. He's just. Before you even get your business registered in Nigeria, if you are not careful, you'll be giving fake business registration. It's going to be fake that you will get at the end of the day. So look, look, subsidy is not the problem. It is your government that couldn't.
But Angelico, subsidy is not the problem. But so what is wrong if we have enough capacity, enough fuel in the country, and access to be able to export, and in so doing, reduce the price of a liter of petrol? I mean, what is wrong with that? Why do we continue to subsidy?
Prince, Angelico, let me say this. Let me back Mike. In Australia, it's easy to set up business in Nigeria more than Australia. Ask me why. There is nothing you want to do in this country. You must have a certification and a license for everything, even cooking, cleaning.
Yeah,
Let me finish. Let me finish, please.
Yeah.
You must have certification on what you are doing. Carpentry, just name it. Just what? Name it. But Nigeria, you can set your business and nobody is asking you for certification.
Hold on.
Nobody.
Hold on. When you are talking of buying and selling, it's different. So if you want to do buying and selling in what do you call it? In your Australia, they will not go to ask for your certification. You just go to your local government. I don't know how you call it.
Yes,
Yeah.
Suburb.
Yeah, just go to your suburb.
Council, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So what?
Let Ajali Koko land, please. Let Ajali Koko land. Yes.
You
Yeah.
just go and say, but there are some certain industry that is require your
certification.
And that one is normal in every society. Normal.
It's not normal in Nigeria. You can be a carpenter in Nigeria, electrician in Nigeria, and you don't have any certification. I'm talking of government certification.
It's a government failure as well, because you don't see your.
So that means what Mike said is correct. You can easily set up business in Nigeria.
It's not correct. What I'm saying is your government failure. It's your government failure that make it possible for people that don't have certification to.
Okay, let me take it real quick.
All of this. It is not possible. So
okay,
if you have a functioning government, your government will have a training school where people will go to have their skill, or what do you call it? They will go through some kind of training and then go through certification, and then they can practice. But you don't have it. You don't have your technical school doesn't work. What do you have? This is the government failure. You want to blame people for everything. Education, they don't invest. Go and check the budget on education and health care. It's between 6 and 7 and 8% on education in the whole federal government budget on education. And when you see their budget on National Assembly, more than the budget for education, for health care and education in your country, and you accept that, and then they fail on this oil subsidy to manage it very well. It's a program, it's a government program that should be well managed, should be well audited at all times. But they don't even know how many petroleum, how many liter of petrol that we consume. And you want to tell me that it is not government failure, but you want to blame it on people that, oh, this thing we are giving people must not enjoy it anymore. And you are supporting this evil. You will see argument between custom and the NNPC. NNPC is saying a particular figure, that this is the figure that we consume daily. The custom is saying, that is not true. But their own figure is different. And nothing happened. But yet, the people have to suffer for that. And you people are supporting that. Oh, this thing must go. You don't know the economic effect that the people of that country will go through. Seriously, everything will I mean, the productivity will suffer seriously in that country. And when productivity suffer, what are you expecting? How would Tinubu achieve the GDP GDP target that he said is targeting at a minimum of 6%? How would he achieve it when productivity suffer across the board in that country? And then people, we have to pay more for food, they have to pay more for school, they have to pay more for everything. And you think that is the best solution to our problem? Instead of telling these people, You are the people that are perpetrating this corruption. It is not the people. We should not suffer it. No. How do we enjoy our commonwealth as people of that country? That oil is our commonwealth, but you want to take it away. You want to give it to capitalists to start enjoying and making millions, billions. But the people of Nigeria, we have to go into poverty. Why capitalists like Dangote and others will be making billions out of it for business?
Okay, are you a socialist?
Am I a socialist? What is wrong being a socialist? Is it
So
a wrong thing to be a socialist?
Hello?
Can you answer me?
No, I just want to
wrong to be a socialist?
Well,
is it wrong being a socialist? Is it a bad thing in life to be a socialist?
Yeah, it can be really bad. Actually, yeah.
Evil to be a socialist?
It can be.
It can be evil. Look at how you have been brainwashed. So it's capitalists that capitalism.
Sorry, Baba Jericho, I have some question I want to ask you.
Yes.
Okay, because we are just talking and then production, GDP, we are just looking at it as if petrol is the only driving force of the economy. When you look at factors of production, how much does petrol contribute to factor of production? Then, because I will take you by your own word, you are talking about foreign investor, foreign investment. Don't you know that this thing is one of the things that actually mitigating foreign investment in Nigeria? When you invest in Nigeria, you will not be able to repatriate your money back to your country. Investors are discouraged. You mentioned, I know one of the these days you mentioned about foreign airlines that they were unable to repatriate their money back to their country, and that was why some of them refused to go to Nigeria again. I remember Emirates that time. You also mentioned that you used to do business in Nigeria, but because of the fluctuating foreign exchange, it made the business very difficult in Nigeria. Now we are talking about something that is actually taking more than almost 80% of our forex. 40% of our forex goes to importation of this fuel. And we are, if we can even stop that alone, forget about this thing. It will stabilize our naira. Forget about the other things that we are talking about. We are talking about something that can stabilize our naira, something that can bring foreign investors to come and invest in our country, so that they know that once we have that $4 for them to repatriate their money, it will encourage them to break. That will create more jobs for people. Then I mentioned something the other time when I was talking. Our economy is import dependent. Most of the things that we are consuming in Nigeria are imported. If naira can be strengthened, it will bring down the price drastically. And so forget about the money this time around. I'm giving you the advantage that this thing. Forget about the money. If we stop this thing, so that the pressure on naira, on dollar in Nigeria will reduce drastically, we cannot use this thing to even do some other major thing. Forget about say, okay, if the money they save, I would forget about that one. Those are the direct things that you are looking at. But let us look at even the indirect effect of this thing that we are talking about. Okay, we are talking about Dangote. So if you don't remove all subsidy, how do you want Dangote to function? So you should be producing in Nigeria and be exporting everything, and it will still be affecting our economy. And we look at petrol. It's only petrol that we are talking about now. And we are talking, it will increase the price of food, it will increase the price of this, everything will. The question I'm asking you is that the other neighboring country, are they poor? Are they richer than us? How are they be surviving? We export the so-called subsidized fuel That is what our people are now smuggling to those countries to go and make money. And they are surviving. Ghana, Togo, Benin, Chad, Cameroon, Niger, every other country. They didn't get poorer because they are buying at a higher price. Why are we not thinking that it's only petrol that will make our people poorer? That's what I don't understand.
Angelica, could go ahead and respond, please.
What did you say?
I said, go ahead and respond to Sinbad.
Okay, Simba, let me tell you this. We have started. I don't know why you guys are defending this. If we are not going to go through pains, as you people are saying that, oh, it's not going to. We have started seeing the effect of the removal already. People have started buying petrol for 600 naira. And somebody in Maduguri, or maybe it's in Kaduna now, is telling us how people are really suffering. Even the guy that came on the show, the chairman of SDP, he said Abuja is like a ghost town because people cannot travel from one side to the other in Abuja because of the high cost of this fuel. So what I'm telling you, what I'm letting you know is that when you see an economy that is already strangulated, already depressed, and then you are adding an economic measure that will further depress it, then you are going to kill that economy. Subsidy removal is not going to grow your economy. What is going to grow your economy is when you tackle the corruption in the running of government business in Nigeria, including that of oil subsidy. It is not subsidy that is the problem, but the corruption around it. And corruption that
the corruption, this thing that we are talking about, I could remember the so-called this subsidy, was introduced by Gowon in 1970. And it was even Obasanjo that actually promulgated the law that puts subsidy that legalized subsidy in Nigeria in 1977. But subsequent regime have made several attempts in removing. If every government that we have been talking about this cankerworm that is affecting our economy, everybody has been talking about it. Successive regime have been saying it, and we still believe that is the best way to go. To me, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
What I'm saying,
if we are talking about corruption, and we know it's very, let me tell you, because I was listening when we were interviewing that the SDP chairman. Even when the prince came, talk is cheap. Talk is very cheap. It's very easy to criticize. Do you think that if it is very easy to remove that corruption, you heard when Okonjo Iweala was talking the other time, and the kind of problem she faced in removing that corruption that you are talking about, that her mother has to be kidnapped, and you are not saying that no, remove the corruption. Let me tell you, the best way to go is to just remove that thing and remove it, because it is not effective. It is not sustainable. There's no way you can remove the corruption. Very difficult. It's very easy for us to say, hey, okay, God, our government is corrupt. Let me tell you, one thing that is very easy to do is to condemn people. But when you are given the opportunity, that's when you know that it's very difficult. This tax that we are talking about is very difficult. Very easy for us to say, the poor one, because those are the lyrics.
What are you
that
saying?
That is very rhetoric. That is very easy for people to hear.
Can I interject?
you said it's difficult.
Simba can
You
get.
have government, you elected people to go and solve problems. The problem in the country should not be difficult for them to solve because they promise we are going to make life better for you. So, but when you have leaders that are corrupt, that are not ready to solve problems, but create more problem for them, to create more problem for them to be better off than you, the citizens, then you will have this problem. They created a problem to make it look as if this problem is unsolvable. That is not true. Look, the use of technology and better auditing and other equipment can solve this problem of looting around this oil subsidy. But they don't want to use it. They don't want to use it. But then you have to deny the people the benefit of their commonwealth. You want to deny and suffer Nigerian people. This is the thing they did on education when they started this private education before they passed bill that, oh, it will solve educational problem. Oh, there will be any this. Oh, there will be this. But it created big problem. It destroyed our educational sector. These people will create problem. We said they were solving one problem, but instead they will use that problem they said they are solving. They will use it to create more problem and destroy everything for you.
Yeah,
okay, but if you are trying to every step our government. Okay,
Simba, please. Ola is trying to come in since. Yeah, Ola, do you have Ola? Ola ti lost in the fridge. Yeah, go on, Simba.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Ola.
Okay.
Yeah, Ola is back.
No, see, I know that this issue of subsidy is very difficult for people to understand. Actually, you see, there's nothing bad in subsidy, but the question is this: what are you subsidizing? How did China become a country that is giving everybody headache in terms of supply? The government gave the factories subsidy in energy, subsidy in water. What they were after, okay, especially during that recession period, they said, okay, look, don't lay off your staff. We are going to subsidize the cost of energy, the cost of water, and the cost of production. What did you say?
So like that was temporary. We talk about subsidy
No. The one that was it's not only that. You know, some of those things are some of those companies are state-owned. There are ways that government give them some kind of subsidy. What I'm saying generally is this: no country that want to progress in this world will subsidize consumption. What Nigeria is subsidizing in petroleum is consumption. Why can't our government, if you are saying that we deregulated diesel as far back as 2006, 2007, and those are the area that normally you don't want Unilever, you don't want PZ, you don't want Dunlop to pack their load. What will you do? Because the substitute for our electricity, that we cannot generate, is that diesel. But government deregulated that diesel, and they ended the problem of scarcity of diesel, smuggling of diesel out of the country to the border country. They solved that problem once and for all. And I speak today, diesel is a regular thing. It's constant in Nigeria today. They solved that problem. Now, look at the kerosene that the poor people normally use. What did they do?
Is this beyond the reach of Nigerian people now? Even for small scale industry, is it beyond their reach?
The diesel, the kerosene?
Yes, diesel, yes.
No, diesel is stable.
It's stable. I'm telling you, is it affordable?
Of course, it's affordable. You will only say what you...
Stop it.
No,
Go and find out.
but the way economy work is this.
Oh,
You look at your cost of production. Wait now, you look at your cost of production.
okay.
You look at your cost
So
of
when they are
production,
buying diesel
and
at
wait
high
now,
cost,
Ajale Koko. Wait now.
so
Wait.
if they are buying it at
If
high
you
cost,
buy,
they buying it at high cost, where who is going to suffer the consequences of that? Is it not the consumer?
Forget.
Olada.
Forget about that. We see affordability of that community. You can never, because that's the mistake we'll be making. Okay, we were in Nigeria when Obasanjo increased petrol price. This is sorry, consumer will not be able to buy this. I will not be able to buy that. Did Nigeria get poorer after that time? No, Nigeria actually got richer. Because what happened after Obasanjo increased the price then was to increase worker salary, and all those people that are providing services, they increase the price of their services. Now, the mistake we are making here is this: if you used to buy egg, let's say one egg for 50 naira, oh, you think when that egg goes to 200 naira, that it has no. You see, you may not be able to buy one egg for 50 naira, and the person that could not buy egg for one egg for 50 naira, when productivity increase, you can even buy 5 eggs, even if it's sold at 200 naira. That is the way it works. See, look at during that time, for example, lecturers, they started buying cars, the thing that was not happening before. So what will productivity do? I've giving this example. People might not know that NITE was heavily subsidized when we were trying to use this national thing. Everybody was saying, no, in British telecommunication is working. No, the fact that it was working in the UK, and good that they did it, some people were not putting the money in their pocket. Very good. But in the Nigeria situation, they were pumping the money into NITE, and we could not see the results. Even the rich self could hardly afford that.
But Ola, you can't say because diesel and kerosene is available, that doesn't mean it's affordable.
No, see, let me tell you, I told you something that
$8.50 per liter diesel, Ola. $8.50 per liter.
Wait,
some states they pay 1,000 in the east.
It's not affordable. Wait, it's not affordable as the banks the bank in Nigeria, have they closed down? At MTN, have they closed down? Wait now. Industry in Nigeria, have
do you know how much was it? Do you know how much was the price of diesel last year? Do you remember what the price? No. Hold on. I'm asking you, do you know how much was the price? It was 300 or 350. It's now 850. So what is that going to? What would that done to productivity?
When diesel was sold for 20 naira, when diesel was sold for 20 naira, you were paying 50 naira per minute of MTN. What about? See, this thing is that you have to look at it with respect to
don't go back. Look at between last year and this year. I'm telling you, it was about 300 last year, but today it is 850. What
is a function of your current? Is a function of your exchange.
Okay, fine.
It's a function of your exchange.
So it will keep going up. And what would that done to productivity? Is that good for business? In a country where you don't have electricity, where you have to operate, where you have to operate and run your production by firing diesel, which firing your generator diesel.
No, economics don't work that way. Look, one of the first things government can do sometimes, let me give an example. If you want productivity in a sector, government can create what they call a price floor. You raise the price floor for investors to come in. When you raise the price floor for investors to come in, people will see, there's money in this way. They want to make money. They will now put physical infrastructure in place. The word is physical infrastructure. Now, when they put physical infrastructure in place, people say this thing is expensive. No, government is not looking at people is expensive. Government is looking at how to employ people that are jobless. When people that are jobless are employed, then you are able to tax people for you, the taxes you are getting from people, you use that to create some kind of social infrastructure and social benefit. That's what we're saying. Now, if you remove subsidy from petroleum, okay, look at it this way. If the cost of crude oil in the international market goes up, then the amount that government is going to pay on subsidy will go up. What is happening eventually is this: you send our petroleum outside to go and refine. Now, what we are supposed to use to produce fertilizer is missing. It's not coming back. What are supposed to use to surface your road is not coming back. There are more than 40 products from petroleum that will not come back. Only what will come back is your gasoline. At the end of the day, you are still going to subsidize. You are losing both at the front and the back. Everywhere you are losing everywhere. But we are now saying this time around, okay, we are going to remove this subsidy. Anybody that want to get into this business, if you want to aim for good, some people that have their refinery on ground that will produce locally, and you will still put your own or in the ship on the high sea, and you will still get the foreign storage where you are going to accumulate. So if you want to be importing, and those people at home, they will employ people and they will save costs, and they can even get some kind of benefit from the government. That's what we are saying. Remove this subsidy, let our local industry develop. When our local industry develop, people will be employed. That is the most important thing. When people is employed, productivity will increase. So that is what you should see from the
and the purchasing power will increase.
The purchasing, even though I don't even locally, I want the purchasing power locally to even increase, but I still want our currency to be devalued so that we'll be able to target the international market. The weaker your currency, the better for you, for your exports. So that's what I say. Now, all the money we made on subsidy, we are consuming it. We are
If you devalue your currency and you have nothing to export, even that won't be a double whammy. I was just trying to interject. If you devalue your currency, that would be a double jeopardy.
And the issue of devaluing the naira, okay.
It's not going to be double jeopardy.
Manufacturing.
Let me tell you. Let me
if you devalue your currency, there's the increase in demand for dollar, and you have nothing to export. It's going to tell on
no,
you.
Don't get me wrong. No, don't get me wrong. If you go back to structural adjustment program, we fail to implement correctly. Look at it this way: if China want to devalue their currency today, all the G7 they will rise up. They will say no way, because they know the implication of the economy, because already China they are already overproducing already. They have oversupply already in some aspect of their own economy. Now, when you are now devaluing the currency, now you are creating more jeopardy. You are killing the product in the international market for the Chinese product to come in. Now, if you devalue our currency, because foreign currency will be able to buy more of our products. Now, foreign people will have more taste of our product because they find it cheap.
But, what are we producing?
Yeah, what are we selling? The question. Yeah, economically, you're right.
What are we selling? What are we exporting?
Exactly what we're exporting.
Are we not talking about productivity now? I say let us remove the subsidy and let us increase our product. Are you saying something, please?
No, I'm not saying anything.
Hello. So that's what I'm saying. What we are saying is this: let us look away from consumption mentality and start subsidizing production. That's what I've been saying. You know, I talk of, okay, if we subsidize for all our factories in Nigeria, just like China did, that is where I started. You understand? If you look at farmers, okay, you say farmers, oh, okay, I'm going to raise the price floor of your products, and at the same time, I'm going to mop up the excess. What are you trying to do? It's a form of subsidy.
Expecting the best for Nigeria. Nigeria's wealth is the common wealth of all. It belongs to everyone. God has blessed my family. We don't need the wealth of Nigeria to survive, but to do the right thing. And I promise you on this altar that with your help with the help of God, we will set this nation on the right path. We need your prayers.
There you go.
You
know what I foresee.
Thomas, you move
Thomas,
just
you know what
decided to
what I
move
deduced from that speech that woman makes.
I was talking to the so you didn't even know what that was going to stop.
That's Thomas for you.
No be me, oh. One man, yo. Kishe me, oh.
Yeah,
One
but you
man,
know
yo.
that I sense this syndrome of megalomania from that
Oh,
speech. You know,
okay.
they are obsessed with
Earlier.
power, kind of. They are obsessed with power. They don't need money from the federal government. I mean, there's no way they can even steal from the federal. You can only steal from the state if you're in charge of ministry. And they being in charge of the affair of the country now. The husband is at the twilight of his political career. At 71, what else can he do? The man cannot even work properly. So if he can't use the rest of his life now to better the life of his people, then his assistant is useless. Sorry to say.
Anybody can steal from the government. It depends on the way they steal.
I mean, you steal for your. I think the family members will steal. So you will steal. She has they've stolen now for her to when the husband passed, she'll be able to have something to fall back on.
Stealing from the government is not when you dip hand into the treasury.
It's easy to steal from the state than in the federal. That's what I'm trying to say.
So Thomas has succeeded in changing our discussion now.
Let's go back to the subsidy. I think Nigerians are a very impatient set of people, and they don't sense to see from their nose or where they are and see from horizon. Continuously having this subsidy, especially in this downstream sector, is not good for our economy. Everybody knows that. What is the point? Look at America. The price you buy petroleum from this gas station it's different from where you buy it in the next street. You should have a competition. Now, at the same time, the marketers decided to go with what the president said and decided to jack up the price. I think that sector needs to be well regulated, apart from the fact that we leave it to the, what do you call it, DPRs, or those people monitoring the sales.
Adewale, let me even tell you what happened. Let me tell you. Like 2 or 3 days before then, even on this platform, we discussed the issue that the last comment did not put that subsidy beyond June. So it's not even Tinubu statement that speech that they are reacting to. Before he made that speech, they've already started reacting. You understand? Let me tell you, Adewale, this so-called subsidy. Yeah, exactly. And this subsidy of a thing that we're even talking about, as if Nigerians are enjoying it. Let me tell you, they don't 6 months in a year, there will be scarcity, there will be hike. This price that they are talking about, Nigerians are used to it. They are used to it 6 months in a year, every year. So I don't know.
Want government to continue to subsidize? For how long can government continue to maintain that? It's not sustainable. Everybody knows that. That money can be plowed back into.
You'll be borrowing to subsidize, borrowing money to subsidize.
It's a shame.
If you can spend what you have, but you don't have. So why will you be borrowing money? And all of us will be here shouting, our debt has increased 77 trillion. We know we exaggerate. So how do we want to reduce this?
I spoke with my brother yesterday.
So we continue borrowing to finance subsidy.
There's another refinery being under construction in the is it Calabar?
In the east? No, Akwa Ibom.
Is it Akwa Ibom? Yeah,
Boa, yes.
He confirmed it to me yesterday. I was like,
that is another about 200 to 300,000 barrel per day.
Good. So I foresee that one will take effect maybe in the next 10 years.
It's 2024.
Oh, really? So it's just nearest. Oh, wow. I didn't know it's going to be that close. But the point is that means this, what do you call this marketer that have turned themselves to the main god in Nigeria now because they believe they needed to be worshipped all the time. they will have nothing to gain by the time this to finally take off. Then that means they will have no choice than to listen to the people, because I see there's no reason. People kept saying the market reacted. It's just
In fact, let me even give you this one. Yesterday, I was discussing with one of my friend in Australia. He has a filling station in Warwick, Delta State, and the guy was telling him that Dangote has already bought that filling station from him. So it's not. And some people are talking about monopoly. There's nothing like monopoly. Now we have major.
And you think that is good for business?
No,
it's good.
See,
It's good for him.
Why
It's
did
good
you
for
sell
him.
it to?
He's
Why did you sell it to
trying to
Dangote?
monopolize the market.
It's not monopoly, Baba. Let me tell
It's
you,
not
we have so many major players.
He's
Simba,
expanding.
why did your
Yes.
friend sell it to Dangote?
Because
Why?
he was not, he pays him better because he actually not even sold. It was a
That means
lease.
your friend is not serious.
He's not serious. Because
I heard
serious
something.
in now.
It's not serious.
He's not futuristic.
Ajale Koko, you are a product.
That is the way you look at it. That is the way you look at it. This guy is getting money every year from this. It's a lease. He didn't sold it completely. It's a lease. And they are giving him.
Simba, the thing is 7 days. Ajale Koko, you know this thing very well. Walmart is an example of what people before they were trying to call monopoly. That you concentrate the market doesn't mean you are you are monopolizing. The problem is this: before you can say someone is monopolizing, who are those people that want to get into that market that they are not able to get to that market?
Our government is not even giving single give
now
people now.
Before Dangote managed to use Jonathan in 2020 because it was part of the economic team, right? Now what they did that time is this: prior to that time, some people have licenses to import.
Someone is watching soccer in the background.
You say? I keep using. Maybe no, I'm where they are playing soccer. Maybe that's what you are hearing.
Oh, okay. My earpiece picked everything, so that's why I was kind of like.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the thing is this: people were importing cement with a landing cost of around 200, 300 naira, and they will repackage it for you for like 3,000, 4,000. You know the implication of that? And create job for about 5 people. The job that may be about 1,000 people supposed to be doing. Warehouse, those people that you are even taking job away from them. So now,
let's look at it. Okay, that's what I want to say. Now, how many people are importing this way? And look at the thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that Dangote will employ. And then look at the ripple effect that one will have on the economy.
Exactly. It's like when some people are criticizing our private university, for example. But some people
think your network is
send the keys to like when the 1,000 people now we take our forest, take the children to foreign university. But a private university in Nigeria will set up there. They will start crying, they will start shouting, this is that. We are not even looking at the impact. So that's what we're saying. The Dangote you are saying is a monopoly. Managed to talk to Jonathan that was ready to close the border again, the protection of cement. And they managed to do that before that actually. They now give them one that if you are not going to abide by this law, you submit your license and they retrieve the license. So we now have Bua, we now have Rufai and Poli. How does Dangote monopolize cement in the entire Africa? At least if it's monopolizing Nigeria, how come it's monopolizing in South Africa? It's monopolizing somewhere in Africa. So the kind of narrative we give sometimes is open. Okay, How come that there are not many people manufacturing ties in Nigeria today? Because it seems as all the business that Dangote does is the only business in Nigeria. How come that we don't have many people manufacturing glass in Nigeria? How come we don't have people manufacturing hide and skin in Nigeria? How come we don't have people manufacturing shoes in large quantity in Nigeria? But if Dangote move into the shoe industry tomorrow, oh, they will say it's manipulating. How come we don't have factories that set up that we manufacturing computer in Nigeria, even if just to bring computers to Nigeria and manufacture? Now, since they've set up,
Now, why are you talking like this? You are talking as if Dangote is like me and you, or like any other. Dangote is the richest man, the man that can knock on any door. You think that others can have that same opportunity like him? You think they can have access to credit like,
Baba
you
Ajele Koko,
think
the boy that we are talking about, how did he get his own? The Lafarge that we are talking about, did they got their own?
I was told the owner is actually from Kano as well.
Yes.
Where you have these billionaires in Nigeria that are,
I think we need to change our mentality towards these people. Believe me.
Friends to politicians that have everything within their reach at any time. You can't compare.
Okay, Ajale Koko, if you are the MD of a bank,
to them, you can't compare it to the same opportunity does not open to me and you and every other.
Okay,
but there's a condition for the license given to this guy. If you don't meet up with that condition, then you won't be able to get your license.
Exactly.
So there's no monopoly here.
They took it away from them. Okay, Ajale Koko, let me ask you a question. Now, since the automobile industry bill was passed in Nigeria, that at least is doing for us. He did strategic alliance with a particular company. Is it Tata or one company in India like that? So they brought some part of vehicle to Nigeria to assemble. So I think it's going to buy Peugeot. When it starts manufacturing Peugeot or doing something again within the assembly business, they will say Dangote is monopolizing. Whereas innocent vehicle is there. And as you know, innocent vehicle is there till tomorrow now. What Nigerians are doing is just to put that man down that it's not manufacturing, it's assembly, as if assembly is not manufacturing. So the thing is this: how come that Coscaris of this world and Elisa Day of this world that are being in that industry, how come they are not looking at opening assembly plants and going to that? And tomorrow now, if they close door against importation of those vehicles now, some people will be shouting they are monopolizing. The automobile industry bill says we want to be manufacturing vehicle in Nigeria, but some people still want to be importing. So tomorrow, if someone take advantage, they will say it's monopolizing.
It's because they don't want to take the risk. Ola, they don't want to take the risk. They are just looking for easy money.
Sometimes you don't consider political favor. There are a lot of things are not done normal in Nigeria.
Good night, everybody.
It's not done normal in Nigeria. Some are political connected and they can get things done, and a lot of things can be waived for them to pass through, and others will not get it done. And for reason of monopoly, some will even use their political connection to deny other people that want to go into the similar business with them. So look, we shouldn't be champion. Dangote does this. Why can't others do this? Who told you that others don't want to do that? You think they are given the same opportunity?
Okay,
sorry, Ola, Ajale Oko, do you know Dangote is a publicly quoted company? It's not it's just that Dangote is a major shareholder there. That company is a PLC. You understand what I'm saying?
I
can't hear you guys again.
Yeah. If it's a
So,
BSA, does it mean?
So you can buy shares into it now.
So
Every Nigeria can buy. You can buy into it.
Does that
so
mean?
You can't say somebody else is monopolizing.
So does that mean that it can't be politically favored?
You are just skeptical about everything. You are just skeptical about everything. If you become the president of Nigeria, there's no way you can rule. Oh, I'm telling you, I won't even vote for you. You are just skeptical about everything. You don't have faith. You don't have faith in positive things, capacity. You don't have you don't have faith in the capacity of other people to produce results. Only you cannot rule now. That's fascist. That's fascism. You don't have faith in the capacity of other people to produce results.
Wait, Oga Patrick. Ajale Koko, do you know person
With
they
due
call
respect to
Jimoh Ibrahim?
Ajale Oko.
Ajale Koko, do you know where the person they call Jimoh Ibrahim?
He knows Omamo.
Ajale Koko, do you know the person they call Jimoh Ibrahim?
Omamo,
If you run a bank, will you like to give Jimoh Ibrahim your facility?
That one. Ola, don't even mention.
The last
never. Ola, I will never do that.
Ola, what to share now? Pẹ̀lú Jimoh Ibrahim.
Thomas, what did you say?
It's not me.
Because
Jimoh
Ibrahim is all about asset stripping. He will never invest. Asset stripping.
I can't hear you guys again.
What's going on?
Who is
breaking?
Who is talking now?
It's just breaking.
No. We can hear you. I can hear.
We can hear you, Patrick. You are clear.
What I'm saying is that Ola was asking if you could give something to Jimoh Ibrahim. I know Ola is saying that. That's why I was calling Ola attention that you know Jimoh Ibrahim. When I say he knows Jimoh Ibrahim, I know there's an information that I know he knows and I know that we probably don't want to bring up here. You understand? So
everybody knows that he's a debtor. He's a debtor. He's a criminal. So nobody will give him his loan.
Dangote have proven himself, and that's a quoted company. But as Nigerians, we need to learn to believe in others. We are very good. We are forthright. Mind you, Ajaneko, we are forthright and very focused. But there's thousands, millions of Nigerians who are better than us. All of us that are talking here now, speaking grammar, thinking that we articulate. If they put me in Nigeria now, I'm sure there's over hundreds of thousands of Nigerians that are better than me, both in intellect, in reputation, in integrity, and in hard work, and in goodwill towards Nigeria. Far better than me. I don't know about you. Maybe there are very few for your own case. But in my own case, I know there are hundreds of thousands of Nigerians who are more intelligent than me, who have better goodwill, who love Nigeria more than me, who are committed and who are hardworking than me. So why would you be so skeptical about everything? That's not to really live long ago. You just be too suspicious of everybody.
You say one thing, Oga Patrick, that I even want to say. Oga Patrick, at least the banking industry in Nigeria is not monopolized. Even the fintech is not monopolized like InterSwitch, like eTransact, like some fintech are coming up. So the same way we have so many industries that are not monopolized in Nigeria. So the thing
Ola, let me give you this. Let me give you this. You know, you are talking about the Promasidor project in Ekiti.
Ekiti,
yeah. Now, 3 days or 4 days ago, there was another one that is set up in Kaduna Hala Farm, where they have all these dairy things that they said they want each cow. They say to be producing about 30 to 40 liters of milk every day. So it's only there are so many things that are going on that we don't even know. People are investing, investors are coming, and now in those sectors we are not looking at it as if there is monopoly. But anytime Dangote does something, every one of us will be shouting, "Is monopoly, 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 monopoly." I don't know where we are getting this thing from.
Is McDonald's not is McDonald's not donating for the market in Nigeria, in the US?
Because
I'm hearing you.
One thing I know is that there are more than 100 in Nigeria. You said? You can't hear me.
Ola, go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you.
So like that. Instead for us to focus, we just keep picking on someone. Now look at the like of Adenuga today. Look at the owner of all those One and our banking industry today. See the way they are doing us proud. But the thing is, the type of business that Dangote is doing, the barrier, the entry barrier is so high. That's just the point. And for you to say you want
And it's involving in a
to
very
go to the
risky
bank and get
business, risky businesses, risky,
you
very
must
risky businesses.
earn the trust of those banks. You and I can exactly. So look, we've had a situation now. Maybe Oga Patrick will remember this guy that was challenging DSTV that went to get the premiership right that time and he started doing nothing with that money. So that project. Do you think it was? I think if I remember very well, it was about 2 billion naira. Do you think any bank today, the same guy, we go to any bank today that the bank we want to give money? But you see people like Dangote, they are running after Dangote, pay Oga, please invest, take our money,
Come and take money.
from us, because they trust this guy that is running business properly. So like you see someone that is sweeping assets. You can't give money because you know that this one will just buy asset and strip, but we not even pay your
Let me
money.
tell
You won't
you,
give that person
Ola,
money.
let me
So
even tell you
if
something
Dangote
that
has built
let me tell you something that people don't know. See that Dangote, before it became like that, there was a time, Dangote, his trucks, he used to do trucking and all this stuff too. He would chase checks to the banks to make sure that his checks go in personally. Those times, I remember when I was with a bank, Dangote was doing business, was one of our biggest customers. He is so committed to it. He even brought his mom to our MD to say, mommy, help me thank this woman. Their banks are supporting me. He's just like an ordinary guy that just built his business over time. So the day MD was telling her, do you know I had a visitor yesterday? I said, who? He said, Alhaji brought his mom to my house to just thank us. You people are doing now. She was now telling us, the MD was telling us that you people are doing a great job.
Patrick, we are not hearing you again.
Patrick, what's the obedient network in the end?
Maybe it's using phone. It's using phone like me, because me, when I use my phone, it's not that.
Yeah,
yes, I did. I was using my phone. I came to pick my daughter. Okay, continue.
Yeah, Ola, you make a statement.
I know. Obviously.
What's wrong with everybody's network today? You're breaking. Yeah, Ola.
So the
you are breaking, Ola. We can't hear you.
So the subsidy we are talking about,
Ola, we can't hear you.
We just want to make
we can't hear you. Ola, you are breaking heavily. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I will join when I get.
No, I can hear Ola now. Maybe you two, you have problem. Ola, we can hear you very well.
You can hear Ola. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can
I can hear you too.
Yeah.
So
go on.
So why it looks like we are overflogging this thing is that if you don't talk about this thing now, who knows? Some people that don't want. Although I know that subsidy is a legal matter now. It's not even the ordinary policy matter again. So if anybody bring policy now, the person is doing illegal thing. So we have to, as much as possible, to let people understand why this subsidy must go. I keep telling people that this sense of benefit that Ajani Koko and others are saying that people are benefiting, it is false benefit. It is like people eating their future, and you think you are okay. It's just like someone that is supposed to be making 10,000 that you give like 100 that you give like 50 naira that is celebrating though that I'm benefiting. No, because this subsidy, if you take it up and you have investment, Maybe the energy industry in Nigeria is even worth over 500,000. That people is even bigger than the telecommunication. What will happen there? Someone that thinks that he will not get job can just get job overnight, and we leave that level of poverty that we are talking about.
Ola, I want to push back on. You make a comment earlier on. You make a comment earlier on when Ajaliko was arguing with you. I want to push back a bit about diesel in Nigeria, the cost and what is causing the telecommunication. You were talking about the telecommunication earlier on. People are complaining that the telecommunication, we know they are ripping us off, but you can't blame them. I used to install generator in the what they call it, all these mass they always put in Nigeria. They are not running on electric. They are running 24 hours on diesel. 2 generator, one with 12 hours, the other we interchange 24 hours. That is how it runs. You can't be running on diesel 850 naira per liter, and you think the tariff of the customer will be low. You can't compare people using electric.
Thomas, what is the tariff in Nigeria now? What is the tariff?
I think it depends on the plan you are using. The last time I went to Nigeria, almost 40 naira per minute.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. In fact, the one I'm still using now is 11 naira per minute.
Per minute. Maybe it's been longer I left Nigeria, so they are just charging.
It will not be cheaper than what we are paying here.
But Patrick, why we always compare here to Nigeria?
So that's what I'm saying.
Nigeria, we can't compare.
Nigeria is cheaper. Nigeria is cheaper. Look at it. I'll give you a good example.
You can't compare economy of US. Hey, Patrick, you can't compare economy of US to Nigeria.
No, Ola, Thomas. If you want to attract investors in that area. Let me give you an example now.
Why are you comparing US to Nigeria?
Let me give you the reason. Let me give you the reason why I said this. You see, for example, I'm talking about electricity and stuff like that. I know some people, average household here, I know some minimum, like average, low, middle household, like here, they use like maybe 25% of their income, monthly take home, to pay utility. They pay like 600, 500 to pay utility. If Nigerians, they use 25% of their monthly take home to pay utility, Buhari would have died. He would not have finished that government before he dies. That's the point. Whereas if you use the same amount, proportion of your income to pay, the same utility company that is providing electricity here will come there to go and provide the same electricity. They won't come because why will I go there when I'm making that kind of investment and you expect me to
Patrick, may I answer? May I even answer the Thomas Jari? You say the cost of that thing is high. The banks that are using the fiber optic from all these organizations, are they complaining? Do you know the impact to them? The like of Brother Shaggy and those people that are making skits, using data to make skits online that they use to make money, are they complaining? So that's what I'm telling you now. Just look at the situation now where it's assumed that we still have Nitel and we are subsidizing for Nitel. Because people don't know.
There will not be Shaggy now. There will not be Shaggy. There will not be Mr. Macaroni. There will not be.
Exactly. The subsidy we gave NEPA that time, people didn't know that we were able to subsidize NEPA.
There will not be all those POS. There will not be all those ATMs. Ola, you are on point.
Exactly. You see what we are talking about.
Look at the growth.
When we stop subsidizing, telecom alone with implicitly and explicitly generated over 500,000 jobs. Now, 500,000 jobs, you have people now that will be able to patronize.
You are being economical. What are you talking? You are talking about millions of jobs.
No. I just want to base it on the. You understand? Now, look at those people in the computer village. Those computer village they are talking about now, they are the one that we see go and buy from farmer. All those farmer you think that, oh, they won't be able to buy something. They see they want to go to barber shop. That's what we are telling you. If barber shop is like if they buy petrol for 1,000, not be the cost, not be the cost they incur, they go take sell. Okay, we did buy fuel for 1,000 per liters and now start barbing for you for 20 naira. No, but mind you, the subsidy they remove from telecom and all these things has created a job for them to make enough income to even patronize others. That's exactly what I say.
As far back as 2001, 2002, when they started, how much are we paying per minute? It was 15 naira.
50 naira.
Now look at the cost. Look at the cost. Even with inflation and everything, look at the cost now.
You
it was per minute. If you lose 1 second.
How much did you buy SIM card that time? 10,000, 20,000.
Exactly.
And that's so, like
that is the impact of removing subsidy.
Like buying it for $200. So.
Exactly. So that's what we are telling you. If you remove this subsidy, you liberate the you liberate that.
You liberalize that industry, yeah.
Exactly.
Liberalizing it means that you are opening it up. A lot of people want to come in there. People will create big jobs. There will be sub jobs and stuff like that.
Dollar that people are supposed to be using to buy machinery to fund industry, you won't be using it to subsidize for someone that is importing fuel. Those are the things we are trying to explain. This thing, I know. I'm not.
We are not even only subsidizing for those.
We
are even subsidizing for people like Obi that are importing toothbrush. That's the funny thing. People that are importing Ovaltine, just Ovaltine Nigeria, but you see it in those supermarkets. And he's telling me, it's a big buying dollar from Mala.
Exactly. This is exactly what we are saying. The money that we are supposed to be used to buy machinery, some people will be benefiting. They will be using parallel market to make things difficult. Take this thing away. Take this thing away. People will come and invest in energy. And people will the gas that we think they are not available, we are available all of a sudden. The production of fertilizer will increase because there are a lot of things you can get from crude oil. Instead of you taking your crude oil overseas and someone will return the petrol. This is what we'll be saying. Honestly,
my brother, you see, subsidy in anything is not good. Look at when government was subsidizing fertilizer. The moment there's subsidy, the moment there's government reduction, that means there's money to be made there. The cabal will develop. Look at what they did in fertilizer until additional came out and dismantled that structure. If tomorrow you start subsidizing.
Ola Patrick, I think why you guys are backing this subsidy is that let me finish. Maybe because you build we can Patrick, you are breaking heavily. Simba, you guys, can you hear me? I said, why do you guys are happy about this subsidy? Is that maybe because you don't live in Nigeria?
No,
but I can tell you. Let me finish it now. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. But if everything increases in Nigeria, it's going to affect all of us in diaspora. Because I know you guys send money to your parents, send money to your brother.
My brother, while I was in Nigeria, the government was subsidizing for the like of us. That's exactly what I'm saying. I was never a poor person in Nigeria. I was never a poor person. Government was subsidizing for a person like me that can even buy 1,000.
I had about 4 cars. Government was subsidizing. Government was subsidizing for me.
Not subsidizing for people in Agbado Jaye. People needing me that really need this thing. That's what we're saying. People like us are the thing. If I'm in Nigeria, how will it affect me? The banker will still work. The telecommunication worker will still work. Even when the thing becomes difficult for them, their company will still increase their salary. What are we talking about?
Ola, let me even ask you. Ola, how much was petrol here in our state, in our province, as at 2 years ago? You know, petrol has doubled now.
I'm buying for $1.48 now.
We had bought 90 cents before. We are all producing province. And we are still buying. We are importing petrol. People just think that Nigeria is so messed up. I don't know.
this country we have on the average, you need
We are getting there.
If you don't have loan, you need at least the minimum you need to maintain your household in a month is $4,000. And to get that $4,000 is not a joke.
If you don't have loan, it is up. The moment you have loan, it's the moment you have loan, by the time you remove all those and remove credit card and other stuff,
money don't finish.
You'll be looking up.
But you guys, how much are you guys buying fuel? Ola, how much are you guys buying fuel?
You'll be just
where?
Patrick, your audio is bad. In Canada, how much are you guys buying fuel?
Oh no, me, I'm not in Canada. Me, I'm in Maryland.
No, I'm talking to Ola. Ola, how much are you buying fuel? I think that is not with us here. Simba, how much are you buying fuel in Saudi Arabia?
If I convert it to Naira, it will be around 500 Naira a liter.
That is very cheap. I pay $2.50 here. One Naira.
I'm talking about 1 liter.
Liter,
it's
yes,
not a gallon. No.
And you are no, liter. We sell in liters.
How much do you?
1 liter is 500 Naira. Convert to Nigerian money. Yeah, mine is almost 1,300.
Can you hear me now?
You are breaking. You are breaking heavily. We can barely hear you.
Too bad.
No, Allah, Abi Thomas, I can hear you. You are clear.
Yes, yeah. I said my own is 1,300 per liter when we convert it to Nigerian money.
Allah,
we are still
the country. No, let me tell you, the country that surrounded Nigeria, there's no country that they are paying less than 800 Naira per liter in their
convert
country.
To Nigerian money.
Yes, convert to Nigeria. All those Benin, Cameroon, Niger, and all those places, and that is why smuggling is encouraged.
Greetings to everybody on the platform. Greetings to the great host.
Aremo Obalola Alpha now.
About General Thomas. What's going on, man?
Babati, we are listening now. I thought you want to
No, I was just saying hello. I have heard some socialist viewpoints on this platform that are troubling. Some communist leaning tendencies.
Socialist.
I didn't mention names, so I didn't.
Socialist.
You know, Thomas on I didn't say it to me, so no, but on a more serious note, this thing has to be removed. But this is my concern. This war that Tinubu has now put himself into, I mean, he has robbed himself of one thing that he's supposed to enjoy. He didn't give him that space. That so-called honeymoon period at the first 6 months that everybody enjoys as a new president or as a new governor. He's robbed himself of that in this quest to do the right thing. And so I was watching earlier this former minister. I think you played that video of her talking about how her mother was kidnapped. If well, Thomas, think about it. If you as a minister in the government, as opposed to the known powerful men in society, and allegedly they kidnapped your mother, and even though she was freed, they were not persecuted. That tells you how powerful and influential these men are in Nigeria. And I'm going to assume that they are the same men and women that Tinubu is up against.
Babati, at that point,
at that point, at that very statement you make right now, that when they kidnapped her mother, and after that, nothing happened to those people. That's to tell you that you have government that are not ready to effect their political will to make everything work in Nigeria. So are you telling me that those people in that market are bigger than the state?
That's what I'm saying. Like, they know who they are. They know who they are.
Are they not the same? Are you telling me that it's not even the politicians that are there,
right,
running that state? I mean, running that racketing and corrupt practices for their own benefit, and to rubbish the benefit of the people. So I don't know the defense that you guys want to pull up sometimes. I don't get.
I'm not defending
their failure. Is their failure.
I am not.
Government doesn't work like that. Government must make any government program must run well and must succeed. But when they are in a particular program that does not run well, then you have to hold that government responsible.
I know.
Any program that is meant to better the life of the people must run well, 100%. If there's any problem along the line, that problem must be tackled squarely.
But you know,
they fail to tackle that problem, but rather they allow that problem to expand and expand
that problem.
They want to deny the people
that problem has now become a monster now. Normal, it used to be a parasite. Now it's a monster.
Blame.
But okay, we've made the mistake. Somebody has
not a mistake. It's a failure on their side. It is not the problem. It's not the people that must suffer that. Any program that is meant to better the life of the people must work. It must not fail.
Okay. No, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Because I'm standing up for this, you are calling me socialist.
No.
Ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́sìn òwe. Òwe ẹ kọ́kọ́ pòwe kẹ́ tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀.
No. You're missing my point.
À ń gbọ́ yìí.
No. You and I have always said that in two key sectors, I'm a socialist. I'm socialist leaning when it comes to healthcare and education. Those two areas, in my opinion, should have some form of socialist policies in terms of free and those ones. I will give you those two.
Even the Obamacare, is it not subsidy on health?
No, but that is taxes from rich people now.
Hold on. Is it not a socialist?
I am agreeing with you.
It's a subsidy. It's a subsidy on healthcare, and it works.
I'm not disagreeing with your position. You said you're not getting what I'm saying. I am agreeing with what you're saying. What I'm saying is this.
But Babati, the Obamacare that Baba Jaloku is talking about, how did they get the money? Did they borrow money to finance Obamacare? The rich were taxed. The rich were taxed. It's tax that the rich pay that they used to subsidize the Obamacare. We don't have that one in Nigeria. We cannot be borrowing money for consumption.
Yes.
We don't have the money.
Simba, but you must grow the economy to be strong enough to tax people to help the poor, is my point.
What we are saying, we are not talking about tax now. What we are saying now, we don't even have the money for subsidy. Then why should we be borrowing money? We are all complaining about our debt. Why should we not be borrowing money to pay subsidy?
Right. I agree on that. And what you're even paying for, half of the money is even not actually meant, it's not even going to the subsidy itself. It's been stolen. So let's even say what you're paying is meant for subsidy is one thing. But half of what you're even paying for is just literally just highway robbery. So I would say that the system is fighting back. The question now is like, Thomas, will Tinubu win this battle? Because Thomas is also fighting people in his own administration. These cabals that he's fighting in this oil sector, they are part of his government. Though. They are part of APC. They are part of PDP. They are in the judiciary. They are in the Senate. They are in the state level. They are everywhere. If Dino can be making 20 billion naira, I can.
Babati, I think the scenario now is different. Everybody knows that if you don't get rid of this subsidy, then this subsidy will be of that country.
Yeah, I know, but I just think maybe they felt like maybe it should just ease the people into it, but there's no way to ease it. You must just maybe he should not have announced it, but he only has a month left for whatever they had in the budget to expire, anyways. So we just have to get rid of it. You have no choice.
This information, even if he doesn't say it, this information is in the public space. Whether he sees it or not, they will react to it. There's no way. They are sensitive. Those marketers are very sensitive to this kind of thing.
But if you look at the indexes for the stock market that I am interested in, the stock market is happy. They are responding very well to what it's doing. So
yes, now about 5.23% rise.
Do you know that when Buhari came in, we had over $4.6 billion in investment. When he left, we were averaging about $430 million. That is a plummet of almost 10 times. People took their money away from the stock market. They were investing.
When they cannot repatriate their money. When they cannot repatriate their money. So what do you expect?
And it's based on your exchange rate and the power. So these things are all tied in. So to be honest with you, there's no way you're going to be. It's going to be painful. I know you don't want people to suffer. You think like they can. There's no way around it. There's no way they can do it. People are going to have to suffer too. I know. I don't live in Nigeria. I know all that, but there's no other way. We let this thing fester for so long, and we all have to pay for it. Even now that I send money home, I know I have to increase what I'm sending to some people now. But I know that. So everybody has to pay for this. Some way, somehow, we all have to pay for the passings of the countries, of our irresponsible leaders. So that's just what it has to be. There's no way around it. But this idea of let's do it by quarterly. No. At this point, if you are spending 95% of your income on funding your debt, of servicing your debt. Now that is not sustainable. You cannot wait for any much longer. So let's find a way. But this is my concern, Thomas. I hope they don't sabotage Dangote's refinery. These desperate criminals. When would that refinery even be coming up? By the way, is it this month, next month, or simply? Do you know when it's coming up? Because if you're going to at least remove
July.
Okay, so that
Babati, guys, why are we even trusting Tinubu that is going to remove this thing? Why do I say that? Buhari called subsidy scam, but he paid subsidy throughout his tenure. Don't you think Tinubu can just wake up tomorrow morning and change his mind as well?
Subsidy itself is not scam. It is subsidy, the way it's designed in the Nigerian market, is supposed to be a temporary measure while you build those refineries. And so that by the time you remove it, we can just transition smoothly into what we have locally without people even knowing. So let's say you have your Kaduna refinery and you have all these modular refineries coming up, plus the Dangote refineries. By the time you transition into that, nobody will even know that was done. That's the whole idea. But
I have a question.
Sorry, okay.
This when they remove this subsidy, do you guys, when Dangote come on, don't you think that will affect another country's economy? Because obviously this one I've been receiving all this year has been coming from somewhere, which means it's a lot. There's some people that are, it's a lot of job for some people somewhere. They have to do those refineries. So now that we cut that demand from them, Now, will they no longer supply us? Won't they run out of work and won't they affect the economy?
We are the ones sustaining the economy before. So if
That's what I'm
we
saying.
want to take what belongs to us,
So
we use the money to build our own economy.
Do you guys think maybe all these years when, just like Thomas just said, Buhari wanted to do it and he didn't do it, Jonathan wanted to do it, maybe that country, whatever it is, maybe those people, government there is telling them, like, come on, we can't do this to us or something.
Mike, first of all, they're not only refining oil, crude oil from Nigeria. Even Iran still is like Nigeria. They don't have their own refineries. They still ship out. So it's not just so those countries are not just refining for Nigeria only. Remember, those refineries in those countries are privately owned. They are not government-run refineries.
But see, most of the countries that have big refineries, they don't even have oil. India has the largest refinery in the world, and they don't have oil.
But yes, I'm saying that as a country,
Mexico, India, Indonesia, they have very big, and they don't have oil.
Why do you
No,
think
Mexico have oil, Indonesia
they have oil in
oil.
Mexico? They just not
Even
enough
the largest,
quantity
they
to
produce more oil than Nigeria. Why are you saying anything about?
So, but anyways,
it's only India that doesn't have oil. I agree that with you. But Mexico and Indonesia, they are all producing country.
But why do you think the African countries, those head of state, showed up to Dangote's? Because Mike, they know it's going to change that dynamics of all those cheap oil. They have to then negotiate with Nigeria. Okay, so the days of those smuggling cheap oil to the border, those days will be long gone. They know that, so they have to then show up to renegotiate. I cannot say that in your country you're going to suffer that. Why my own people suffer? The Nigerian oil is meant for Nigerians. It's supposed to benefit Nigerians, not your own company in India. Okay, Mike. So
maybe it's not India. Maybe it's one of these.
I'm just giving an example. I'm giving an example.
I know. Maybe it's one of these superpower like England, all these places.
But guess what? Who owns those refineries in those countries? Nigeria. Some Nigerians own refineries abroad. They own refineries in those countries. Yes.
Let me give you one example. Let's say it's one city like that, one small town in America. That our oil, that refinery is what sustaining that small town. Now, if Nigeria cut that thing, demand for the purchase for I'm just giving you a scenario. Let's say that town, everyone in that town will lose their job. That town will crumble. You think Joe Biden will just allow that to happen?
No,
he will be telling Nigeria, don't do that to that town.
That's not Mike, because those countries they're smart countries. So America, for example, let's say Baytown now. Baytown only has about 8 or 9 refineries only, and they're not only refining for Nigeria. They're not reasoning the way we reason. Why we all focus on one thing.
Don't forget that Nigerian oil is a special oil. Okay, go ahead.
Mike, breaking news. Tinubu just released in Amdekano.
What?
April
Fool. Those are the guys not that stupid. Now you go release
Thomas, you are not serious, believe me.
Thomas, Mike,
I want to cut Wahala.
I know the joke now.
Wait now. Do you want that guy to be released by Tinubu? I'm sorry. I have my reservation for that.
I know. No, I'm very sure Tinubu will release him, but not now. I'm very sure.
Are you sure?
Yes.
On what ground?
On what ground? Say political pardon, or it will talk to the court to release him, or what are they going to do?
Thomas, can I say something?
Yes. Hello, Remy. How are you, my brother?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I think if Nnamdi Kanu is going to be released, it's going to be released on condition, because let's say the truth. No matter what happened, he is the architect of all the killings or whatever in the eastern part of the country. I'm not saying he is directly, but indirectly involved one way or the other. So if he's going to be released, and he has jumped bail before, so if he's going to be released, it has to be on conditions. And when you look at the his court case, he has been adjourned by 6 months. No matter what happened, that means his case is going to be revisited in the next 6 months. Nothing can change. Tinubu cannot change that hand because he has to face his case in the court first. So in the next 6 months, we can now start talking about what will happen to him or not. But I would like him to release him to that detention conditionally, and everything should be made public.
Remy, do you know the thing I'm looking forward to? Let's even say that we reach that 6 months mark, right? And Nnamdi Kanu is released. The dynamics between the Nnamdi Kanu faction and the Obi faction will be very interesting in that southeast space.
Of course, you know what? Let's call it spade. The IPOP faction that have been shouting online propaganda is IPOP on Obi case. Is IPOP faction, and when Nnamdi Kanu is released, everything will just go back to their basis again. That is obvious.
So what do you think happens then? What do you think happens? Because it's pretty much Peter Obi versus Nnamdi Kanu in that space.
Yeah, Nnamdi Kanu is going to be the winner. Nothing less. Just forget about that one. Because they were supposed to be, they think Obi will win the presidency, and now that he has lost, so they will just go back to their IPOP leader again.
Remy, I mean people that are retooling for Obi to run again in the next 4 years. During
my analysis, I've always said this is the best chance for Obi. Obi is going to be very difficult for him even to find a platform to run in the next 4 years. He has to build a platform by himself. If he cannot build it, then it's over. And I don't think he can have that relevance in the next 4 years that he has now. He cannot have that kind of relevance again. Do you think in the next 4 years the northern people will vote for another southern against Tinubu? Whereas they know they have only 4 years to wait to go back.
They will be the one campaigning for Tinubu in the next 4 years to make sure.
So nobody is stupid. So that's how it works.
I think he will go back to PDP, and PDP. Atiku will not want to get in his way. He will run on that PDP, but he won't win in the north.
No, never. Do you think there are not strong people from the southeast in the PDP? So many of them, like all of them, there's so many of them that they won't allow Obi to.
They are more electable. They are more electable than Obi. Are you kidding me?
No, you don't understand the dynamics that play out in this particular situation. Obi was just lucky because there's so many things against APC. So any third force that have come together and they use propaganda, so they use speaking. If the part of the
if Obi didn't run, Atiku will be president by now. Easily, because all other Southeast votes were going to Atiku straight up. There's no debate about that one.
Yes, but it's not so easy as what you thought. Also,
so you can now imagine if Atiku had won, so the North will rule for 16 years.
Yes,
the Southeastern would rather have that than have a Yoruba.
In fact, I'm telling you, it's even more.
Mike,
okay. So you guys have been talking about subsidy, and I've been listening to Ajani people for so many hours. Even the one he did 2 or 3 days ago. Like I said before, Nigerians want good things, but they don't want to sacrifice for it. Now we are.
Ajani Koko is a welfare officer now.
So they said Nigeria, if my memory serves me right, I don't know whether it says 60 million liters or blah, 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 per month of petrol. How many population is Nigeria?
60 million.
In a month, right? Thank you. How much is the gasoline consumed in China or America that are even triple the size of the population of Nigeria? In a household in Nigeria, how many people, I'm talking about middle class and lower middle class people, how many cars do they have in a family? How often do they fuel their vehicle? How come we are consuming 60 million? I know this subsidy is a scam from day one. Everybody knows the truth. But nobody have the lever to remove it because they are afraid of backlash from labor. Or so, to be frank, I give it to Tinubu, not because I'm a supporter of him. If you really want to make a change, you have to be courageous enough to make that bold move. They know what they are doing. Actually, the reaction is because a lot of these marketers, they are very greedy. How can you increase your fuel price from 180 naira to jump to 600 plus? Now, NNPC have come out with the price template, and I compare the price template with what is going on in Europe. It's normally the same international price now. But what I want to say,
Remy, what is it? What is the price they pull out?
No,
for example, in Lagos, you are going to be buying it at 500 naira per liter. That is after removal of subsidy.
Can I ask a question? I have a question about that topic. Is there a law against price gouging for oil, for petrol? Is there any law against price gouging for petroleum products, for petrol stations?
I don't know exactly in Nigeria. We have a regulatory body.
Because we have in America. You can't just
of course, all other countries have. Nigeria should also have. But because this regulatory body are not doing their work very well, that is why we always see this kind of situation. For example, how can you just wake up in one day and then increase your pump price from
on your current supply that you bought low, not because you just went back and bought it.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Why would you go from 1 to 600?
Okay, now let us go to what happened now. NNPC have given a price template for all the 36 states of Nigeria. Lagos will be buying at, they will be selling at 500 naira per liter. Oyo will be selling at Lagos will be selling at 448 naira per liter. Oyo will be selling at 500, Ogun 500. The most expensive is Borno, and Borno will be selling about 548 or 550 naira per liter. Some of the northern states will be selling at about 537. In the east, they'll be selling about 515 naira per liter. So this is it. Now, this is the price after removal of subsidy. This is international price they are using now. So from what they buy from abroad, importing, whatever happened, if you equate that to the dollar, what is the exchange rate of the dollar in CBN rate? It's about 500 plus or something like that. So that is what the subsidies have been removed already. Now, before June or July, before Dangote come upstream, then let's see the forces of demand and supply play. And then with this price increase, it will be very, very difficult for most of these marketers to continue to take this petroleum product to the neighboring countries. My friend in Ibadan was telling me that some petrol stations that they don't usually have petrol for like 3 or 4 years, immediately they started selling petrol at 700 naira, 600 naira. So you can see most of the petrol stations usually take all their fuel to the neighboring country to sell. Now, the point now is this. Removal of subsidies already started. The point is now is that how can now Tinubu talk to the labor people for understanding and push out the palliative? Maybe, to me, I think federal government already increased salary for federal workers by 40%. What are the states doing to increase the salary of their state workers? I don't know.
I mean, how many can afford to pay that increase? Even the one that have now, they're still going to pay the 30,000. How many can afford to pay their salary?
States that are not productive.
Imagine.
How many can afford to pay 500 naira per liter?
Remy, they can afford the money now.
No. Who is that? Babati, you say how many can afford to pay 500 per liter? You will be
no. You said paying salary. They increase salary.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm trying
how
to
many
say.
How many states can afford to increase that to 40%? How many of them?
So the thing is,
to be frank with you, I think most of these states, it's not that if you're stating, okay, I can only increase by 5 or 10%, it's okay. You don't need to join Lagos, who can increase by 50%. You have to look at your port. I said earlier what I said earlier before is that now you can see that governing now is becoming more difficult if you do not prepare and plan for it. Because most of these governors, they always go there thinking, I will just sit down in my state, and at the end of the 20 or 25, I will collect federal allocation every month, or maybe I don't know how to do it. But now it's becoming more difficult to govern a state. So it is now in the next dispensation or in the next 4 years, you will see those governors that they really plan, they know what they are doing. So Nigeria is coming home to real democracy little, but it's going to be a gradual step for Nigeria. So things are taking shape. But what I want Tinubu to do is this. A lot of people have castigated him for the for his inauguration speech for this. But to me, generally, I think you shouldn't pretend about anything. Subsidy have to go away. So why should you, even if you don't stop the subsidy today, if you stop the subsidy in the next 2 or 3 months, they will still increase the price. The same thing will still happen. You cannot, in Nigerian context, it will still happen. Why not let it? Why not weather all the storm in the beginning of your administration, and within 2 or 3 months, everything will stabilize, and then you can focus more on other things. I think it's a good move on his part, and as usual, I respect Baba Ajani a lot. He put a lot of analysis on the table, which I reasoned, thinking about common man in Nigeria. But can you tell me any country in this world that have prospered or developed without taking a painful route or maybe being sacrificed for a lot of stuff? Can you tell me which country? And even the so-called America that is the best democracy, one of the, I will not say the best democracy.
They have to go to war every year.
And which country have not suffered? If you don't want to suffer, there is no way you are going to develop. Now, what we should be in our mind is this. Maybe my generation will not really enjoy all these changes now. But what about the generation unborn in the future? We guys have to think about them. Now, we already born into this system. We already accept our fate. But what about the generation that are coming? Let's make life bearable for them.
I object to that. 25 years is enough to develop. What about China? What we talking about?
If you have 25 years to your age now, you already become a grandpa.
It doesn't mean that in our lifetime, it's still not going to happen.
We are saying the same thing. We are saying the same thing, that we should sacrifice for those people that are coming in the future. But if you do not want to sacrifice for them, you are still saying, let's just patch it, let's remove it gradually. Don't let us remove it.
We are not removing it. Yes, Remy, you don't know what. I think I was following the story. The thing is, the guy has removed it. If you look at the context of the meeting he had with the NNPC GMD, when the guy came out,
why the NNPC came out with the price template.
No. Before he came out with the pricing template, he was talking about he was still trying to be petty to Nigerians. I think the instruction Tinubu gave him was push out the prices. The prices are advisory prices, and the thing is, the guy has removed it. And the more you cry, the more you realize that you just have to live with the price. And I think I love that, since he has removed the shock once and for all. So the fall we want to fall, let's fall once and for all. Labor that is shouting. The thing is, if you look at some state governments have anticipated this thing, and they've been doing it. Some like Lagos, a state like Soludo increased their salaries by 10%. Lagos increased by 20%. So there are some states like that are already prepared for this in advance. Lagos is the most prepared state because they've introduced a lot of mass transit systems. They are building, their railway is already almost finishing. So to cushion the effect of that rise in the PMS stuff. So I think now what Tinubu is trying to do is, I understand that Labour Party and obedient people, they are trying to put a political coloration on this thing. But the more you try to put a political coloration on it, the more everybody is seeing the need that this thing needs to go. And what it means is now anybody after 1, 2, 3 years, when they release the multidimensional poverty statistics, any state that is poor again, everybody will know that it's not the federal government, it's not your problem. It's the state government that is the problem.
In addition to what you have been saying, for me, generally, I think when Dangote starts releasing his petroleum product to the market, I think the first time, because by that time, we are not going to be paying a lot of import duty. I think at the end of the day,
Dangote's import, as much as I would love to believe that, I think everything the government is doing now is this aspect
preparation.
AY, before you move on, please. And this is to Remy and AY. As Peter Obi addressed the crisis in Labour Party in public.
No, I think they solved it.
No. I mean, he addressed the problem. Has he ever addressed? I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, he didn't address the problem, but they've solved the problem because the court already declared Abure the chairman, substantive chairman.
But there's
So
still problem. The problem is still there.
That is for now.
no,
That is for
so
now.
the thing is, their problem is in-house. They should do their in-house cleaning. The thing is, I think the media has also gotten an instruction that they need to move the media attention from all this in-house cleaning of parties.
What are you talking about? We already have a new sheriff in town. We have a new president. Nobody is talking about election again. Even in the court case of yesterday or the day before yesterday,
they were laughing. They were laughing in the court case.
So a lot of their key
they were just laughing
anymore. So let's just forget about that one for now. Let's face what is happening to Nigeria because election is gone and it's over. It's in court. Let them continue to do whatever they want in court. I don't care less about them because at the end of the day, I don't see anything that is going to happen there. You as a petitioner, your witness are not coming to court. They say you should provide witness.
Exactly. You are declaring your witness are saying they are sick.
You are not serious.
You are not serious.
But Remy, why Peter Obi is that Peter Obi is acting that he's not Labour Party member. It's just like a
from day one.
He's going back. The thing is, he's going back to PDP. Let's be honest with ourselves. The guy.
That's what I was telling them earlier. The guy's already moving in that back.
Go back to PDP too. PDP will not present it. Go and write it down.
No,
these guys have always been swinging parties, man. I'll see people go to PDP.
Let me tell you something.
PDP again.
Possible PDP strategy. PDP is likely going to say they want to bank on Peter Obi's goodwill to the next 4 years. That Peter Obi should run on PDP. That he will likely win. And I can tell you that if Peter Obi runs on PDP next cycle, they will still lose. They will still lose because PDP has not done their own in-house cleaning, and because they need to have pets. If you notice the way PDP has been currying governors, they've been currying people like Alex Oti. At least they were the one that flooded his inauguration.
Arise TV is alive now. They don't invite Peter Obi to come and address this crisis in Labour Party.
You should have listened to one of their business analysts.
That guy, that Rotus guy, I love that guy. The guy with the
that guy is well versed.
He's a very.
Actually, I went to your vision. The guy. We got to get to school together.
The thing is, Atiku.
But you know the guy went to your village.
I didn't know that.
Well,
yeah, he went to University of Houston. Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is,
that is we can know. Probably that guy major in economics or business or
Remy. What will happen? What will really happen is in next electoral cycle, Tinubu will win because North knows that the Northern region knows that once Tinubu wins, after Tinubu's 8 years, power is going back to the North. So there is no way another Southerner will want to interfere.
I cannot say I'm 100% right in my analysis, but I told you the truth that it will be only chance, and he has fought for it, and he has lost it. What the main problem in Labour Party now is the huge amount of money in one of their bank accounts, about $18 million. They source all this money from wherever, don't know whatever.
What is this talk of Obi going to the party, the PDP? Who is bringing that up?
Even if you go back to that, they are not going to present
Babati is going back to PDP. There is already an alliance. But look at all their gubernatorial candidates. You will see that there is an alliance between PDP guys and Labour Party guys. Look at it everywhere. Their programs, their inaugurations is a mix of PDP and Labour Party.
Sorry, Babati. What I think will happen to PDP before in the next 4 years, that party might split into 3. Go and write it down. Because they are unable to manage. In fact, the problem that party have, they were unable to resolve it today. They are still fighting. So when it comes to
the problem with PDP is article cycles.
I don't think they are fighting. They are just not loyal to each other. It's a case of loyalty. It's not. PDP has always been like that. It's a case of loyalty. It's not really like they are fighting. They don't trust each other in that party. They're not loyal to it. No one is loyal to anybody in PDP. That's why they always have that. Remember, there was a time they did a new PDP. PDP will remain PDP. They will just continue to do that thing because there's no loyalty there.
Mike, what do you think a person like Atiku should do? But he is still very greedy.
He will resign from. He will still run again. He will still run again.
He might still want to run the next 4 years.
Atiku should become an
They
elder
should push him
statesman.
out of that party.
Exactly.
Just hold on a second. One thing that Obi has is this: the 6 million votes he got was a coalition. I can safely say that half of those votes were anti-establishment votes, not because they love PDP, they just hate PDP, APC. So if he now goes to PDP, he's going to lose half of this what he got from this year. I don't think if he goes to PDP,
apart from that,
hope you are noticing that APC is already gaining ground in the southeast again, with all these moves that they are moving now. Looking at the recent appointment, Uzodinma
APC.
Yes.
But if Obi goes to PDP, he will still get those people, regardless of what the APC is making move.
No. The thing is, you know, one thing that it was clear post-election is it was clear to Southeasterners that they need to start splitting their votes. That's the orientation that they got post-election because they don't need to be putting all their eggs in one basket.
What you guys are not factoring in is that in the next 4 years, if Tinubu was able to perform a little bit above average, because it's an example politician, if he was able to perform above average, then most of the southwestern states, southwest, they will vote for him massively.
Yes, I agree. Remy.
Listen first, Thomas. In the south, they have if Akpabio at the end of the day will become the Senate president, there is a blank vote coming from South too. And in the northwest and northeast, they will also continue to vote for them, because they know that in the next 4 years, if he wins the second time, the power is shifting back to the north. So when you roll the dice, if Atiku is not letting PDP go away, they still want to contest in the next 4 years, because I can see his body language. Because I was thinking that this is the right time for him to say, "Hey, I resign. It's enough." But for him to still be justing like this, it's not really justing for money. He's still thinking in the next 4 years can come back and still become Nigerian president at the age of 80 something. I don't know. So if he still this way, that party will break into more than 3 or 4. And when
Remy, let me make this comment. For now, I still count Peter Obi as a man of integrity. Let me finish now. That he called himself. He said he called himself a man of integrity. If Peter Obi go back to PDP, that is the day I will know that man is the yam head. Or he has something in his brain.
Where can he go?
I don't think
this is the one that
is this the first time you have switched party?
PDP.
He can go back.
Peter Obi cannot afford to go back to PDP.
What can he do?
He will not go back, my brothers.
Who's the PDP that will stop him?
It's not about stopping. He's a man of integrity now. Why would you go back to the same PDP?
Thomas, let me be honest with you. They want him back in that PDP right now. He's the new boy. He's the new kid on the block right now.
He's the new golden boy. He's their
he has
face
to go
now.
prove himself.
And he will go back to PDP with all this. But
Thomas, it's not like he left there in the fight. It's not like he didn't fight when he left. Now it's not like it was a big fight.
Mike, you see people like Dele Muhammadu, all these guys, all these PDP boys already calling his favor, going to him to have a conversation. All these their guys in Southeast.
The guy will be back in PDP. There's no money in the Labour Party. He'll be back. But if
Daniel
he does
Bwala
that,
within 6 months will be back in APC.
Mike, if he does that, he's going to lose the anti-establishment votes. They are gone.
What do you mean? Like the obedience?
No. I'm saying in that movement, you have the obedient that are there for Obi, that are from South Sea. But you also have people that voted for Obi, not because they like Obi,
but do you know? But do you know that there is a
that vote is just our turn vote. This election was our turn. It wasn't because of the Labour Party.
No. I'm saying that within that obedience space, some people are like anti-establishment that don't like PDP or APC. They hate those parties.
How many people?
Their votes.
Maybe the Yoruba people there now. Well, not the Southeasterners, man.
Babati. But the thing is, if you look at it, PDP is trying to get themselves together, but for the North, they are still trying to get themselves together, then trying to curry back Southeast. Their calculations are actually going wrong. But the way I see Obi is going to go back to PDP. Obi can easily tell his guys that, okay, they are reforming PDP. They want new guys. They will restructure their congresses. All these guys that are Atiku's faces. If Atiku allows Obi to run, knowing that Obi will lose, Atiku can say, oh, he will allow Obi to run, knowing that he will lose, so that Obi's guys will be the face of the.
I think that's not just.
Hold on, Dom. You are missing the point. There's also the wiki faction. You have other powerful blocks in the PDP, not just.
Do you know the recent court judgment that they want to cut Wike to size in that PDP? They've already yesterday's court judgment says they can punish, they can suspend or expel Wike out of the party. That's the court judgment.
We are saying the same thing. If they like, they expel Wike. If they expel Wike, if Wike still has a handle on Rivers State governor, they are not getting Rivers money. That's for sure. So when you break everything down,
but that depends on if that guy has also been romancing Atiku's faction a little.
No, it's not romancing Atiku's faction. The guy is still, for now, we will still be loyal to Wike. I don't know in the next 6 months or 1 year anything can happen. But for now, he still trust because it's.
But you know that guy can be the one that will create the signal, not necessarily Wike any longer.
So we are saying the same thing. At least marketing is still there as the governor. It's also a power block there. So what I'm trying to tell you is that there are some people in the southeastern part, they list there, they will not prefer Obi to run in that party. That is why he left, because they know those people, they don't want him, because he has got enough catastrophe for them already. A lot of them lost their senatorial election, or those ones that want to be from government.
But do you know something? I mean, what if Atiku gives Obi the platform to run?
This is not what you don't understand.
Listen to my analysis. In 2027, if Atiku says, Obi come back to the party and run, Obi loses. Atiku, knowing that if Obi loses, there is a justification for when power goes back to the North, he can rightfully contest. At
what age? Are you kidding me?
At 90 years old.
Never say never. Never say never.
Yeah, I'm already thinking this guy's already done, sir. After this one.
In fact,
he's not done. No. He's gathering his forces because he wants to challenge 2027.
That is what I also think, and I want to challenge at almost 82 years old. Okay, that is what he's coming.
You know his close friend, Dr. C. When Dr. C just passed away just now, I think we started to wake up like, I don't know who do.
Are you guys saying that in the next 4 years we're going to have this three men, Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi all over again in the next 4 years?
No.
It's
not going to happen.
No, I don't think so. I think everybody is trying to put a young face to their party now. Everybody is trying to. I think like APC, I think Adamu will go. Like PDP,
I think there'll be a coalition. There'll be some kind of coalition between all these small parties.
No.
The way APC was formed.
No. I mean the next for this, not after 8 years. This next 4 years.
2027, Abi. These guys, the Shore and all these guys, they will form a coalition. SDP, all those guys, they will get together and try to form.
I
don't think so again, because everybody knows that you can run and win. I think the focus will start being. I think if Tinubu can get this governance right, and starting governance from the local levels. When I mean local government elections, they are proper local government elections. I think every party will have a chance to at least produce, even if you cannot be a small party, you can start producing like 30 local government chairman and all of that. Yeah, you start building your base from there. So I don't think everybody will want to just mix like that, because everybody is saying that if you bring in anybody, they can hijack your party and do nonsense. They say the way Obedience have done, and they hijacked Labour Party. So everybody's aware of that.
AY, in every election, there will be a candidate that will bring that momentum. In 2019, I think it was Shehu with that momentum.
No, I don't think.
My one
no. What I mean by momentum is that Oshowore was so popular since 2019.
Online momentum.
Yes.
Momentum.
No, Mike. Remy, wait now. You said momentum. What did he get in the vote? In the election?
We don't talk about that. I beg.
What did you mean? Don't talk about it.
There was a lot of noise all over Nigeria. And
forget noise.
No. My brother, I went to Osun State and I mentioned the issue already. They didn't know what I was talking about. I'm telling you, I was surprised.
Guys, don't you think Shore's wife now? What's the
woman asking the guy, the guy you don't move on, man. Maybe the guy gonna try to get away from his wife. This is some people don't.
The wife, Baba T, you understand what I mean now? The wife for America.
I don't know anything about that. What you are.
I was wondering why the guy did that revolution. I said, this guy get family, he's gonna go do your revolution. The guy volunteered to go to prison now because that don't make sense. You know, so they go arrest you that day. Why did you go and do that? What was that stuff about? It didn't even make sense at all.
He has no followers. Nobody's following him now. What is he doing?
The pain of Showore is that Showore thinks that.
I felt bad for a month.
You guys, you know why Showore the vex will be? I don't say the guy that obedient movement. Showore was trying to capture the southeastern votes.
Right.
That's why the guy was always going to court with Nnamdi Kanu, doing all that, pandering with them. The guy, the guy didn't see Obi coming. No, he didn't see Obi coming. When Obi came and smashed that southeastern vote from him, the guy was upset. That's why the guy don't like Obi.
But the thing is, Showore at every point, he doesn't have followership based on executive experience. He doesn't have executive experience.
This is not about executive experience. He does not know how to play Nigerian politics at all. You thought that you can just come and I live in America all my life with that kind of revolutions in Nigeria. You have to do like what the Romans do. Let me tell you something in Nigeria. If you want to be a politician in Nigeria, first you must have a deep pocket. People will not just follow you by word of mouth in Nigeria. This your people that say it's no dispensation, not lie. It spent a lot of money. Nigerian people,
but the spending but your spending does not start months to elections. Your spending will have to start years to when you intend to declare your interest.
Now ask your question. How many charitable organizations are Showore went to and give them something? How many people also know him from his hometown?
Where's he going to get money from?
Are there not money donating from all over the world? How can you not spend the money to help poor cause? How many things
now, waste your money. Say those people go vote for you.
Remy, like now, they just won elections. Like the money in Labour Party that is resident in Labour Party now. If Labour Party has foresight, I think they ought to start investing in things where they have interest in, not necessarily national elections.
That is why they were fighting. Obi and his people, they want to take that money away because they cannot lose the election and also lose their money. So they thought this money belonged to them. Why the other people in the party?
I have a question for you. Sorry, the Showore Party, African National Congress, from presidency to councillor, did they win any seats?
I'm sorry, I don't think they have none. So,
zero from top to bottom, zero.
None. So sorry.
Okay.
They didn't get nothing.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is that you, as a politician, where is your base? They don't know you in your hometown. They don't know you in your immediate vicinity. Where are you from? Today you said you are from Kwara State. Does people in Kwara State know your hometown? Do they know?
That's from Ondo now. It's from Ondo State.
What have you done in the community where you come from? Nothing. And you are just claiming you want.
No one of us. He says it's just for you. He says it's from South Africa. So
the guy was saying he just.
No.
So really,
there was a time it was said, people said it's from one place in Kwara State, maybe Osi or those.
No, Ekiti. They came from Ekiti. Especially came from Ekiti originally, but they went down to that. I
thought you say you went from Oyo to that place.
No, originally they came from Ekiti originally down to that area. So it's half Yoruba, half Ijo area. Ijo boy.
Yeah. No. No matter what, the people still continue to say is from OC side.
The man is confused. That's the point. He's confused. One day you're Yoruba, next day you're South African. Who are you? We don't know.
And when you look at Nigerian politics, for you
Oh, we
to
all know it's a Yoruba boy. I'm what yelling sure.
for you to become a president
Mike,
in that Nigeria,
claim man now, embrace it now.
Yo, over my, he's trying to over my connect with that on Eastern and South. You know, Yoruba politicians are usually not very accepted within the Southeast and South, you know, especially Southeast. So that's why he's trying to make himself look like he's no Yoruba like that. So that way they can accept him and vote for him. That's why he talks like that.
So Alpha,
Mike,
Alpha, so Alpha now.
The guy they now they wonder when the guy they go and say this guy will remove. There's nothing that time when they go call win they can't do it. I said this guy, you can do all you want. South Eastern will never vote for you. Forget that thing, man. They won't vote for you, man.
I don't think he even have up to 20,000 votes this election.
15.
The guy just go prison for nothing, man.
Does he have up to 50,000?
No, yes, 15,000. Only 15,000. In 19,
I would have preferred that. I would have preferred that. That's the problem some of them have. You want to take a big cake without going through the process of having the small cakes. You did not even contest for as small as local government chairman. If you had contested for local government chairman in Lagos, as far back some years back, possibly you'll have won. We'll have seen what you have.
How many votes did Shehu finally got this election?
15,000. 15. Thomas, 15,000. Look back.
15.
15,000.
The guy has one way to go. 15,000. When your mate will be, they win 6 million.
Why is he retrogressing? He's retrogressing, not progressing.
Thomas, please, you know what? If you want to become Nigerian president, you can see clearly that people want to see your performance. What have you done in the past?
Exactly.
If you have not done it, and if you have not owed like a senatorial, even senatorial is nothing. You should be a governor.
At least a governor or a minister. So one of those things you must be
that way. People will know this is your like. She can be proud that I built Ibadan to Lagos train or something.
Let me. And the case now is 2027. It will be more difficult to win elections.
It's more difficult.
But you guys are not seeing. You guys are not seeing what I'm saying. See, listen. You see, Shehu may be planning doing this for a long term because think about it. The other politicians that we're all looking at putting him next to them, we are seeing him as this short guy, this small guy. All those guys are like 20 years older than him. So when we say 10 years, 15 years from now, those guys will all be done with politics. So anybody that will be anybody.
Don't you know there is a place of recommendation for somebody that has respect in Nigerian politics? For instance, in 2027, if look at the way this guy that won Kaduna election, it was based on Rufai's recommendation, really.
But wait. You don't know where I'm coming. Even names like Tiku, Tinubu. In the 90s, when Abiola was a big man, they were small. They were small boys. You understand? You have to start making yourself relevant. You have to start from somewhere, making yourself known.
But where is he going to start from? It doesn't start from governorship.
So where is he going to start from?
You don't necessarily. Okay. You don't necessarily. Okay, did Abiola run for governorship before he became one election? It's not necessary.
Do you know?
Mike, listen. MKO had that like that it factor. He had that it factor. Where is it factor? It's not like that. You don't that.
Yeah, it may look like that now, but 15 years from now, I mean, we'll be like this guy. This guy's been around for a while. By the time the new politician will be coming on, they will say, we'll not show longer than you now. People say, these guys really fighting.
It doesn't work like that. If we say we not sure what has he done? That's the next thing. Okay,
it's not everybody that really votes based on how you look at what you have done.
Are you kidding me? In the next cycle of elections, everybody will say, what have you done? Go to Rivers now. Go to Rivers. If you want to contest a governorship in Rivers 2027, Wiki has finished everybody. He has opened that politics.
Yes.
Show me your scorecard. Show me what you've done. What did you do?
Listen, earlier when I asked that question to Remy, I said from top to bottom, what has AAC won? Because it will help determine shape the future of Shehu's political future.
Let me also give you a very good example. You know, today one man interviewed the SDP chairman, And this same Adebayo that came here the day before yesterday, he was on, is it on China's TV, Politics Today, with another guy. And they were just talking. And if you see the response of the other guy to Adebayo, when Adebayo was talking that subsidy should be managed, that guy just said that you don't have nothing to say. What did you get in the election? What is your score? You get zero. You got nothing. So in Nigerian politics,
yes.
if you want to go to this politics, you have to have the wisdom.
My
guy, I'll be honest with you guys. Okay, are you guys telling me if PDP pick Shore as a candidate of that party, you won't perform?
How can
Is the party of the platform? Is the platform platform? The platform.
Mike, what you were saying, you do not get it. In Nigerian political context, you must find a way to go through the basics. Because in Nigerian politics, there are some political heavyweights in so many units. How do you platter them? How do you how do you make them believe in you? How do you make them follow you? These are people that they are doing politics. In the local, in the unit. So if
Mike,
you
what I was saying is,
if you have to start from that place, and
exactly.
it involves
If you don't
a
start,
lot of things. They must like you. You must have the financial muscle
to add to what Remy is saying, it's still very intricate for him to decipher the reason why. Because the Labour Party kind of suits that kind of Showore narrative. That is where I think it should have been in 2019. That is your Labour Party. You are former student union. That is your people. Why do you now go? That is your people. So I don't understand.
What happened? Even what happened in Labour Party elections, it's not going to happen again in Nigerian elections because let me tell you something. The law has complete now. All these court cases that are going on issues like qualification, whether your name was on the register, and all of those things. If you notice the upcoming gubernatorial elections, all those problems are not coming anymore because every political party is already learning.
Before the election,
everybody is learning that you need your name has to be in the register. You need to conduct your primary. INEC has to monitor, do all those things, unless you can win and if you go to court and you lose, they will remove you using legal means. So everybody's not having sense now that we need certified party members that will contest validly, be nominated appropriately, and go for elections.
Okay,
the only place we have not perfected, and maybe in next election, last cycle, having agents at the police.
What is the feature of AAC then?
So that's what I'm telling Mike that if Showore wants to be serious, he needs to go back to the basics, local elections. Let them have a party ideology. Let them interact on platforms. I mean, not in using activism. Whether we like it or not, look at this SDP guy, presidential candidate. Yes, he may not win. He may not have won the election, but people are already getting to know about SDP. That channels stuff, conversation. It might be trivia in our eyes, but everybody like. He said
but Showore has no more TV interview than him now. So what are you talking about?
It's not about TV interview. It's not about.
Acceptance. We're talking about acceptance.
I'm talking about acceptance. Now, it's not only about that guy. If you look at that guy's position and his kind of opposition is making sense. Is moving away from all this propaganda opposition. It has to be.
Do you know what's funny on this platform? On this platform, I was the first to introduce that guy Adewale on the one man show, and I was made fun of, like, who is this guy? Who is this SDP clown? Seriously, ask Thomas. Thomas is here. About a year ago, I'm like, this guy, like, who is this one? The SDP, what's it? Forget it, Jared.
Because I think that guy
but here we are. Here we are.
No, here we are. We've spoken to him. Look at it. We've spoken to him, not just on this platform. The chairman of their political party has come to converse with us, right? Now, our perspective is.
We've also had Showore on this platform, and you know the difference. The Showore, SDP guy, he engages the audience. Showore wants to lecture you about what he knows. Like, you don't know anything, just listen to what I have to say. That's the difference, pretty much. If he's been here, that's the difference. This one engages you go back and forth. So what you can say, Don't anything, just listen to what I have to say. That is what it has to change. I keep saying that you cannot lecture people, you must engage them.
Then, as much as I don't really like to listen to Shehu because sometimes he proposes solutions, but the thing is, it's easy to talk, right? It's very easy to talk.
There's no feedback with Shehu. He just speaks, and there's nothing like you.
In addition to what you guys said, when you listen to him, everything you are just castigating the establishment there, everything. I think I will ask you, what have you done for Nigeria?
Exactly.
The guy has done a lot too. Maybe you guys are too young. I was there in the 90s
What has he done for Nigeria?
Listen, I remember when the guy was arrested in the stadium by the military.
No, Mike.
The guy fought for democracy, man. You guys serious? I'm old enough to remember Shehu in the 90s.
Mike. He was not the only one that even small Dele Alake fought for democracy.
No, so I saw Shehu on TV.
No,
like,
Mike. So when democracy, wait, Mike, hold on. So when democracy came, what has been his participatory contribution?
But the guy has been fighting corruption now. He's been reporting in his own capacity now. He created a reporter. I mean, giving us exposing corrupt people. I mean, the guy that's contribution.
Mike,
risking his life. I mean, it's not something.
Mike, sorry, Babati. Sorry, Mike, quick question for you.
To me, that's more important than local government chairman.
Mike, since Shehu get onto mainstream politics in Nigeria, he has left Sahara Reporter to do their own stuff since almost a decade now. Can you tell me exactly what has it done for Nigerian, for his own community? That is what we are asking. Forget.
Because you haven't elected him now. He's supposed to use his own pocket.
No, we are not
you have to put him in the position.
We are not talking about election. Some politicians.
Okay, my question. Okay.
The prison went good.
Mike. Mike, let me ask you a question. In 1999, when each party did he join? At least was he a main politician as at then? 1999.
No.
When democracy came, did he join a party?
No.
1990. Almost 1999. We were even expecting soldiers to come back in.
No,
I mean, nobody.
If you remember, according to him, actually, they offered him like a powerful person. He turned down to go abroad. That's why he came to America.
And that's where he lost his chances now. His relevance.
That's
where he lost his relevance.
To be honest, my friend, listen, to be honest. Let me tell you guys about 1999. When democracy came in 1999, everybody was expecting the same thing that happened in 1979 happen again. Like military overthrow the civilian and we do another coup. We're all expecting coup. That's why most of the people that fought for the democracy, they didn't go into politics. And that was a big mistake. They all regret later. We didn't know we didn't know the democracy was going to pass the test of time because everybody was expecting another coup to happen.
Mike, sorry to interject, please. You know that 1999, I think Shehu was in America. He formed the Sahara Reporter. That everybody loved him. If he had used that Sahara Reporter to contest for gubernatorial election in his own state that time and become a governor, it's possible for him to become a governor that time.
No, Remy, let me give you Mike. Wait, do you know that Shehu was once in OPC, right? In OPC, he was one at OPC, so this guy. So those powerful circles is been among them as like some kind of youth leader in that space. So if like you actually said, they offered it to him. Even Commissioner Ahmed, they offered it to him, but he chose to stay back and turn to this another thing that he chose. I said, so listen, you should have come into the system and work your way in the system. You build your resume, then when you get the power, you can do whatever you want. But this fighting from abroad and abusing people all the time online is what really did him in. So
I think that's where he messed up.
Today, when you read Sahara Reporter, what is the impression people have now? They say it's a lie. It's all lies now. But when he was there,
Babati, Dele Muhammad was someone like that too with Aviation Magazine, right?
No, they are different. Dele Muhammad is just asking for his mouth.
No. Babati, I'm not talking about in terms of integrity now. I'm talking about in terms of them starting
and involving into mainstream politics, right? So you know about Dele Momodu, even let's say as bad as it is, I don't like his reputation. If the guy had also played his own politics right, he has a good reputation with PDP. Do you think Dele Momodu would not have gotten something like a political position, let's say in as bad in Osun State? He would have. So, and he will be able to contribute his own changes. Let's assume that Dele Momodu is a little bit younger. I mean, let's say he's like Shehu in his 50s. And let's say with this guy that entered now, a dancing governor, and he was offered the position and he performed very well. He has built his revenue little by little, he can move. But now, Shehu does not have that relationship anymore.
Do you know he's more smarter?
There's nobody that can offer him
out of all of them.
Anymore.
The only one that stay in Nigeria and do boy to all these big politicians is Dino Melaye. And today you see what is happening to him. He stayed back.
Yes. Okay. And I know he may not win, but he's a gubernatorial candidate as of today. He has opportunity.
He has been a rep.
Remy, let's get me shocking. Babati, let me say this. Dele Momodu, what they call it, newspaper career as dead. He's already gone. He just used article to come back to Lamline. That is what I think, because he unveiled another Ovation edition some days ago.
All of them are well paid. Even Daniel Buhala just got a new four-wheel roller like this. I forgot one new type 2020 model. That's Buhala. You got paid two articles now.
Do you know where I think Shehu would have been if he stayed back? I would have seen him in like a House of Rep member.
Yes, not even rep. He can be a senator now.
That AD, go on, in that early AD party, Shehu was they actually.
Do you know that Tinubu and the rest, they beg him to go for like a rep?
They begged him now to come
to us. He said, no, I want to be president. Take your time, take it easy, go for this. So I said, no. I want to do this.
Because like Mike said, they value this contribution to the struggle. They value this contribution to the struggle.
This same Tinubu that become your president today, he was the one carrying Abiola back during that time in the 90s. He was carrying Abiola back. I can see the picture or the photos. He was behind him carrying the bag. Just like Obama also carries some people's bag. Just like Mele, you follow Saraki, all of them carrying all their bag all around. Follow the Tinubu carrying all their bag all around. Today he has been a rep. He has been a senator. Now he's going for government. Whether he win or lose it, that is where the policy.
What I feel myself is that I think some political parties should actually fold. They should just fold up and maybe move.
You don't understand. You know, if you form a party in Nigeria, you also get some kind of money from Nigerian government. You can see that 2019 election, there were more than 70 senatorial presidential candidates. Because once you form a party, the government also gives you money. So that's what just form party.
So who is the chairman of AAC?
I don't even know that.
The candidate, you are asking what the company.
No, the problem he has is that in 2019, there was a lot of money, just like what is happening to the Labour Party. There was a lot of money coming into AAC from abroad. And I think at the end of the day, he cheated some of them. They fought about it, but unfortunately, he was able to win in the court. So all those money or whatever goes to him. So this time dispensation, all those people that they were chairman of the party or party executive, they left and they went away. So go out. So you can see from 50,000 votes in 2019 and 4 years later to 15,000 votes. You just check it. How do you come from 50,000 votes, 50 to 15,000, and then you still want to be relevant? You are not starting from senatorial. The same Adebayo.
You know something? Do you know something? Basics like party secretariat. At least we know where SDP has a party secretariat in Abuja. Their own. They built their own. So all those little things like having party secretariat, having different aspects from the different parts of the country, local governments, having party representatives there. It doesn't have that structure.
And apart from that, if you want to win election in Nigeria, the northern part of the country must also accept you. If they do not accept you, how can you become?
AAC only meets every 4 years for election, and when the election is done, they go away.
And then look at it. We are all Nigerians. When they go for that peace meeting, look at the way we're just talking to most of the other people. Who are you, for God's sake? Actually, as a Yoruba man, if you say you are a Yoruba man, I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about morality. You are supposed to, respect
elders.
elders.
The guy is talking about some.
You just talk to people anyhow. You just think you just love them. You are just like you think you are just a king. Who are you, for God's sake? So that's why I asked the question.
Remember what happened when the guy was
personally, I still feel that the major political parties in that country as of today is APC and PDP. Any other political party, you are just playing because, like Labour, they are lightweight.
Even Labour gone. The only reason we get normal because it's ethnic group joined behind him, and then everybody feel like it's the turn of the Southeast. That's the only reason we have that much.
Mike, do you know that Soludo is already building their own party? He's already reforming the mindset of ABGA because ABGA is always
in the inauguration event. He went there, although Anambra is not having any inauguration day, but he was in Tinubu inauguration event. He was there. They showed him. So the politics, you must know how to play the politics because you want to become a president.
ABGA is winning elections in other part of, in the north. I think in the
how do you cross to the other side? How do you expect the other side to accept you? If the northern people don't like you, forget it. You are not becoming a president.
Look at what happened to Shehu in Oni of Ife's palace. This guy had the nerve to say that the Oni of Ife kept me waiting for 3 hours. I'm like, it's Oni of Ife, he can keep you waiting. Who are you to be demanding that you show up when you show up?
I know the guy. That's where the guy begin. That's where the guy begin to fell off, man. Like he begin to fell off.
Even, the question we must
his attitude, man. Like he's just disrespecting the wrong people, man. How can you go and respect Oni of Ife?
You have an appointment with Oni of Ife, or you just bank on him like that. Okay, I just want to see my king. Is there any previous appointment?
Remy, let me tell you what he did on the day of inauguration. You know, he was fighting with Shetima.
Yes.
This Shehu was fighting with Shetima. He was saying, where is Tinubu? That he wouldn't have, that he asked Shetima to go and stand up for where he was sitting. That guy is just
that's when they are doing that peace, something like that.
Okay, no, it was during Dangote launching of Dangote. Yes, commissioning, yes.
So, you know what? It's like Nigerian politicians, you just think this is just an evil. Just let him be, okay?
Well, the politicians are watching.
What happened to Shehu in Unis Palace? Inside of Unis Palace that day, I think they started choking or something like that.
No. Once she can lower, it was lower. It's lower. So you can't be because of special.
Who threw tear gas inside of the palace? Who threw tear gas inside of the palace?
No, it was when his own people. You know, it moves with all these former court boys now. When they got rowdy in that place, that they took the security people got involved.
What? But they were choking inside of the palace now. It wasn't like outside.
No, because they were getting upset that the Oni was not there on time.
No, you're not getting my point. The Shehu and his crew, they started coughing and some of them went to the hospital. And we saw the video, they were coughing, like they were choking coughing inside the palace. And they were the only one. I was wondering, like, even the Onigo and the rest of the chiefs, they were not coughing, they were not choking. So I'm wondering, like, why is it only you and your crew that were choking?
Another video, they match together. Who can tell?
Well, but that guy just over trending, just something to have him talk about. But this party, we've had one of his guys here. Foley comes here all the time, from 2019, and we told him, listen, we want something in council law, local government council, Ebuni. We are going for presidency. Forget presidency. Focus on
everybody. You'll be insulting them. You even went to one local station in Ibadan. He was telling the presenter that, see this your Tinubu, he can smoke Igbo. I see him with my, he smoke like shit. Did not ask him that, do you also smoke weed? He said no. How come you see Tinubu smoking weed and you are sitting beside him? So something what they just utter from their mouth is sometimes just utter nonsense. that even as a mature person, you are not supposed to be talking anyhow of your.
It's enough. Go back to your phone.
It's not relevant anymore. From 50,000,
can it travel now?
5,000 votes or
Can it lead the country now?
Where is Ajale Koko? They are batching Showore like this. Ajale Koko. What is going on here?
You will have responded to that, but
oh my goodness. Ìyàwó ẹ̀yẹn ló ń dùn mí jù. Ìyàwó ẹ̀yẹn ló ń dùn mí jù.
Kí ló ṣe ìyàwó
ẹ̀? Ìyàwó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Ìyàwó ti lọ.
Thomas, what happened to his wife?
No, ṣé ìyàwó máa ra dúró báyẹn ni?
I'm asking so more.
No, come on, I'm just.
Maybe Thomas like the wife. I'll go and report it to your own wife, sir.
No, you can't leave your wife like that now. How many years now? Come on now, Nigeria will not jump. Why is he fighting for Nigeria? Did Nigeria say he should fight for them? You leave your family, you leave your child, you leave your wife.
No. Let's get it straight. Are you telling me that he did not go back to check on his wife and children for a long time?
Never.
He can't leave Nigeria now.
He can't leave Nigeria now.
But this is going on.
Going to 4 years now.
Can't the wife and the children also come to Nigeria to check on their father?
They will not try it.
Why?
Security purpose.
No. I think it's also the wife can come down and check.
The wife is a citizen. They can come down. Why not? They can come
why
down.
not? And the children can also come and see their father in Nigeria.
Because they are scared of their life. Their father is in bondage.
No. For me, Shehu, nobody is willing to kill Shehu. Forget it.
Nobody who care about him. It's inconsequential.
They are not interested in killing. Nigerian police have already gone past all those stages. We are in the age of.
Trust me, yeah. No, because if they were still like those days, those military days, they would have wasted them a long time ago.
But this time, who cares? Because at the end of the day, you cannot get more than 50,000. So what's the big deal? Why?
What was the famous quote in the 90s? One, that's famous. What about to kill somebody? One, discharge something by accident.
During Babangida or Abacha time, anybody damn man. Hey, Babati, if you notice, Babati, guy, if you notice in the 90s, during the Babangida Abacha time, you notice that Southeast was very peaceful, man.
No, everyone was peaceful.
No, and there was no single.
Abacha is one of the
Igbo people were very peaceful during military time. It was after democracy came. When Jonathan, that's when started coming outside. No, it was Southwest getting military. It was only Southwest. The same Yoruba people, they are saying we are cowards. We were the only one giving the military fight that time.
Yes.
It was only Southwest now. This democracy Nigeria is enjoying. It was the Southwest that really fought for it.
According to Bill, the Igbo sacrificed the most in Adepo. According to Bill, so
lie, man. I can't even name one person there. They were quiet, even during when they were during the Niger Delta time. You was still the Yorubas that were fighting for the Niger Delta. Now Igbo people were.
The reason why they were quiet because they were the one enjoying under Abacha. They were really enjoying a lot. All the juicy contract they were giving to them because they aligned with him easily. So you can remember very well. They aligned with him easily. And to be frank with you, since 1999 till 2015, it is the southeastern part of Nigeria that really enjoyed because they were holding Senate president. There was a time they were also like vice president. No, I did vice president, Senate president. They were holding juicy positions. Everything was given to them because they were so lucky that they got everything they want.
Let me tell you the game Southeastern play. When they want to collect things, they play that. You're marginalizing me. They play that game. They've been play every time they play that game, they get something. That's how they're able to get 5 states out of that small land. They keep on saying it. They only have it now. One more state to. Now they say they want. now they are saying
give them Abia and slash Enugu, Anambra.
exactly. Now they're asking for 6 states, and they want 6 states now. They say because Southwest has 6 states now. They want 6 states.
Actually,
How can you compare Southwest to that size compared to your land?
7 states. That Oyo is very big. Even slash
Ibadan,
Oyo is still very big.
no, listen. Ibadan and Ijebu should be a state.
Yes, Ibadan alone have 13 local government, 13 to 14 local government. Ibadan, as you are saying, 13 to 14 local government. How many local government, even when you go to Kano or whatever, how many cities have such 13 or 14 local government like that? Ibadan is so big that if that is why in Ibadan, in your state, it's going to be very, very difficult for other city to become governor for your state.
Imagine your state getting five allocations.
Out of 33, you're already a winner now.
The amount of allocation that's going to that small land, that small space, that dot in a circle, 5 different allocations going to that place, and they can't develop.
Mike, language, please. I mean, don't
let us. You know what? I think.
What did I say now?
Mike, what really happened is this, in my own, just my opinion. When Jonathan was there, the South people, unfortunately, they didn't even enjoy Jonathan. But the Southern Eastern, they enjoyed Jonathan a lot.
Yeah, they enjoyed Jonathan.
Udokia was there. So many of the people have juicy position. I think, and when Buhari
Jonathan was just kissing their behind.
If you are Buhari, I think the reason why Buhari was pissed off, I will tell you why. Buhari have been chosen Southeasterner as the first vice presidential candidate 3 times. Umel Zoke, Okadigbo, another one, I forgot, there are 3. And with all of these people choosing their people, they never vote for him. Now choose another person, a Yoruba person, still do not vote for him. If you are, I'm not saying what Buhari did was totally okay, but if you are Buhari as a person, sometimes when we all sit down and reflect, you ask yourself, what did I do to these people, my God? Why they so hate me so much like this?
I feel like the way they came out on Buhari, I'm like, what did this man do?
You cannot believe, I'm not anything federal government did in Nigeria is for all Nigeria. Even with the so-called construction of the second Niger bridge, you can see the audacity of a lot of people telling.
You know what I think? You guys remember, like in 1980, when Buhari came as a military head of state, I think he arrested Ojukwu. Maybe that's the reason why they hate him. I don't know.
Mike, do you know
why? I think maybe the civil war.
How can you say a man is from Sudan that is a dead man that is not a real How can you say that?
That's not mean, wicked. I mean, the way they came out of that man, I'm like,
Remy, even me at some point, I was like, maybe this is true.
That is so callous, man.
They almost convinced me. I'm telling you.
They did not convince me. I mean, because I know it's a lie. Okay,
I did not know. I'm like,
clone and then brought back to Nigeria and then
I said maybe this guy is really from Sudan. No, even myself, I was trying to do that time. I'm serious, Mike. I was like, the air is fake. It is Photoshop. It is AI. It is. Wait a minute. I didn't really say this.
At the end of the day, when you look at it, Buhari 7 years ago, I can see when he became the Nigerian, he was so thin, so lean. I said, maybe this guy is going to die. The pressure is just too much for this guy. But look at him today. It's
looking
like
fresh, like
transformation. That means that everybody, God is the only one that determines when people are going to die. Everybody can say whatever they want. Just see the transformation at almost 90. That guy is still very handsome. How can somebody like that still handsome at 80 something compared to people like at 20s? Look at the transformation, my God. So I think the Southern Eastern, they shouldn't talk about marginalization. They were so lucky in Nigeria to the center. People always give them space to reside and do their business.
They enjoy Nigeria the most, man.
They really enjoy that country, but they are not totally satisfied. They think that the reason they would have, if they have played their game very well, they would have become Nigerian president easily. It's not that Nigerians are really against them, but the kind of policies you also play a big role. Because Tinubu chose a Muslim as a vice president, then Obi started selling religious something. Look at all our Christian leaders. Where are they today? Some of them with fake prophecy. Some of them, they gave them money and they call themselves man of God and they start tune out rubbish from their mouth. And
Remy.
when it does not go their own way, it's now rigging or irregularity.
Remy, so how do you still have members in your church when you are wrong about the prophecy? I don't get it. How do you still have members?
Babati, you have to look at an average Nigerian intellect. Some of this generation, I'm sorry to say, I'm so sorry, because when you look at your own generation, I don't know whether you school in Nigeria in the 80s or 90s, your basic primary school, you dare not look straight into your teachers. But now that country, the orientations have been totally bastardized. And the people, the religious leader, because in Nigeria, we believe there are witches and wizards everywhere. We believe something happened to us. We believe something happened to us. Somebody is behind
listen
it.
to me.
They're going to sell that narrative.
No. Wait. You told me that God told you that they're going to arrest Tinubu in Eagle Square. They're going to put handcuffs on his hand and they're going to lock him up. It did not happen. How do you see how members?
Don't worry. They will tell their church member that it's all doctor. It's still going to happen. You don't know these people. They're going to spin it. They're spinning. Some of them are arrested. Don't worry. In the next 6 months, it will be. There's going to be a coup. Some of them say, don't worry. They will remove him and put Peter Obi in the next 6 months. They just continue to sell this narrative. And unfortunately, most of our youth, most of our people, they are so gullible to the extent that whatever their pastors say or their imams say, they will believe it who can sing. People are not with their right senses anymore. In fact, I don't know how to do it or how to go about it. They must be regulated anyhow. Because if you don't regulate this kind of religious something, it also will affect a country.
Now, they have to do something. We can't sit around and allow one. They say in the 1950s or the 40s, they say it was only about 5% of Nigerians that were Christians. They say today it's become like
Mike.
The number have grown.
One even said Tinubu will be arrested on the 26th before the inauguration. I was just laughing.
We can't sit down and allow down this religion to just take over. It's turn the people to animals, man.
Mike, when we are growing up, you can never know the difference between Christian and Islam in the Southwest. We have integrated a lot. I can stay in my friend's house, which is a good Christian. Stay in there, my mother already know where I am. Nothing at all will happen. So we are so integrated. But now look at what is going on. Preaching of no work, but you can get.
Thomas, I told you that pastor that said the Tinubu will be arrested is in prison now.
Oh, really?
Pastor Feyi is in prison.
For what?
He was charged for raping two of the church members.
And this is so-called leader.
Yeah. Michael question. Rapist is the pastor, right? Is he rapist?
They will say, God, the members will say, God, don't judge. They will say, don't judge you. Can you come? Man, only wants to you, man. They've messed them up. They will say the Bible says you should not judge. They will use the Bible.
Did you see that video by Bakari that said he will become the next president after Buhari?
So how does it still happen?
And people will still go to the church. That church this Sunday that is coming, they will still be listening to that guy. I don't understand the way our people reason.
Well, I would say that one thing. I think some of them were gullible and some of them were hypnotized one way or the other because there is still voodoo in it. I'm sorry to say this. Only God knows everybody's mind. But what I know is that if you think you are doing bad things to people, God is also seeing you. So God is the only one that.
Why would they like to blame voodoo on everything?
What do you think?
When the Christian do something bad, they say,
it's the most annoying excuse ever.
I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm talking about both of them. I never mentioned
Muslim. Why don't they prophesy as well?
They also have their own SSs. But the point about Islam is that Islam gives you opportunity to practice that religion by yourself. It's not forced on you. They will tell you if you pray 5 times, you have to sit down in the corridor of your room, pray, God will answer you. But it's different from when you look at it from
let me, do you know
people
why?
have to go to church. But in
I'm
Islam,
not Muslim.
you don't need to go nowhere. You can
listen.
join any congregation and you can pray. Nobody
I'm
forces
not.
you to go to mosque 5 times in a day. You can stay at your home and do it. Nobody forces you to go to mosque every Wednesday, every Friday, every Sunday. No. But for Christian folks, they like, if I the more I go to church,
And nobody will demand 10% from you.
yes. So I think the way the religion are practiced are totally different. So in Islam, nobody can just force you that you must come to mosque on Friday. It's a must, or you must go to Jesus on Saturday. No, nobody do that. But in Christianity, people do. We have to go to church. Now you ask yourself, you have been going
But
to
in
church for 10
Christianity,
years,
nobody forces them to. Sorry
and
to say that.
they
In
don't force them.
Christianity, nobody forces them. They just
So why
they just
so why
emphasize
are they going? You have been going to church. God said that they come here.
no, wait. Nobody forces them, but they go because of so many reasons. One, traditionally, some of them are brought up that way. So some of them feel that there's an attraction, and that problem, when they go to that church, that's when it can be solved.
Yeah.
There's no pastor that say you must come to church. If you don't come, you must come. They'll feel that, oh, if I have this problem, once I get to this place, it will be solved. Once I do this. So the pastors in their messages, they are created that kind of aura.
If you are saying the truth, there are so many churches, they visit their church member at home. Auntie Lagbaja, we didn't see you in
church. Yeah, that's what they call this is what I'm saying. You see, in the scripture, in the Bible says, do not forsake the assemblies of the brethren. Okay. The Bible encourages us to gather together.
That's so in a nutshell, I'm not saying they are forcing them, but I think they will go and visit them, trying to say we have a church program on Wednesday.
That's what the Bible.
Yeah, I know, I understand. I'm not against that.
So they are not forcing them.
The way the two religions are practiced are different.
Of course, because they are two different religions. Like for example, the Islam forces its member to fast during Ramadan.
No,
Christianity
it's part of
if you are healthy. No, wait, if you are healthy, the Quran did not
that's the condition. If you are
healthy, you have to. It's a must. Yes. So that's force now.
Yeah, it's not force. It's not force.
No, if you are healthy, if you are a true Muslim, and if you are a true Muslim, healthy, and you don't fast, is it not haram?
I agree with you, Patoski. It's like forcing because they will make it to be like and the sanction that they are putting, the sanction, the penalty for not doing it, they make it so severe that you'll be afraid of not fasting.
If you miss a day, they make you feel that you have to do. So in those days when we're doing it, if you miss one day, you have to fast the entire 30 days. I know that's not true.
But Patoski, Baba Deboye even said God doesn't tell him anything about Nigerian politics. So why is God is not talking to Baba Deboye?
No,
and God is talking
to Deboye has came out 2 weeks ago and telling that Tinubu presidency is going to bring a lot of prosperity.
But that doesn't mean endorsement. It doesn't mean endorsement.
Thomas, let me answer that question. You see, in the issue of religion or every other issue, we can enjoy ourselves here. But when we talk about that issues, when we don't have very good information, sufficient information, and even happens in politics, we will speak, but let not speak authoritatively or in a way that derogates the other person. That's why I question Ajani anytime he says politicians are this, are that. You don't even have information about this person. I'm sure if Ajani could see that man, he won't even recognize him, that chairman that came today. So we cannot say that. Now, Baba in those days will say God told him this. People complain. In this case, he said God did not talk to him. And you are saying, why is God not talking? Go and ask God now. I mean, that's very insulting to the personality of God. If man says,
but Patoski, do you think God really talk to people?
Yeah, God does. God does. God speaks to.
How does the voice of God be?
Okay, are you a Muslim?
No, I'm just talking generally. It's not about religion. I'm just talking generally.
Let me tell you the point. If you rule out the possibility of God talking to human beings, then you have ruled out all religion. All. Because every religion or every leader of religion make
Patosi, yes, what you are saying, I still have my doubt about religion generally.
For me, generally, I think that your faith lies in your heart. And if you pray to God, if you believe in Him, anywhere you are, whether in your inner room or by the road, on the bus, anywhere you are and you pray to God, God answer your prayer. But
Let me
God
say,
does
no,
not care
the
whether
question
you are
that
Muslim
the
or
question that Simba
Christian
is
or
asking
whatever.
is, does God talk to people?
Yeah, it's possible. The way it's possible, God might talk to you in a way, because that is subjective, because it depends on you as personally, that God talked to me this way. But that one is subjective, because we cannot just say that, okay, like the question he asks now, how does God talk to you?
He said, does God talk to
how does
people?
God look like?
That's the first thing you must first of all establish before you come to how.
So it's subjective, but for me, I think it all depends on your faith. If you believe that is God, then it's easier for you to say, oh, God talk to me. But if you don't believe in any religion,
do you believe God talks to people? You have not answered.
I told you, I said I believe it, but it's also subjective to who is saying it. Okay, I believe God talk to people. At least we have some good.
Okay, if God talk to people, then is it based on religion?
No, not
talking,
at all.
having that talent, is it based on religion?
Not at all. Not at all. God does not. God sees everybody as equal. So He doesn't care whether you're Christian, Muslim, or something like that. Or
if all of us as human beings we exercise our discretions,
yes,
then God does much more. If we as human beings exercise our choice, God has much more choice options, and God can choose to talk to people.
Yeah, He can choose whoever He likes,
and He chooses to talk to whoever He likes in any way He likes.
Yes.
And nobody can put God in a box and create an impression that God speaks to only this category of people.
Yes.
Because the Bible made us discover that God spoke to a donkey through an angel. So
okay, Patoski, do you not think that we will be judged based on our religion?
At all. At all.
You don't believe it?
Even if you read most of this book, everybody will be judged by whatever. If we want to follow that trend, we'll be judged by whatever.
Baby, where we are doing it, especially in the black world, we are doing it like all or none. It's either you are a Muslim will be claiming that if you are not a Muslim, you cannot go to paradise. The Christian will say, if you are not a follower of Christ, you cannot go to paradise.
Everybody will say whatever they want.
I believe
and that is why I look at it as it's just like an instrument of control and superiority.
Simba,
some people
use it. The point is this: the way religion is structured is such that it talks about paradise, right? It removes our present life from religion, but religion is much more about our present life now, because paradise is future. Your life is now, what you have now. And when I don't know of Islam, but a little I've learned of Islam, Jesus Christ also, when He was here, paid more attention to our lives. He said, I've come so that you can have life. What do you do with life? You live life now, isn't it? You live life. So the way you are living now is what is important to Christ. Will He give you eternal life? He will also take care of that one too. That's not a problem. But He's paying more emphasis. All these teachings are focused on the way we live now. Love your neighbor.
Sorry, Patoski, is Thomas around? Thomas?
I don't think so.
Babati is waiting to join. So if he's hearing us,
I think we should just leave religion and just move.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
These are things.
Babati.
Okay.
Yeah, we should just move religion.
I told you guys that we should impeach Thomas. I keep telling you. You see impeach Thomas. We need to impeach Thomas. He's not doing his job.
I'm still thinking about Shore's wife. I'm
maybe he went behind and talked to Shore's wife. You know why?
Thomas, you want to take for Shore's wife? Papa Dayoko will kill you.
Yeah, only fellow, but
No,
anyway.
no. I'm just pity the wife that how
Why?
now.
Kilo day, why
Showore is taking care of himself in Nigeria. I'm pity of the wife. You know, women always faithful more than men. So
Maybe
that's
the
why.
wife always go to Nigeria. Maybe you don't know. Okay, so
I can never go to Nigeria, my brother. Will you suggest that for the wife to go to Nigeria?
why not? You can go and be the wife. The Showore is still living in a hotel. Like I know, I think he has
The
a
wife
house.
can go to Nigeria now. The wife is not. The wife
The
doesn't
wife
have a
is
case
not a
with
criminal.
government.
I
was
said they
the
are
wife
scared of
banished?
the
Was the wife banished from Nigeria?
The wife is an
I said they
American
are scared to
Kind
go
of
home.
what? Buhari is not
Of
the
the
president
government now. Why are you talking like this? Are we not Nigerians?
I don't think something bad will happen to him. Don't you think that Kanu wife also will be in Nigeria? Check on his husband in the DSS office. So have they arrested his wife? If they have not arrested Kanu's wife, why will the Shore wife will be afraid? I don't think.
No. You can't compare Kanu to Kanu is a savior. So he doesn't even need
Shore
his
is
wife.
what? Yeah, it's not a savior.
But the wife is an independent person now. They can't arrest Showore's wife because of the offense of the husband.
Kanu is
But
a savior.
will you suggest his wife to go to Nigeria?
What is wrong with Thomas?
Is Showore not in Nigeria? Has he been arrested?
But it's further scrutiny in Nigeria now.
I
His
think
passport is
Thomas
being
is just trying to get information. Maybe he wants to marry a second wife. We don't know.
I want to kill me go. My wife will go kill me. But we can't do it now. I'm just pretty joke apart. Why? Come on now.
Thomas,
How many years now?
Thomas, I think the question you're trying to ask is that is the sacrifice Showore making is it worth it?
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't want it.
Showore is just wasting his time. He's just wasting his time. He's always wasting his time. I don't know. But which work that guy they do, sir? Is he working? Where is he getting money that he's spending?
That's when he will stop. When he gets one,
which work does he do?
He has to change the way he is practicing his own politics. That is not the way. Nigeria is still like a traditional country, one way or the other, that you have to still worship some people anyhow. Because there are some people that are power broker in Nigeria. Why all these politicians have to go to Obasanjo? Why do you have to go to Babangida? Why do you have to go to Abu Salam? Why do you have to visit the
Remy is like that everywhere. You cannot suddenly become a president even in America without going to some people.
In American policy, you know what they have what they call super delegate. They will allow all the simple delegates to vote. The super delegate will now choose later. Do you know how many votes the super delegate control? So that is a way of also bringing the power brokers into their own system. So when you talk, people always say, it's so easy in America. Obama that you are talking about, he used to carry Clinton back when Clinton was president of the country. Look at it. Before he even became the senator, he used to carry the president back. He was so thin and lean. The photo were all over the internet. That means he has sacrificed a lot before he became a president.
He grew in the system now. But somebody will just come and say he want to start from presidency that doesn't have to go to become a governor.
One of my friends live in Australia, and there was this particular professional. He's a professional doctor. He's already become a millionaire in Australia, and he wants to become a governor in Osun State. They advised him, don't go. He said, no, I have the money. He went to Nigeria. This guy spent over 5 million Australian dollars. Even the party primary, he was unable to win that party primary. With all that such amount of money, because you are not playing the policies from the base, you think I can just drop in and bribe them with money and then everything.
Remy, it's not only money that run Nigerian policy. If they don't know you, they will not vote for you with your money.
Saying. You have to start from
even with your money. If they don't know you, they will not vote for you, even with money.
Showore people know him in his own community. If they really know you, why can't he be winning councillorship, chairmanship, rep seat, state assembly.
No, Sowore is still doing politics of university now. All this SUG politics. Nigeria student say Gusa. That's what he's still doing.
Continua Victoria Sata.
That's what the guy is still doing.
Even if you see Nigerian university trajectory nowadays, nobody is even interested in student union, university union policies like before. Things have changed in Nigeria. Although we can say there is a lot of, we still have a lot of room for improvement. But now most of Nigerian universities are online. You can just check the result of your kid. You can check the registration. You can check everything anywhere in the world. You can just see the progress report. It's so easy now. Things are also improving in that country.
You know, when we were in university, you go and queue to pay school fees, you go and queue to make registration. Nobody is doing that any longer.
Yes, even
in any of the institution. In the comfort of your house, you do your registration, you pay your school fees, you pay everything.
Yes, everything is being modernized, things are changing. But I still support that the Nigerian Federal University of State should be semi-autonomous. Maybe the government will now start giving loans to most of these schools so that if you cannot pay your school fees, then you can pay maybe partial loan or something like that. I think.
But how much are they even paying now? How much are they paying Nigerian
for example, some universities are still paying less than 100,000 per
session. I'm telling you, Remy, the institution, the school.
What they do? You were asking that which one was Shured do, right?
Yes.
The guy is a professional activist now.
Is that a work? Is that a profession?
Professional activist. Those who fight for the right of human beings and
activists, professional activists.
Yeah, they are professional activists.
So there's a profession like that now.
Yes, activism is a job. A job that can take you to prison.
Are you mocking Showore? Patoski, are you mocking Showore?
No, it's true now. It's a job. I'm not mocking him. It's a job that can take you to prison, that can make you a governor or president. It's a career now.
So who is sponsoring him, please?
All these
who is bankrolling him?
All these Rockefeller Foundation.
Baba Adale Koko and Co. They are the one bankrolling him.
I think for him.
Can we let Mr. Green speak? Green, are you there? Because your voice is a little bit low.
We can't get you very well. Speak louder.
Your voice is low.
Thomas.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Joy Caramel.
Àárọ̀ nìyẹn o. Alẹ́ làwa wà níbí o.
Àti Sweden mo ti ń pè. The thing is this. Mi ìmọ̀ ẹni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́kàn bí ara mi bóyá ọlá something like that. So mo fẹ́ mo ìlànà fún yàn Muslim ni.
English now, my brother.
Yes. But you understand Yoruba now, must I?
This is an international platform, please. Speak English.
You are speaking to the world now.
Yes, I know, but I know the people I'm talking to you. I know the few people. But the thing is this: I want to ask Ola, or I think it's Remy Ola. I think it's a Muslim. There's something is bothering me. A lot of Muslim people, they are saying that in Islamic, that if we all goes to heaven now, for example, if we die, we are going to speak Arabic. Is that true?
I don't know.
Said, and I'm like, are you telling me God doesn't understand my language? God doesn't speak my language? Why Arabic?
No, it's still border to what the questioner asked the other time when we were discussing. That if you look at the religion, especially the two prominent religion, both Islam and Christianity, there is still this competition that is my own that is superior, your own that is superior, and that is what I don't want to believe.
Okay,
so
sorry, Mabino Joe, can I come in, please? You now, I know you are a Yoruba person, right? Do you believe in that thing? And somebody.
You know what you are asking. The question that let me respond to what you said. You know, about 3 days ago, somebody made mention of that thing to me. He said, "Do I know that the language we speak in paradise is Arabic?" And the answer, I asked the person, I said, "Have you been there?"
Is it in the Quran?
It is. I don't think so. Don't let me say what I don't know. Don't let me say what I don't know.
They are saying it. Where did they get that from?
from the Quran.
Let me tell you that. So if you want to go into
believe it, but if it's for my this, I don't believe in this.
no, hello. You know, there are so many things in religion that you can even say we are. If you look at it deeply, you will not even believe in the truth. Let me give you, for example, even in the New Testament was majority of the verses. I mean, the chapters in the New Testament was written by Paul, who is a murderer. And then we now carry those letters that he wrote as a divine document. Now, what is the justification for that?
No,
you understand? So don't let us go.
No, Simba, you have misquoted, you have misrepresented.
It's not a murderer.
Wait now.
Can we stay away from?
Don't let us go into religion. Don't let us go into that.
Hold on, Simba. Let me correct one.
We can go.
Let me correct one wrong impression.
Why are we shy away from it?
People are listening.
Okay.
Most of the New Testament epistles were written by Paul, who was a murderer, and are owned to it. Not a murderer like that, a persecutor of the church, and that led to the murder of the church. And he owned to it and went to the same group that he used to persecute and has led the execution of their members. And that group took him in, forgave him, and extended the grace to him. And that grace was so overwhelming that he took it upon himself.
Pastor.
No, let's clear issues. Because he could dismiss the work of thousands of years by just one single statement. That's very careless. He took that grace to himself and spoke to the whole world that he was a murderer.
Patoski, the grace given by who? Given by who?
The grace given by the same group that he.
So you can see it's not. So it's just like somebody who has committed murder. If I kill somebody now, does that want? If my government now pardon me, has he removed that this thing from me?
But you just say he's a murderer.
Was it not?
You say he's a murderer, so how can he write those kind of books? You could write.
I'm not saying. I said he cannot. I'm not looking at. I said if you can carry, we can be using the document or a letter written by a murderer, and we now see it as a divine document that we are acting up today. So what is it?
We are saying that God can even speak to murderers, can use murderers. That's it.
There are a lot of things that we have to say about religion. So that's why when I started, I said there are so many things on both sides that if you have to dig deep, you will not even believe in it. So let us move away from it.
You are right. I think you are, because when you look at Islamic, the way they practice Islamic in Saudi Arabia is quite different from the way they practice it in the Yoruba side.
Just like Babati said, we should leave it.
Can you hear me?
Let's leave it.
Let's leave it for now and talk about Dokon.
But can we all gather? Maybe we should all support Suwore and join Baba Jale Koko. Patoski, you will be the lead. I know why I choose you.
You are a troublemaker. You know when I'm here, Simba, they tackle Ajale Koko pass. You know Ajale Koko, you want to bamboozle people because they think that this man is old, so he has no experience of history. He will be speaking like authority. The first day I came, I said, when Falaye went to him, Falaye said, I said, were you there? The way I was talking about that, see, Falaye said this and Babangida now said this. I said, that detail can only be given by somebody who was privy to that. I said, were you there? He said, anytime he's just making that, I know that something. So that they say, I don't know how to say this. I say it anyhow. The Simba tackle him, man. Simba said, in short, you will not be a good leader. In short, I will not vote for you.
I make me as if I don't demystify this man for you.
You know, if you have been shadowed, let me tell you, Patoski, if you have been shadowed with responsibility of heading people, human being, you know that it's very difficult, especially in Nigerian space. Very difficult. So it's very easy to criticize and say, no, it's the failure, it's this, it's that. It's when you get there, yes, it's when you get there that you know the enormous task that is in that space.
Adaneko, it's easy to say it's useless, these people, they are usually this government. I say, you know they see better thing. I'm happy that at least we have two people tackling him now. Even but one man they protect Baba small.
I know one man has some people that protect Baba. He protects Baba, Rational Mind, and Hassan. In fact, when Hassan come, Rational Mind can give him 1 hour to talk. And one man will give him like 1 hour to Hassan. Yeah, talk. And he will not even stop Hassan from talking.
Rational Mind, he will be talking what is not there. He will be talking all kind of things. You will still be giving him.
No. What one man normally did is, Rational Man had this different opinion. If we are talking right, Rational Man will be talking left. So just for balance, I think that is why. Even though sometimes Rational Man, Rational Man just talk yam. He talk
Even
yam
sometimes.
sometimes.
Exactly. That's what. If you want to go on the other side, then you must be making sense. It's not as if we just be going the other side for going the other side sake. That's to make sense.
Rational Man cannot align with you. No, it will never. It's always, if you are in left side, Rational Man will go to the right side.
No, if you are
that kind of people is good now.
If you are in Obi camp, he will align with you. As long as you are against Tinubu.
Ileya, 9 hours. Let's go home. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, good night. I mean, good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning. Yeah, it has been a good conversation. Yeah, Simba, Patoski, Otumba Lola, Omoba, Ola, everybody. Thank you so much. You guys are very amazing. You guys really keep me busy. I'm doing something here, so you guys really keep me busy. Thank you so much, you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll join you together. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I say peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you.